The music is fitting for what I'm about to read. Guys, it's Jover. Joseph R. Biden Jr., July 21st, 2024. My fellow Americans, over the past 3.5 years, we've made great progress as a nation. Today, America has the strongest economy in the world. We've made historic investments in rebuilding our nation, in lowering prescription drug costs for seniors, and in expanding affordable health care to a record number of Americans. We've provided critically needed care to 1 million veterans exposed to toxic substances, passed the first gun safety law in 30 years, appointed the first African-American woman to the Supreme Court, and passed the most significant climate legislation in the history of the world. America has never been better positioned to lead than we are today. I know none of this could have been done without you, the American people. Together we overcame a once-in-a-century pandemic and the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. We've protected and preserved our democracy, and we've revitalized and strengthened our alliances around the world. It has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president, and while it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term. I will speak to the nation later this week in more detail about my decision. For now, let me express my deepest gratitude to all those who have been working so hard to see me elected. I want to thank Vice President Kamala Harris for being an extraordinary partner in all this work, and let me express my heartfelt appreciation to the American people for the faith and trust you have placed in me. I believe today what I always have, that there is nothing America can't do. When we do it together, we just have to remember we are the United States. Oh, I did. Need to tweet anything else? Oh, my fellow Democrats have decided not to accept nomination and to focus all my energies on my duties as president for the remainder of my term. My very first decision as the party nominee in 2020 was to pick Kamala Harris as my vice president, and it's been the best decision I've made. Today I want to offer my full support and endorsement for Kamala to be the nominee of our party this year. Democrats, it's time to come together and beat Trump. True and based. See, let's get some new.
An actual toddler compared to the age of these candidates. Only 50. She doesn't even qualify for Social Security. I don't even know if she can take early Social Security yet. Jesus. Freshly 59. Her live. I'm sorry, that's not right. Earliest social.
Just going with the age. Yeah, Kamala Harris is quite young. I'm just what I don't know. I love how I don't think I've ever seen Joe Biden ever get ratioed in my life. Nice meme, just racism, cool. Yeah, let like just so annoying. I don't know if I'll be able to find this guy tweets every fucking 2 seconds. But yeah, the most annoying thing that I'm gonna see on my feed now is just people who are like this is a coup, this is a blah 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 blah, as if they ever suggested that he can't do this.
Plan moving forward. So if this is the nomination that Biden is doing, unless he's doing this at like the like to fuck the party or something, then this should be the direction for it. I doubt they're going to do like an open convention, and I doubt they're going to do picking a different candidate. I don't think they can pick a different candidate, right? Like realistically, I don't think that would survive. I think you have to you'd either have to do an open primary or you'd have to either do like an open convention or something else, yeah. Why are people excited about Kamala? Do polls even suggest she'll do better than Biden in key states? I think it's literally right now, I really think it's just to get over the senility talking point. Well, no, it is.
Sure.
It's 100%. That's the only reason.
Just add youngness to it. Anyone else have any reactions? Any reactions here?
Debates that are hosted by Oprah or investments in rebuilding our nation, in lowering prescription drug costs for seniors, and in expanding affordable health care to a record number of Americans. We've provided critically needed care to 1 million veterans exposed to toxic substances, passed the first gun safety law in 30 years, appointed the first African-American woman to the Supreme Court, and passed the most significant climate legislation in the history of the world. America has never been better positioned to lead than we are today. I know none of this could have been done without you, the American people. Together, we overcame a once-in-a-century pandemic and the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. We've protected and preserved our democracy, and we've revitalized and strengthened our alliances around the world. Again, I am reading a statement put out by Joe Biden at 1:48 p.m. Eastern on Twitter, on Instagram, et cetera, et cetera. It has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president. And one thing I should just note, and I know this is a little bit pedantic, they've started a lot of sentences with "and." And while it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term. I will speak to the nation later this week in more detail about my decision. For now, let me express my deepest gratitude to all those who have worked so hard to see me reelected. I want to thank Vice President Kamala Harris for being an extraordinary partner in all this work. And let me express my heartfelt appreciation to the American people for the faith and trust you have placed in me. I believe today what I always have, that there's nothing America can't do when we do it together. We just have to remember we are the United States of America. I almost choked up. I mean, there it is, folks. We've been talking about it for 2 or 3 weeks. The pressure just became intense. Couple of things I have noticed from the statement that I'm sure you probably have too, but it takes me so long to figure out how to go live on this thing that I might as well just keep talking for a little bit. One is he is going to remain president. He's going to fulfill his term. 2 is he does not endorse Harris.
Yeah.
We have no notion of what the next steps are here.
He just did.
Over the past couple of days,
So this is
you saw AOC come out, ring the bell, and different people interpreted that statement differently. My interpretation was, because she kept saying over and over again during that stream, I'm not here to argue if you think that Biden should step down or not. What she was there was to say, warning, they're looking to get rid of Harris as well. And by they, she meant donors, establishment, Democrats, et cetera, et cetera. They all have their favorite horse. There was some reporting I saw over the past couple of days saying that Pelosi wanted Gavin Newsom. I've also seen some reporting that Newsom and Whitmer have both said that they're not interested. Biden just endorsed Kamala. Well then, forget what I just said. Is that true? Has he endorsed?
yes. Moderately minutes.
He just endorsed? That's what people are telling me. If that's the case, that's obviously a I mean, okay, yes, he has. So he just tweets out just 4 minutes ago, about 20 minutes after his speech, to my fellow Democrats, I've decided not to accept the nomination and to focus all my energies on my duties as president for the remainder of my term. My very first decision as the party nominee in 2020 was to pick Kamala Harris as my vice president, and it's been the best decision I've made. Today, I want to offer my full support and endorsement for Kamala to be the nominee of our party this year. Democrats, it's time to come together and beat Trump. Let's do this. That's pretty huge. And the first, at least on mine, the first tweet I see after that is end wokeness. And I don't know if it's the case, but I think someone said the other day that it was Jack Posobiec. Screw the 14 million primary voters who cast their ballots for you. Am I right? They're bummed because the most small D Democrat.
Actually, sorry. I actually should be fucking doomer about seeing anything on my feed, because any complaint that Republicans have that isn't substantive to being like, oh, loser Kamala's gonna come in, it's so Jover for them. Biden should have stayed. Blah, blah blah. If they're pissed that Biden's leaving, it's because they know it's bad for them. That's what's happening here. So they're coping now.
Move that the Democrats could make would be essentially to have Harris be the nominee. I don't know if Harris would be my first pick, but frankly, of all the people who are out there, I'm not sure if any of them would be my first pick who are eligible. But it's certainly the most democratic. It's also the cleanest and
true.
the most seamless. And also the one that ensures that the apparatus that's already been built is already there. So now the big question becomes, who is going to be the vice presidential nominee? Because I find it hard to believe that the Democrats are going to. They may do a nominal
bring in Pete.
Open convention thing, but there's not going to be any primaries or debates that are hosted by Oprah or Taylor Swift, or I've just run out of all the cultural names I know. George Clooney.
It definitely won't be a double woman ticket for sure.
Madonna. No. Anyways, the point is that it's all but inevitable that Harris is going to be the nominee. And who she picks for VP, some of the names that we've talked about, I think Emma has probably invested heavily on trade sports, on Roy Cooper. I'm joking, of course. But Roy Cooper, Andy Bashir, I think is a very good choice, just in terms of like balancing out the ticket. Somebody who I don't know how much time he has left as governor of Kentucky.
Yeah, I think people want to say like Ro Khanna or something, but I don't think you could. Isn't Kamala also from California?
I think it's also conceivable you'll see someone like maybe like Murphy from Connecticut, because you want someone with a foreign policy experience, maybe. Cooper from North Carolina is a possibility. Some people have said Doug Jones, former senator from Georgia. I don't think you'll see someone like a Pritzker or a Whitmer or a Newsom or anything like that, although it's possible, but I doubt it. They're good governors, and I for one wouldn't want them to be gone from those positions. Mayor Pete has been out there for sure. I don't know. I'm going to tell you right now that while I've been doing this, I've gotten text after text after text of just people so excited. Mark Kelly, somebody suggested that's possible. I see my name up there that people are suggesting. I'm going to say right now, I mean, if asked, I'd probably do it. It would be awkward to say no, but I just don't think I'm in the running. But the bottom line is it's going to dramatically change the race. And, we've talked maybe too much over the past couple of weeks about the different liabilities that Harris has as a candidate. We have, she's never been the greatest orator. She's not necessarily the most charismatic. But she's also been vice president for 3 years. I think she has better relationships with labor than people know. Obviously, there's people, when they first think of Harris, some people have said, like, I'm worried. Misogyny and racism is still a pretty big thing in this country, if you hadn't noticed. They don't say that to me. I mean, I know. And I think that's a concern. But I will also say this, the flip side of that is that
Rocky Mountains.
The conservatives and Republicans, right, you can always count on them to overplay their hand because they don't talk to normal people. And you're going to see a significant portion of them talk about her as a DEI candidate. They'll pivot quickly to saying she's not qualified, even though she's been vice president for the past 3 years.
Yep, true.
Which will be a sort of a dog whistle to DEI, which of course is a dog whistle. She's a woman. She's a woman of color.
Mm-hmm.
That comes with a lot of risks for them that I think they don't have the ability to perceive, at least quickly, which is, people don't like outward displays of racism. I shouldn't say all people, but even people who I think practice white supremacy. And to some extent, we all do. But even those who, might practice it a little more than others, I think they feel uncomfortable with outward displays of racism. And I think the Republicans have to be very, very careful, and they won't be because they're not capable of it because they don't realize how they sound to normal people.
Potentially true.
So we'll see. It will not be Yang, I can assure you. It will not be Yang,
Yeah,
and it will not be Bloomberg. This is where we're at. I think Joe Biden now has, can be unleashed to attack Trump. He can, be out there to espouse the really positive things that the Biden-Harris administration has done. I think Harris is going to be, this is bad news for Bibi Netanyahu. I think Harris is definitely to the left of Biden on Israel-Palestine, because frankly, everyone in the Democratic Party is, for the most part. Shapiro may be the only one who was even in this conversation who wouldn't be. So that's good news on that front. She will name a vice presidential running mate within the next couple of weeks. I would imagine it'll be announced right before the convention. Super exciting, folks. Super exciting, because I think everybody now has a sense of Democrats can win this now. And if you look at those Senate numbers and you contemplate, what are those numbers going to look like if those numbers hold? And Harris is bringing maybe younger people out or just bringing other Democrats out. This is going to be a big deal. This is going to be a big deal.
I hope that she somehow does that.
I'm probably going to sign off.
Because now you get I'm hoping that that's the case, because now you get rid of we have 2 senile losers in office. Now you have a quote normally aged person. She's 59, but in terms of the race, she's a child, right? So an actual child versus a senile old man might bring out more young people. It's I don't have to vote for a senile old man that knows nothing about me. Oh, I get to vote for my parents instead. It's kind of the vibe maybe you can hopefully get from it. It's I'm a young person, I'm 25. My mom is the same age as Kamala Harris. And my dad is 4 years younger than that.
And send Emma the login so she can do a video as well, because I have a feeling she's very, very excited right now. All right, folks, so stick around because I have a feeling Emma's going to come on in about 5 minutes. I don't know how anybody can say that Harris has no chance. I mean, the polling is the polling. I frankly think that a generic Democrat is... And not only, I want to keep just one more thing. You look at the polling that Harris has had. Understand, she has had those numbers, and all of them had those numbers without being a candidate, without being able to do anything positive. All right, make any type of positive argument. Anyways, folks, wait, are people talking about my hairline? Okay, Emma's going to be on, I think, shortly. We will be here tomorrow. Bye-bye. Let me just pause for one moment, make it seem like I'm being thoughtful, and just trying to remember how to turn this off. So.
Okay.
Oh, it's not for some reason, because they want to have the aesthetic of being nonpartisan, so they won't say it, but...
That's on YouTube. See if there's any other reactions out there. There's my news.
Not only because of the debate, not only because of the donor thing. Biden's out because he doesn't want to tarnish his legacy.
I hope
and if he stayed in and he lost to Trump, all of it would be blamed on him. And so this is a legacy move. It's a smart move, I think, but it's also about protecting his legacy should Trump win in November. Now, I think Biden wants to go out on a high note. I'll be watching whether Biden's engaged in the campaign for her. I doubt he will. I'll be watching PIC. I'll be watching what this does in battleground states related to the numbers changing. I'll be watching swing voters, particularly in urban areas, particularly those with women as it relates to the issue of abortion. It's one thing to have Biden saying he's in favor of that. It's another thing to have Kamala Harris do that. So I'll be real interesting to see what the reaction to her is in the polling numbers and just in everyday conversations with people.
Oh, shit.
Very interesting, and thanks very much for coming on so quickly there with this breaking news. That's Chip Felkel, a Republican strategist.
Thank you.
A reminder of the breaking news that we are following for you today from Washington. President Joe Biden ending his bid for re-election in November. A short time ago, Biden releasing a statement saying his move is in the best interest of his party and his country. He said he would give an address to the nation this week. Biden has come under increasing pressure to step aside since a disastrous, really, showing in a debate against rival Donald Trump. late last month. A few difficult weeks following that, high-profile Democrats urging him to pull out, citing concerns about his apparent cognitive decline. To make matters worse for him, donors have threatened to close their pocketbooks. Biden, who is now recovering from COVID, plans to serve the remainder of his term in office, which ends on January 20th. Also worth noting, Biden is now endorsing Kamala Harris for the job. You're watching CBC News Network. We're going to stay with this breaking news. We're going to bring in reporter Nick Harper, who is following all the developments on this as the news comes in fast and furious. What is the reaction where you are, Nick?
It's just annoying. 'Cause I can't increase my own autonomy, which is so dumb.
Yeah, stunning development here in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. This is where Joe Biden has his home, where he's been since Wednesday night. It's about half a mile from where I'm speaking to you from. He's been holed up there, speaking to advisors, taking virtual meetings, weighing up his political future since Wednesday evening. There was a lot of thinking that he was digging in, that he was in that bunker mentality, and that he was determined to stay the course. But this bombshell announcement coming this afternoon that he is dropping out of the race, and as you mentioned, he's also now given his full endorsement to his vice president, Kamala Harris, which in itself is a stunning development, because there was some thinking that if he were to drop out, we could see multiple people throwing their hats in the ring. That endorsement from Joe Biden effectively kills that dead. We're waiting to hear more from his team, from the White House. He's promised that he will speak to the American people, but he won't be doing
locked in now, or can the DNC throw a curveball still? I mean, it's not like legally locked in or anything. Like they can still change it, but realistically, it would be wild for them to change course. My assumption is going to be, if Biden stepped down, then he definitely was speaking to the party about it. So if he was speaking to the party about it and party leaders, there's probably a conversation about who to nominate. And there should be a coherent and consistent plan moving forward. So if this is the nomination that Biden's doing, unless he's doing this at like to fuck the party or something, then this should be the direction for it. I doubt they're going to do like an open convention, and I doubt they're going to do taking a different candidate. I don't think they can pick a different candidate, right? Like realistically, I don't think that would survive. I think you have to you either have to do an open primary or you'd have to do either like an open convention or something else. Yeah. Are people excited about Kamala? Do polls even suggest she'll do better than Biden in key states? I think it's literally right now. I really think it's just to get over the senility talking point. Well, no, it is. It's 100%. That's the only reason. She even good? What has she done as VP? I don't know what responsibility she's typically taken on. But I think VPs tend to VPs can do anything, I think. Like, you're basically like I don't want to say servant to the president, but I think it's like whatever the president asks you to do, that you kind of do. I think the only official job the vice president has is to be the leader of the Senate, which I don't think normally matters, but if it's split 50-50, the VP can cast the tie-breaking vote. I don't know if the Senate calls order, like the vice president does ordinary work in the Senate when they're doing votes. I think it's only to cast a tie-breaking vote, I think. What does it do for the RK Jr. chances? I imagine it can only help or do nothing, because now everybody will kind of look and reconsider like who they're voting for. Like some percentage of Democrats might reanalyze their decision now, and so a lot of them are going to look at RFK. Not a lot, but like a decent chunk of people look at RFK. Probably nobody will look at Trump, and then some people might not vote. And then there's a lot of people that might now want to vote. Maybe, who knows? Like I said, it's all an open thing, you know.
Nice. Oh, why aren't I doing that? Wait.
What will be the main talking point of MAGA against Kamala? I imagine something to do with California. It would have been similar to for Newsom. That would be my guess. Actually, true. Metal. Oh, fuck. Could we? Okay, record this prediction so if I'm right. Okay, it's based. Okay. I bet Donald Trump is going to say that this pick is anti-democratic and he doesn't support that poor Biden is being robbed of his nomination, just like Bernie Sanders is, and he's going to use that as an excuse to skip any debate with Kamala Harris. And he's not going to do any future debates with her, so that he doesn't have to look like a fucking clown on stage. Oh shit.
That might be true.
He's already saying that? Wait, fuck, wait, like where? I heard last week that he resigned at this exact time and date. It was widespread knowledge in DC. The real powers that be are discarding the old puppet and fear. Oh, this is Elon. Oh, fucking Elon. I heard from a few people that that Biden was for sure stepping down. I think I've 4 different people tell me that with connections to DC, but it was over the past week, and then they've all of them have like gone back and forth on it. So, but I'm not like ultra well connected to DC, so I don't know. Maybe there was chatter, maybe there wasn't. Maybe people were just talking shit. I have no idea. I don't know how many people actually know, or if anybody knew before yesterday. I'm not sure. Thanks, Blue John. Other than Kamala Harris, who else could be a competitor against Trump? Well, the reason why Kamala Harris probably has to be next is oh wait, fuck. The reason why it probably has to be Kamala Harris is because for logistical reasons she can inherit all the campaign funds. Although that isn't necessarily like crucial because they could toss it all to super PAC and run ads that way. But so logistically probably has to be. But I think like morally or ethically or on brand.
Yeah, same way Elon just dumped into
I think that
well, no, all that money
it probably looks really bad for you to skip over your vice president and say that we're going to pick somebody else when it's like that's the vice president. Yeah, I don't know. Do you think it's 100% about Biden's age, or is any of his other positions influence this decision? I think it literally just comes down to that debate, unfortunately. Do you think there's anything to be gained from Biden stepping down from being president now and letting Kamala become the current president? It would probably add a lot of responsibility to Kamala. It'd probably add a lot of drama to the race that they don't need. It'd probably be good for her to focus on running rather than like making her the president and everything too, yeah. The talking conservatives about Biden being anti-democratic is so critical. Conservatives have no valid opinion on anything related to government, democracy, or anything else. Most conservatives know the three branches of government. Most conservatives really want three branches. So don't ever listen to a conservative's critique on this. Same with progressives as well. They have nothing of value to contribute to the conversation. Only people whose opinions you care about are DNC party member opinions or people that are like strong Democratic voters. Conservatives don't matter. They don't have a concern of the party or the country at the front of their mind. And progressives don't really care either. A lot of them are liberal. They just want to like shoehorn in their own progressive candidate. So like people like Jenk and Anna, their opinions on this aren't really valid. They don't matter. Jenk himself said before he wasn't going to vote for Biden before the debate before, so it didn't matter. So.
I'm wrong. I thought Jenk said he
Opinions on Pete Buttigieg as a nominee. Personally, I really like Pete, but I don't know if everybody's drawn to that aesthetic. There's a weird, I don't know how to say this. In the United States, I think for gendered roles for men, I think intelligence is not as highly valued as like charisma or something. There's like a presence. I don't know how to explain it. But like having somebody step up and be like knowing all the stats and figures and blah blah blah. I don't think that Americans value that as much. That's a trait that I value a lot. I hold that trait very hard. That's why I like Pete so much in the last primaries. But I remember seeing I don't remember it was polls or maybe just articles. People were saying they didn't like Pete because he's too elitist. Like he speaks 4 languages. Wow, look at this guy. He's so smart. Oh my god, right? People didn't like that. They actually they just weren't a fan of that. So I don't know if I don't know if Pete would ever be appealable to that. And then also the minority vote is a very important component of the Democratic process for the Democrat Party. And Pete's gay, so he'd be a first husband. So that would be
invest in
that'd be a thing.
Education. Oh, I know. Fuck. I actually completely forgot about this tab. It's not like I can really do much anyway.
Good VP pick, I think, matters a lot here.
I can do this.
I feel like you have to have it has to be somebody to shore up one of the important states, right? What are the important states right now? What is it like? It's like Michigan. What is it like? Michigan, Arizona, Pennsylvania. What are the ones that are like that people are considering like the big ones? Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Gretchen is, dude. This would be such an aggressive ticket. A woman VP and a black woman president. My God.
Yeah, I don't think it would.
Opinion on female candidate versus a man. Will people be misogynistic? I mean, I think it plays a little bit. I think race and misogyny play a little bit into it. But then together, you got your intersectional dynamics. But I mean, I don't know. Who knows? You know, Hillary destroyed Trump in the popular vote. Obama, had record turnout for his election. That was a woman. That was a black man. Maybe it doesn't matter as much. Maybe we're, in a way, as much as it triggers people in the left, I think we're kind of past that stuff a little bit. Like,
I think it's possible. I just don't know. I would hope so. He's right on those two. But this is another new hurdle. Like, it's like... Yeah.
I feel like the Conservative Party today...
Imagine protesting that you don't want votes.
It's so interesting to see how the political and cultural landscape changes in the country. I think that the Conservative Party today doesn't really manifest racism the same way that it kind of did 20 years ago, and it doesn't really manifest sexism the same way either. You have people that, like, I feel like now the focus is on trans people. Like, that's the thing that people are so incensed about on the right. And then you have, I don't know if the gendered stuff I just feel like it hasn't been as part of as much of like mainstream Republican discourse. But also, this is like going by what I see on media networks and everything too. Maybe there is like a lurking feeling that is kind of like creeping somewhere that just hasn't come out. We're not sure. Hillary won the popular vote. You never mentioned that. I feel like I've said that twice today. And I feel like I mentioned it literally every single time. But when you hear from these supposed centrists that they just can't vote for Biden because of his age, I'm curious on what their excuse will be when they still vote for Trump anyways. Well, keep in mind, it's interesting, like, the centrists online, some of these centrists online are always conservative. 90% of them are conservative. They just, for some reason, well, no, it's not for some reason, because they don't have the aesthetic of being nonpartisan, so they won't say it, but... I think, oh man, I hope Kamala gets her debate with Trump.
I don't think so. I think at this point, Trump will just...
Is it fair and also soy to realize that women voters are basically our last line of defense from turnkey tyranny? I think women are an important vote. It's very funny to me to listen to some people in the United States talk about how worthless and I think it's mainly the left that does this, right? The left will say shit like voting doesn't matter. I'm sorry, when I say the left, I mean the far left. Voting doesn't matter. Who cares? Nobody gives a fuck. Your vote doesn't mean anything. And then on the right, they're like, we have to find everything we can to ban voting in as many ways as possible. No mail-in ballots, gerrymander like crazy, no early voting, cancel the vote right. Like on the broad part, and on the right, there's so much focus on like how do we restrict voting as much as possible, as many ways as possible. On the left, like I don't think voting matters. Probably doesn't matter at all. Who cares? No one cares. It's like interesting. Yeah.
Why are you?
I was gonna say from real life experience too. It was very interesting going online and see. And again, it might just be the city we were in, but especially online, especially white people talking about how irrelevant voting is and it doesn't solve the issues for minorities and people that matter. Whew, when we went door knocking in what was the city? Savannah? No, no, not Columbus. What was the state we were in? It was in Georgia. What was the city we were in? Somebody tell me. Was it Columbus? Savannah. It was the one that we did for the. It was the first big door knocking thing. We still had Doug AK with us. It might have been Columbus. I remember walking when we were walking door to door to make sure that people were registered to vote. Oof, those black people they knew all of their shit. I didn't go up to a single fucking household. When I knocked, they were like, hey, just make sure you guys know, like, baby, I registered, blah, blah, blah. I dragged my husband down the blah, 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 blah. All of them, every single fucking door that I went to, every older black couple, all of them were registered to vote. All of them knew exactly when the voting dates were. All of them knew who they were voting for. It was a really big deal. I don't know how many other people came camping with us in Columbus, but yeah, they all had their shit on that. I was like, damn.
Or I just unlock? Fuck me. I can't pay attention.
Your favorite RFK Jr. being allowed to debate? He's both pretty high. Like, you got a big company, to be honest. I don't like how much waste time.
It used to be all right there. I don't know how to add mutual.
Also, I'm sorry, but if you're somebody who's like moaning about Biden's like mental performance or whatever, and you want to vote for the liberal brainworms candidate, get the fuck out of here, okay?
Financial district. Watch my GDP go crazy.
You think there could be such a thing as a true centrist? When I think of like, it just depends on what a centrist means. It really comes down definitionally. Like I think there are some definitions where I'd be included as a centrist. So for instance, I've got some positions on the left, some on the right, generally on the left though. And then some people consider me centrist in that I'm not politically partisan. Like I have a core system of values and nothing there are general political beliefs. And then most of them step on the left. But then in other ways, it was like you're absolutely not a centrist, super partisan. Because right now I'm basically vote blue no matter what. Basically, when it comes to Trump's administration, people support him. I would vote for almost any Democrat conceivable over Donald Trump. So now we'd be like, well, you're not a centrist at all. It really just depends on what you mean when you say centrist. And then other people are just too scared to take a position on anything, or they don't know anything. So like, oh, I don't prefer anybody, or they're carrying water for conservatives. I think that this is more commonly a pundit thing, like an online thing, than like an actual voter thing. I don't know if I hear ordinary citizens do this as much, but I hear a lot of online content creators do this. We're like, oh yeah, I'm centrist. I'm nonpartisan. But every single thing they do is in support of Trump and in opposition to Biden. So it's like, gun to your head, RFK or Trump. I think from what I've seen and from what I understand right now, without doing more research, I think it's an easy vote for RFK. It's an easy vote for RFK. He comes off to me as like being very conspiratorial. I really don't like his foreign policy positions. But it feels like he does have respect for like rule of law and democracy, and he like kind of wants to move the country in like a positive direction. Or what he considers to be a positive direction. I don't think Trump wants to move the country in a positive direction. I think if he does, it's a byproduct of him satisfying his own narcissism. Trump's primary concern always has been and always will be himself. Oh man, I saw a clip of this really smart young guy talking about how he was saying that if Abraham Lincoln was running today for president, he would be able to do it because the only thing TV does is allows narcissists basically to run for president, and the television and entertainment destroys Americans' ability to pick good candidates. Kind of. Hold on, let me find this clip. That was pretty interesting.
Some people, the ultimate goal in life has been becoming president of the United States. Would you like to be the president of the United States?
I really don't believe I would, but I would like to see somebody as the president who could do the job. There are very capable people in this country.
Most people who are capable are not running for office. Most men are frightened of politics today.
It is a shame, isn't it?
Yes.
It is a shame. The most capable people are not necessarily running for political office, and that is a very sad commentary on the country. They had major corporations and they had this and that, but they are not running for political office.
Why wouldn't someone like yourself run for political office? You have all the money that you possibly need. You've accomplished a great deal, even though you are only 34. I know there's a lot of things that you possibly can do in the years ahead. Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life. And I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but maybe unpopular, wouldn't necessarily have a chance of getting elected against somebody with no great brain but a big smile. And that's a sad commentary for the political process.
Television, in a strange way, has ruined that process, hasn't it?
It's hurt the process very much. I mean, the Abraham Lincolns of the world. Abraham Lincoln would probably not be electable today because of television. He was not a handsome man and he did not...
Interesting. Look at Gavin Newsom tweet. Which tweet? Why don't you stand on if Trump wins, all minorities and LGBT members will be in camps? When I go full states, I'll be Trump ruining our democracy. Because I don't know if he would put all minorities or LGBT people in camps. I don't think Trump hates minorities or LGBTQ members. I think he's got really stupid views on immigration, and he's got really stupid views on immigrants. And he's got probably just whatever the bog standard conservative views are on trans people. But my issues with Trump don't have to do with like IPPOL stuff. They have to do with like American like democratic institution stuff. Jesus Christ. Why does the whole trans discourse seem overblown and inorganic? Is it possible that the whole narrative was designed to cause chaos? No, I think the trans narrative comes from the fact that conservatives have no policy and no platform to run on, so they have to focus on niche social issues because it's literally the only thing they have to talk about, and it's the only thing that energizes their base. If you envision like a fascist as like an ultranationalist authoritarian, then the only thing that a fascist needs to talk about are things related to ultranationalism, so like tariffing everybody, being highly protectionist, things talking about just the country being the best of the world and we need to get away from everything else, and then talking about how you basically like an emperor or dictator, right? These are the only two things that the Republican Party basically focuses on. Things like policy and shit, nobody really gives a fuck.
Okay.
Just going through tweets.
You know what?
Did you see the leak publishing Arcane Trump? I haven't listened to it now. I saw headlines about the call, but I haven't I didn't listen to it. Democrats should nominate Mitt Romney, according to Aaron Sorkin. Jesus. Trump seems quite friendly to RFK Jr. in the call, more so than he publicly shows. Yeah, because he probably wants to get RFK on his good side, because RFK is a reasonably popular candidate. The only thing you want is for RFK to peel voters off the Democrat side. You don't want him to peel voters off of you, right? So of course he wants to be on his good side. Daddy Destiny doesn't know what he's talking about. What are you talking about? Immigration is a massive issue that energizes the Republican base way more than trans issues. No. The Republican Party doesn't care about immigration or immigration reform or anything to do with immigration. The only thing the Republican Party cares about are pictures at the border if they think that there's like a new caravan coming. That's it. Republicans have no concept of immigration. They don't even know what's wrong with their border right now. They didn't give a fuck when Trump killed legislation in the House to fix our border issues. Like, Republicans only care about it as a talking point, and they only care about it when they're like scary pictures of it. But otherwise, Republicans have no desire, no concept of what's going on, no ideas for how to fix anything. Like, it's just, yeah. Any chance to open up the nomination, or is it Harris for sure? It would be really weird to open up the nomination. It's not impossible, but man, it feels like if Joe Biden is tweeting this that he's endorsed Kamala, then the DNC's probably decided to throw the weight behind Kamala, which means she's probably going to be the pick going forward. I doubt they would pivot from here to an open or contested convention or an open convention. Otherwise, Biden would just like release all his delegates or something, right? At Destiny, just admit the House bill just gave more money to process immigrants. Nothing to stop the number coming over. One, you're being factually wrong, and then two, you're factually wrong because the bill allowed the government for the first time to put a cap on people coming over seeking asylum if the numbers were hitting too high of a mark. You don't know that though, because all you've ever heard are Republicans lie to you and say that the bill basically made it so 5,000 a day could come over, ignoring the fact that there are many days where far over 5,000 come over, and the bill allowed them to cap it at 5,000. So at most, only 5,000 people could do an asylum seek per day. Whereas right now, sometimes 10,000 or more will seek it. Yeah, but you heard that. You heard that probably from a centrist candidate, or not candidate, some centrist pundit or Republican pundit that said, oh, they wanted 5,000 a day, we're not realizing that was a cap minimum. Give us one of your right-wing views.
Right-wing views that I fucked you up. Ooh. Let's increase our standard a little bit. Just because
I think the whole anti-immigration thing is an innate ethno-nationalism thing. The reason they focus on illegal immigration is because the social and political climate is not ready for them to be outright with their feelings, so they don't want more racial aliens living in their country. I don't know. Racism and how it manifests and everything in the Republican Party is very interesting. I don't, just from like the broad stuff I see, even from pretty far right commentators, like if I'm thinking like Daily Wire people, I don't usually see much like outright racial rhetoric. Sometimes I do when it comes to like crime in cities, or people will flirt with kind of like anti-black stuff. But I think it's very telling that when you look into far right racist groups, or like alt-right and far right in the US, these groups are way more ethnically diverse than they used to be, which is very funny and very interesting, right? You've got Nick Fuentes doing content with who's that, the Black Cringe rapper dude? But like your neo-Nazi movements in the United States are incredibly ethnically diverse. Compared to, but I don't watch a lot of Fox News. I don't listen to OAN. I don't know how big OAN is anymore. I'm not sure. Didn't they just have a meltdown over RNC speakers? So on Twitter, there was a huge meltdown over the Indian wife thing. I can't tell how much of it. It's really, really hard. It's interesting because I feel like Twitter went from being, this is not this is an appropriate graph. If this is real life, if this line represents the flow of real life, I feel like in like 2010, like social media is like way out here, so not representative. And then like as times changed and we hit probably the peak around from like 2018 to 2022, Twitter is like hitting more kind of like Bernie Sanders has to disavow activity on Twitter because like all his fans and like the Justice Dems, everybody like pulling tweets and having people be big on Twitter and social media and playing Among Us on Twitch is a really big deal. And now I feel like Twitter is pulling off like sharply from reality. And I don't know if it's because of the bonding situation or if it's because of all of the paid by Russia influencers like Tim Pool and everybody that are giving like all the anti-American standard talking points to try to sow this into chaos. I don't know, but I feel like Twitter has become, I don't know if it's over the past year. I feel like when Elon first bought it, I don't think that it was even bad in Elon's first few months after acquisition, but something is Twitter just feels very strange. I will say though, that could also just be because of the political circles that I run in, or the people I fight with too. Maybe maybe other people's feeds look significantly different than mine, or Rickety Rocket is just come into the country through the right channels. Too much to ask for, Destiny. I'll say this one time. There's a quick thing, okay? Also, remember, if you are a liberal, okay, conservatives do not care about democracy, all right? They do not engage in good faith. Remember, when a conservative gives an argument, he's playing with it. It's fun. This is a fun activity and a fun action for him. The actual argument, what's being said in the conclusions of arguments don't actually matter. They play in it and they delight in you trying to grapple with them in some intellectually consistent or rigorous manner. They don't care. It's all a joke to them. None of these people give a fuck about the country, about America, about the structure of the country, anything else, okay? It's all just a joker game to them. This is conservatism 101. In the United States right now, as of now, this is conservatism 101. So the answer, the factual answer that I'll give to you, but it's not going to change your mind or any conservative mind because you don't care, is the big issue that we have right now with immigration. The huge issue that we have right now is the fact that you can walk up to the border and claim asylum. That's the big issue right now. The reason why it's impossible right now for the government to do anything is because of the laws on the books. If an immigrant comes up to the border and they say we want to seek asylum, you basically have to cut them a ticket and say, okay, well, here's your hearing. It's in like 2 years because we've got like 1 million, 2 million, 3 million cases backed up right now. The legislation that was originally written by Senator Langford that was proposed in the House that Democrats and Republicans initially were supporting. We're going to increase the amount of funding, increase the amount of judges available for asylum processes, increase on funding for border security, cap potentially the maximum number of asylum seeking per day if it exceeded a certain amount. This was supposed to deal with the asylum seeking problem. But the issue is Donald Trump called up the Republicans, and none of what I'm saying right now is open. You watch the videos. Donald Trump basically called and said, you guys can't support this. I need the border to remain open until election day because conservatives don't care about the country. They don't care about the health of any of the people here. They only care about holding on to power right now. So the Republicans pulled their support from the bill. Again, we watched Ted Cruz say even before he read it, he didn't support it. And now after he's read it, he definitely support it. But they all pulled their support from the bill because nobody wants to backstab Daddy Trump because Trump will destroy your career, as he's done to multiple politicians in the past. And all Republicans want to talk about when it comes to border security is building the wall and building the wall and making the wall taller and helping border security. But it doesn't matter right now. You don't need a wall. It's not doing anything because people aren't sneaking into the country. People aren't tearing down the wall. They're not climbing over. They're just going up to a border patrol and saying like, hey, can I seek asylum? Oh, you have to accept me. Thanks. Give me a ticket. I'm going to hang out here while I wait for my case. And then boom, you're done. You can have the most Terminator T7000 whatever fucking wall you want. It doesn't matter. Just walk up to a border agent and seek asylum. That's the big issue right now. That's why shit is so fucked right now. But yeah.
Easy.
Thoughts on Alan Lichtman's election model and the Biden dropped out. I don't do much with the 12 keys guy. I've heard him talk about it before. But the...
Same time for Raisha. Raisha?
Hold on.
Raisha?
He's on, I think when he talks about the key thing, he says that as long as it's Kamala running, that they can still inherit like the incumbent key or something else. But yeah. You just paraphrase his quote from, is it Sart? Is that how you pronounce his name? About anti-Semites and applied to. Yeah, that's the quote that I had in mind. Congratulations. Why is it that all of a sudden over the last decade you're hearing about the seeking asylum thing? Did something change on this question? I don't know, actually. When I was doing immigration research, I never looked at that question. I don't know what changed significantly because it seems like this vulnerability was always open. Maybe just nobody knew about it, nobody was taking advantage of it.
Don't care about this.
Now unclear what his next moves will be. Bear in mind, he is still being treated for COVID-19. His doctor releasing a statement just a couple of hours ago saying that his condition had significantly improved, but not suggesting that he was ready yet to leave self-isolation. Normally, if COVID wasn't involved at the end of the weekend, he would be heading back to the White House.
But now you've seen the men behind the curtain. Do they look wise to you? No, they were never that wise. And you outsiders, you rebels, you were wiser. So look, on the Young Turks, we started saying this over a year ago. Oh my God, Joe Biden is out. We did it. So first of all, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Down goes Joe Biden. Okay, I'm not going to do the whole thing because we're going to talk about victory for sure, but we're also going to talk about grace, and we're also going to talk about the future. Did he name a successor? That is super important. What should we do next? Incredibly important. I have my strong thoughts on it. You're not going to be surprised by that. So I'm going to say that for a minute now, okay? First of all, I've got a bunch of people to thank in terms of who made this happen. That's for the victory part. But overall, I will say this. As the self-appointed leader of the rebel forces within the Democratic Party to oust Joe Biden, I declare victory. So now this is not victory against Joe Biden. This is a victory for reason, logic, and for the Democratic Party to actually win this race, which now that Joe Biden has dropped out, we go from massive underdogs to all of a sudden, overnight, back to the favorites. And so this is going to dawn on people over the next day or two. And then they're going to think, my God, what were we thinking? Why were we choosing to lose this race? So now that Joe Biden has made the right choice, we'll talk about grace for him as well. But first, a quick victory lap. And guys, this is really important. The victory lap isn't for me. It's for you. And let me explain. There's real merit to that. And there's something super important to learn from that. So who were the first people to say that Joe Biden was the wrong candidate? The people that were right first. They were all outsiders. Because the insiders are invested in keeping the status quo. They're already at the very top. They already got there through the people who are at the top who gave them those positions. They're invested in the status quo. But outsiders are not. Outsiders can see things a little bit more clearly. They're not inside that DC bubble or the Democratic Party bubble. So to all the outsiders who over a year ago said, he's not the right candidate. The American people think he's too old, and in fact, he is too old. We've got to get a new dynamic ticket that can actually beat Trump. The outsiders within the Democratic Party were the ones who actually believed that we could defeat Donald Trump all along, and the ones who wanted to defeat Donald Trump the most all along, the ones who believed that democracy actually is on the line most of all. So the insiders were like, democracy is on the line, but you know what? Let's just go with 81-year-old that even at that time, 7 out of 10 Americans thought wasn't mentally well enough to be president. Come on. The debate, guys, didn't all of a sudden create a Joe Biden that was in this bad of shape. It just revealed a Joe Biden that was this bad of shape. But the outsiders and the second group, the rebels, and oftentimes these days, of course, those are the same. But those two folks, set of people, made all the difference because they didn't have to listen to authority. And this is what we've been telling you all along, guys, which is that the people inside the Democratic leadership, the same is true of Republican leadership, the same is true of a lot of politicians and a lot of leadership. They don't know any better than you do. There's all this marketing and hoopla around, oh, the wise men of the Democratic Party. We have to listen to leadership. We should always, remember voters, do not use your own mind. Do not use your own judgment. Instead, substitute it for the mind and the judgment of Democratic leadership because they are so wise. But now you've seen the men behind the curtain. Do they look wise to you? No, they were never that wise.
Wait, doesn't this make them wise by choosing the right choice?
And you outsiders, you rebels, you were wiser. So look, on the Young Turks, we started saying this over a year ago. Already at that point, his polling was disastrous, the views on his age were disastrous, and his favorability was nearly unrecoverable. And that's what I've been saying all along, and Anna's been saying it, and so many people on the Young Turks, and our audience has been saying it. That's the most important part. Because guys, 10 months ago, I asked our paying members, because they're the core of the community, and they put their money where their mouth is, etc., and they're at our best, we're their voice. So I asked them, guys, what do you want me to do? If I run, it's crazy. Everybody knows it's crazy. You know, I'm not born inside the country, and I think I can get past that. Could we get past it in one cycle, or would we have to sue a couple of times to win that civil right? But yes, the people not born here should be able to run. But of course, there was going to be a giant barrier. I was honest about it. And then we're outsiders, not elected Democrats, talk shows, etc. I mean, it was an overwhelming hurdle. And I said, that's not. But you guys know that's not the point. The point of running against Joe Biden was to show his weakness, so that other Democratic governors and candidates would come in, and we would be able to rescue the Democratic Party and beat Donald Trump. And when I asked our members, they voted overwhelmingly, 76-24, saying yes. Go in the race, and we'll back you. And they did back me. And did we make a difference? Well, look, guys, obviously we didn't win the race. But what did I tell you? Get caught trying. And when we got into the race, and I say we because it was all of us, I said, you never know what happens when you try. So did we try and we won the presidency? Of course not. But did we try and make some difference? Did we move the ball to some degree? I know I tried my damnedest because you sent me in. And you're my boss. If you're a member of the Young Turks, you're my boss. Hit the join button below. Become my boss. Because again, at my best, it's an honor to be your voice. And you guys told me, I asked you, and you told me, go, do this desperate attempt, break glass in case of emergency. Because 10 months ago, you knew we were in an emergency. And you were right. You were right. Don't let them ever gaslight you. Look at this example. Don't trust the man behind the curtain. Trust your own judgment. Pick the best candidate for you. And these politicians mainly serve their own interest, not our interest. Always remember that. And this is going to turn out to be accidentally a great moment for at least Democratic voters to begin to realize that. Okay, now, let's give grace to Joe Biden. Now, look, do I think he's the world's greatest politician? And do I think he's FDR 2.0? I'm never going to lie to you, so I'm not going to tell you that I believe those things when you know I don't believe those things. Do I think that his record was phenomenal and the greatest in our lifetimes as all this hype around Biden was earlier? No, I don't. I think he left a lot of things undone, okay? And am I impressed by his 50-some-odd year career in Washington? Not really. I'm not a fan of career politicians. And I've been clear about his ego, etc. So you're wondering what kind of race is this? But guys, credit where credit is due. What you do at the end matters. It matters a lot, and maybe it matters the most. So first, also some credit to Joe Biden on some of the things he did get done. Now, you remember, he's the one who pushed Obama to say that gay marriage should be legal. He did that back in 2013. As always with these establishment Democrats, so I wish they'd done it decades earlier, yes. Did I ask them to do it decades earlier? Yes. But I'll take it when they get there. And Joe Biden got there before Obama. He got there before every other Democratic leader, so I appreciate it, okay? And so, look, I know it's such a low bar, negotiating drug prices. He's negotiated 1, maybe up to 10 by 2016. I've told you 100 times. That's not nearly good enough. There's tens of thousands left. But it's one better than the Republicans. The Republicans say do not negotiate any drug prices. Make sure that the drug companies have their monopolies and that we're never allowed to touch it, and screw the free markets. We don't want them, right? And Joe Biden said, well, on 1 to 10 drugs, we do want them. And he at least began that process. He took the first step. It's not anywhere near the gigantic step that mainstream media points it out to be, but it is a first step. I'll take every win. Speaking of which, 15% minimum tax on corporations. That's a gigantic difference from the Republicans. Yes, the OECD and the international community started that, but Joe Biden did get it passed. Credit where credit is due. So, and then, look, there are good parts of the infrastructure bill, good parts of the semiconductor bill, and there are also parts we have to be careful about. But they moved the ball forward a little bit. But there's couple of great things that he did. Child tax credit in the first COVID relief bill. And then, most importantly, and the one that was maybe the most surprising, was significant climate change legislation in those bills. Now, guys, again, I'm always going to be honest with you, so there's no puffery here, right? So do I think Joe Biden got most of his agenda done? No, I don't. He got about 15% of his agenda done. But also context. I think Obama got only about 5% of his agenda done. And I don't think that President Obama in 8 years tried as hard as Joe Biden did in the first 2 years. And you can tell because the proof's in the pudding. Because Joe Biden got about 15% of his agenda passed 3 times as much in my estimation. But we follow this very closely, and we track it together with you guys, right? So I think that he got about 50% of his agenda through. Okay, a lot better than previous Democrats. So, but most importantly, whether you think it was late or not, and of course not, you know that I think it was. But most importantly, he did it. He did the right thing. When someone does the right thing at the end, you know what you say? Thank you. So my job in news is to be honest with you guys and give you the full context, and I just did. Biden's got great upsides, great downsides, but guys, now that he is out of the race, we don't need to rub it in anymore. You don't need to go after the guy. You don't need to say ha-ha to him and his allies and the people who kept him in. Just take the win. And for progressives out there, and for Democrats, I say this so often. Sometimes a Republican will agree with you. Well, I don't know if I like that guy, so I might not take the win. No, take the win. When someone offers you a win, please take it. And in fact, I even said online yesterday to partly encourage him, partly to do the right thing, and partly to show respect and love for the Biden supporters within the Democratic Party. Because you got to remember, they're not bad people. They were misled. And they really thought all along that Joe Biden was the best candidate. They believe Democratic leadership. They believe Morning Joe. They believe mainstream media. They believe The View. And they're good people. And they really believe Joe Biden was the best candidate. And we love them. And you don't want to rub that in at all. You want to bring them in and say, look, guys, now we're all on the same team. Let's go win. Let's go do the thing that you say you wanted most, we want most, which is to beat Donald Trump, preserve democracy, and get legislation that, please, I beg of you, that actually helps the average person. Let's get on that team together as Democrats. So let's show grace to Biden. And finally, like I said, I even said yesterday, let's give him a standing ovation when he gets out. Now, I can't move the camera, so this is going to be incredibly silly and corny. I got you. And you should do it right. You should do it better. You should go outside wherever you are right now, record yourself, giving him a standing ovation, and put it on social media. If you don't want to do it, no problem. But if you want to thank Joe Biden for doing the right thing when it mattered most, then do that. We're going to get to the future in 1 second, but I'm going to follow through on my promise. Here's to Joe Biden. I know it's corny, but thank you, brother. Thank you. If he'd gone in all the way, we definitely would have lost to Trump. And at least he's with plenty of time left, with enough time left, Joe Biden has exited. Now, let me read you 2 things from a statement that are so important because it affects whether we're who we're going to have as our new candidate. And that's super important. Guys, you know, normally when I do the lives, I try to call out all the super chats and all the new member signups. I'm going to do my best later after I get through most of the news. But I want to thank all of you that are doing that. It's so important to us. It's you guys who allowed us to be a strong voice for sanity. So please hit the join button below. Become one of the Young Turks. Be the people that make these decisions along with us. Okay. So Biden wrote in a letter on Instagram, while it has been my intention to seek re-election, I believe it is in the best interest of my party and my country for me to stand down and focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term. So wonderful, he's staying in as president, dropping out as candidate. So that's the part that basically I told you, but I wanted to share his words. Now, the important part, the most important part. Quote, I want to thank Vice President Kamala Harris for being an extraordinary partner in all this work. That's devastating for Kamala Harris. You understand what happened there? He says, I want to thank her for her, for her being an
Jank, reload the page, Jank.
Extraordinary partner. He didn't say Kamala Harris should be the new nominee. Him not saying that is basically the Biden team screaming it shouldn't be Kamala Harris. That is extraordinary that he did not say it should be Kamala Harris. I thought our best case scenario, because I believe in being the strongest candidate, that's what we're going to get to. I'm going to explain what this Run DNC shirt is in a second. But I thought our best case scenario for the rebel forces were that he would say, of course, I think that it should be my Vice President Kamala Harris who's the nominee.
Jank,
but
reload the page,
I also believe that my delegates should get to decide that in an open convention. I would have considered that a giant victory. This was more than that. This was better than that. He didn't even say it should be Kamala Harris. Did he say that it should be anyone else? No, he did not name anyone else. So now we got an open ball game, guys. Hashtag open convention. Hashtag dream ticket. Look, I do some things that I think that if they catch on might be really helpful. But internet is what it is. Some things catch on, some things don't. I don't invest my ego into it. But one of the things that I would love to catch on is hashtag dream ticket, where you show side-by-side pictures of your dream ticket, whatever they might be within the Democratic Party. Well, the reason I would love for that to go viral on social media is because I want people imagining different Democrats together and getting excited about it. I don't want more anointing. Look at what anointing has brought us. It has brought us calamity and disaster. Trusting Democratic leadership has cost this party and this country untold harm. It's caused untold harm. It causes unbelievable damage. So what are we doing? They said, "Oh, Hillary Clinton, we're positive. Well, we should have very few debates. We should put them on the most unwatched nights. We should funnel money secretly to Hillary Clinton's campaign because we're positive." They said that Hillary Clinton would beat Donald Trump. Well, they were wrong then. They said this time around that Joe Biden would be the best candidate against Donald Trump. They were comically wrong. Democratic leadership is always wrong. Do not let them anoint anyone. And there'll be tons of elitists that you will see all across mainstream media now. Remember, they have self-interest. The people who are on Team Kamala Harris or or the different teams that form. Sometimes are around racial groups, gender groups, other kinds of groups, insider groups, DNC groups. There's tons of different groups that stand to benefit if it's Kamala Harris or someone else. And if they're in a group where they stand to benefit if it's Kamala Harris, they're more likely to get hired inside the campaign, more importantly, hired inside the White House. Those people will be all over TV, all over mainstream media. It's got to be Kamala Harris. It would be very offensive if it wasn't Kamala Harris. You're insulting black voters, South Asian voters. Come on, really? Female voters. They'll pretend all those. They'll pretend to speak for minorities. They'll pretend to speak for minorities, but they'll never show you a poll because they don't actually speak for those groups. They're speaking for themselves. Don't let them trick. It's not saying that Kamala Harris is a disaster and that she shouldn't be our candidate. I think that lately she's done way better. You know us, we're the most honest show in America. So if I thought Kamala Harris was not the right person, I'd say, no, don't go anywhere near that, okay? And before, I was very concerned about her word salads, and that was real. But these days, she's been giving good speeches. She looks solid. I understand the record for her, etc. But she's got to earn it. If you say, well, she was already vice president, she earned it. No, that doesn't make any sense. Vice president is a title. It's a status. It doesn't really mean anything. Earning it is winning some sort of contest. Remember, Kamala Harris didn't win anything. Joe Biden won barely, when all of the establishment candidates coalesced around him to barely beat out Bernie Sanders. And then he just picked Kamala Harris. I'm sorry, but it's true of Dan Quayle, it's true of Mike Pence, J.D. Vance, it's true of all the vice presidential picks. They were picked by the person that had the ticket. They were anointed. They didn't actually win anything. The number one problem we had with Joe Biden was that he was not tested. That's why I ran against him. That's why you guys sent me in to try to make a difference. Because we knew he wasn't tested and we knew he couldn't pass the test. And so the minute he got tested in debate, you saw with your own eyes what we've been saying all along. So let's not make the same mistake again and say, let's not test our candidate. No, for God's sake, test the candidate. So we need an open convention. We need to pick the two best people, but it is entirely possible that Kamala Harris would win in that convention. Remember, she's the vice president, and to the Joe Biden delegates, that means a lot. And she'll make the argument that those are not Biden delegates, that they're Biden-Harris delegates. She can make any argument she wants, and she can win that argument. I don't mind that at all. But I need her to get the most delegates. If you're not tested at all, and if you go in as a heavy favorite, and then you can't win the most delegates, well, that's a test. And it's actually not that high a bar. It's a really low bar. You can claim those are Biden-Harris delegates, so then lock them up, get them to vote for you. But if you say they shouldn't even be able to vote, the last vestige we have of democracy within the Democratic Party at this late hour shouldn't be used. Instead, we should go back to the old broken system of having the wise men of the Democratic Party, the Democratic leadership, and maybe the donor class in a dark room somewhere we can't see, anoint Kamala Harris and anoint a new vice president. Well, then you missed the whole point of this saga. So look, I don't put it past the Democrats to do exactly that. That is exactly what they might be working on next. And by the way, you know who's likely to be in the ticket based on who's on TV. They don't send people on TV by accident. There's a whole choreographed dance behind the scenes as to how you get onto those Sunday talk shows. And guess who's all over TV this weekend? Pete Buttigieg. So if it's up to the corporate Democrats that run the Democratic Party, likely they'll put in Harris and Buttigieg. I'm not anywhere near convinced that's our strongest ticket. And again, they'll risk losing to Trump rather than testing their own candidates and trusting their own delegates. Now, if you're saying, hey, Jake, this is not a Democratic, we should have had a primary. Of course! I was in that primary. I really wish it was real. I really wish they hadn't canceled a lot of the elections. I really wish that they had done a debate. You would have known about Joe Biden so long ago. We would have already had a fantastic new ticket, and that would have went through a primary, and it wouldn't have included me. But I would have been super proud to have been part of that process. But they didn't run that process. They didn't run any process. So what we have left at this late hour is either a bunch of power players are going to pick behind the scenes and anoint someone who's probably, knowing their track record, the weakest possible ticket, or everyone is going to have the last bit of a fair process. Those delegates are very conservative. They're the most conservative Democrats in the country. Joe Biden's team handpicked them. There's barely any progressives on there at all. So don't worry, corporate donors. They're so afraid of letting go of the reins. They're like, what if they pick someone who doesn't want more tax cuts for the rich? Well, look, guys, don't worry. These are the corporate delegates. Don't worry. They're not going to...
Sorry, Jake. This is something that was retweeted by Elon Musk. Joe just dropped out. The Democratic elite corporate media. This is like, it's Joe's like... I'll just show you. Joe's like thing. Joe just dropped out. The Democratic elite corporate media and billionaire donors successfully pressured the candidate chosen by the Democratic primary voters to drop out because he's down in the polls and losing. Democrats destroy democracy in pursuit of power. That's what I'm annoyed with. Is going to be constantly appearing over this. What? GDP per capita. No, God, I hate people who bring up GDP per capita. It makes me want to fucking kill myself. It's so fucking stupid. God, it's so stupid. Because people don't understand that, like, the reason you're benefiting from GDP per capita is because not a lot of people live in where you are, and you produce a lot of things. If you just suck fucking Alberta out of Canada, guess what? You lose all of your exporting. All of your exporting is gone. And now you're just a small nation with resources. Like, no, God, I can't deal with Canadian politics now. Ugh, shut up. Brother, you're a paid Russian agent. What are you talking about?
I'm going to go rando and pick Bernie Sanders. And by the way, I mean, I know you don't actually believe in democracy, but what if they did pick a progressive? I mean, that would be a miracle on top of a miracle. But what, would you be angry then? Would you be like, oh no, I can't believe it. They picked someone that they think is the most likely to win instead of someone who'll serve me. Wow, you make a compelling case. That does sound really scary. So to me, that's an awesome outcome. And whoever wins this process is likely to be the strongest candidate and is the most likely to beat Donald Trump. So no matter who it is, just give us one last piece of democracy. As imperfect as it is to do this open convention, if the Democratic leadership does not do that, they'll be spitting in our face again. And by us, I don't just mean the country, I mean specifically Democratic voters. How much abuse can we take? How right can we be? 2/3 of Democrats wanted Joe Biden out today. And finally, we get our wish. So we've got to do an open convention. So guys, now one more time, I want to thank all the members that made the run possible, that made questioning Biden possible, and most importantly, guys, made the truth possible. So I was just at the RNC, and universally, they almost all said the same thing, which is we really don't agree with you, and we hate it when you insult Trump. And some of your views are the polar opposite of ours, but we respect you because you're honest. Yeah, and it shouldn't be the exception. In news, it should be the rule. But a lot of you know that it is the exception. But that exception is brought to you by the TYT members. Because without the members, we literally can't exist. Another digital media company went under just last week. So you guys are keeping us in business. We're one of the very few digital media companies left. And it's because of you. And I love you for it. And look at what you did. We were brave enough to be honest because you had our back, because we're standing on your shoulders. And I think it made a difference. And I'm so proud of it for you guys. So, all right, that's why you should hit the join button, tyt.com/team to support what we're doing. We appreciate you. Of course, the link will be in the description box. One last plug for us, but also for the open convention. What we try to do, guys, at TYT is set up win-wins, right? Get something that's going to be positive change in the world and maintain us at the same time, okay? And so that's why we keep coming to you guys. We don't have the giant corporate sponsors or the politicians to back us, and that's why we're free, to be honest. So this shirt, among other things, Run DNC. So the idea here is it's a fun little shirt. Obviously, you can consider it corny. We had it before as well. What it means is run the process at the DNC. Run a convention like we have for hundreds of years. Do not get scared off by scare tactics, which I'm going to explain in a second. But first, Navo, thank you for becoming a member. Monk, Celebio, these are too hard to read because they're going so fast. But thank you guys for the super chats. Thank you for becoming members. Eddie Rose, you as well, brother. Okay, and I like to see the TYT badges. That means they're members and they're giving us super chat. You guys are the best. Okay, so in terms of Run DNC, the idea is if you run the process, it's not at all scary. It's a convention like we've had for hundreds of years. And they're like, there's going to be chaos. Chaos of what? They're like, well, then you'll have one governor making an argument for themselves and other governors making an argument for themselves. And that sounds exactly like a democracy. I mean, it's a mini tiny one within the convention, but better than none. And it is going to be billions of dollars in free media coverage to the convention. If you have an open convention, it'll be the most exciting thing that anybody's ever seen. Io Silver, thank you for becoming a member. So why don't we want to do something? And you know what, it'll get more press attention to all the exciting Democratic candidates. How many people know that a Democrat has won the governorship of Kentucky twice? That's Andy Beshear. He's kicking ass in a red state. Okay, how many people know all the different accomplishments of Gretchen Whitmer, J.B. Pritzker, Gavin Newsom, kind of? Okay, and everybody's got their favorites and folks that they don't support as much. For me, Gavin Newsom, Pete Buttigieg are corporate slick dudes I've got no interest in, and I think they lower our chances of winning significantly. I was worried about Kamala Harris before. She hasn't done much as vice president. She hasn't been very great. She hasn't been very good on the stump at all until recently. So, but maybe she's changed. Maybe any of those guys can make a great case. But overall, let's run the DNC. Let's have a convention and have all of those people show the country why they're great. What's wrong with that? And they'll all be arguing about how good Democratic policies are. Well, I think this is a Democratic policy I favor. This is a great Democratic policy. Paid family leave, higher wages, universal health care. I mean, I don't know that anyone are going to do universal health care, but at least you'll get to hear that argument and have that argument associated with the Democratic Party. When they say chaos, that just means the donors aren't in charge for that brief moment, and it scares the crap out of them. Don't let them trick you. Chaos is actually what we've been doing for all these hundreds of years. It's not chaos at all. It's just a process where they're not fully in charge, which is a good thing, because the wisdom of the crown is better than the wisdom of a couple of donors and a couple of 98-year-old Democratic leaders in a back room somewhere. So be that wisdom. Fight for that open convention. You can get this at shoptyt.com. And we had one about enough malarkey, step aside, Joe, but that mission has been accomplished. Anyway, all the links are always in the description box below, shoptyt.com. And again, I can't keep up with all these, but Christopher Fournier, thank you for becoming a member. Celebu wrote in again saying Harris Bashir 2024. You fight for that. There's nothing wrong with the Kamala Harris Andy Bashir ticket. And so others of you will say, well, Westmoreland, Maryland is an amazing new young governor, has accomplished X, Y, Z. Make that case. Say Reverend Warnock, senator from Georgia, make a case for him. Josh Harris, popular governor in Pennsylvania. We absolutely need to win Pennsylvania. Gretchen Whitmer would probably deliver Michigan. Today, again, Miguel Reyes, thank you. Oh, somebody just writing in, one of our members, McKay writing in, Biden just endorsed Kamala. So I'll look into that. And if there's anything new, we'll let you guys know right away. You know the show's live Monday through Friday, 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern. Every 6 p.m. on a weekday. Come to us. We'll do all the news, and it's exciting. The live show is exciting. We give you breaking news, and there's so many things in there that you don't get in the clips. Thank you guys for all the shout outs. But if you put Gretchen Whitmer and Josh Shapiro together, maybe you easily deliver Michigan and Pennsylvania, and we win this thing. So there's a lot of exciting different tickets. And finally, this is not to beat up on Joe Biden, to give you a sense of the excitement that you should have now. There was a poll that just came out this morning where Joe Biden was not only losing Michigan by 7. Remember, he won by 150,000 votes last time. So he's way, way, way behind where he was last time. But guys, he was losing Detroit. He was losing Detroit to Trump. So now that's over. Thank you, Joe Biden, for doing the right thing. My point is, we're no longer losing Detroit. We're no longer losing Michigan. It's exciting. We get to pick a new Democratic ticket that can easily win this thing. And Donald Trump is not that popular. He's very, very unpopular. After the shooting, there was this mirage for about a week that Donald Trump was some sort of sainted figure. Yeah, I thought he acted brave on that day, but that doesn't mean I think his policies are good, or that he acted bravely or rationally when he was president, or that he'd be a better president now. I don't think. I mean, a new poll came out. His numbers are way up, but they're still in the 40s. In fact, the very low 40s. That is a very, very beatable candidate, and that's him at his height. As Biden collapsed and he was seen as heroic after the assassination attempt, and he still can't get past the low 40s. That is an eminently beatable person. We just have to pick the best Democrats, the strongest Democrats to face off against them. Oh, and one last link for you guys. tyt.com/open convention. Go sign that petition. That's arguably the most important one. Let's do what we always do at TYT. Take action together. Sitha333, thank you for you thank me for the amazing news coverage. I thank you guys for allowing me to do this news coverage. You guys are the best. You were right all along. Now let's go pick a new great ticket and win this thing. I love you guys. Make sure you're watching Monday through Friday, 6 o'clock Eastern. Thank you, 00, for gifting the memberships. You can also upgrade through the join button. Big day in America. Huge day in history. And if you're a Democrat, you should be super excited.
They just go to border crossing. My understanding is that's basically what's happening now. That the reason why the numbers have grown so much, and the reason why the apprehension rates have grown so much, like it used to be that I think you only catch like 50 or 60% of the people crossing, and that number's in the 90s now. And I think the reason why that number is so high is because I don't think as many people are trying to cross illegally. They just go up and seek asylum. Let me see if I can find this. It was in research, subjects, immigration. Oh fuck! Wait, I feel like I had links up here for this. There are no limits on the number of individuals who may be granted asylum each year, nor are there categorical limitations. Ordinarily, for U.S. immigration policy, we restrict the number of people coming based on certain countries being overrepresented, or we have hard caps. But the asylum process, there is no cap. It's so broken. Hold on. Oh shit, it might be this. No, fuck, this wasn't what I was looking for. Like, when people, if you're going to talk to somebody about border stuff, here's one thing, here's a heuristic that I would apply. How do you cap asylum? It's not known actually if you can cap asylum too. That's another challenge. For international law reasons and for U.S. law reasons. Here's a good heuristic when it comes to immigration as well. When somebody wants to talk about issues at the border and they give you one number and they build their entire argument off of one number, they probably don't have a good understanding of anything related to immigration. Because all of these numbers are like dependent on other things and they vary for a variety of reasons. So, for instance, looking at apprehensions at the border doesn't necessarily give you a good key into what's happening, because apprehensions going up could mean that less people are coming in, or apprehensions coming up could mean that just more people are trying to come in, so more apprehended. But there are more people as an absolute value that are coming in, or apprehensions going up. Or apprehensions going down, for instance, could mean, so I believe these are the numbers recently, so I can fact check here, look at this. But I believe like right now, I think that the apprehensions and everything aren't as relevant right now, even as a percentage of the people that I think are crossing, because again, people aren't trying to cross illegally, people aren't being apprehended cross illegally, they just walk up and claim asylum. So even if those numbers are going down, because I think right now, I think we're apprehending historically a very, very high percentage of the people trying to come over, but it doesn't matter because they just claim asylum, and then you're kind of like, fuck. Your ignorance on this topic is absurd, and you should switch topics. Oh, okay, no boy, my bad. If what you're saying is true, why is border control so anti-Biden? I assume they don't run asylum at all. I don't know. I have to find out what the reasons why. They might just be traditionally like a Republican supporter. There is one policy that Biden changed that I think Trump had a better policy on, and I think that was called, I think it was the Remain in Mexico thing, where I think in the United States, for a while if you came to seek asylum, while you waited for that to process, I think you had to wait in Mexico while it processed. But I think overall the amount of asylum seekers that influenced coming over, I think ended up being like 50,000. I don't think it was a big amount, but that would be like one thing that I think is probably better. Do I have anything on this? No, fuck. You should look more into Remain in Mexico. It was illegal, inhumane, and ineffective. Oh, okay. If I recall, the current international asylum agreement is called the Dublin Protocol. Yeah, but I mean, technically, the U.S. does have its own laws, so like we could technically make laws in contravention of international stuff, although it's probably not a good idea for a variety of reasons. But
any billing. Oh, I just need a university to be greater than.
That sounds like a very big deal, though. The way Mexico was saying the U.S. in your case. Yeah, but I don't think it caught that many people. I don't think that many people. Yeah. Why did Biden step down? I think well, one of the things that I said, I always say this when people talk about, like, because people ask me, like, oh, talk to the keys to the election guy. What about this? This predicts everything. People always say, like, XYZ predicts everything for the election. If you get these things, you win the election. Or this has mattered, this hasn't mattered. And I always say, one reason why I don't care about these things is that they matter until they don't. So historically, I think even historically, debates actually haven't mattered at all. Or rather, they don't change the needle much, except for when they do, I guess. So, like, for Kennedy Nixon, I think they might have. And I guess for this election, probably. I think that everything that's happened is just in response to that one debate that Biden had on stage with Trump. That would be my guess. Do you think that Kamala's presidency will live up to Biden's? I have no idea. Who knows? For the next 4 years, nobody knows what they're going to look like. I think it's obvious why asylum's not capped. It should be people running from persecution. Does he mention the issues in enforcement, sorting out who's legit? Yeah, I mean, like in a perfect world, but again, you can't even have these conversations because Republicans are deranged. But in a perfect world, asylum shouldn't be uncapped, right? Like, let's say that there was like some, like a cartel got a hold of a nuclear weapon and they're announcing they're gonna nuke fucking Tijuana or some shit, and like 50,000 Mexicans want to flee across the border and seek asylum for a month. Like, that should probably be okay. The problem though is that you're getting a lot of people, probably. I wonder if is there a link to like what are the asylum case approval rates? It feels like, based on this is just like news and shit I've read, I guess I don't know these numbers, but it feels like people are just seeking asylum because they just want to enter the United States. They basically come up, they're like, hey, I'm seeking asylum because they just want to enter here. And it's like, okay, well that's not really what that process should be used for. Percentage of asylum cases granted. Destiny, a guy ended his campaign after saying yeah too enthusiastically at a rally. Fuck, who was that? Was that Rick Perry? It wasn't, right? Oh, fuck, who was that? Who was that? Ted something? No. Was this in 2000?
I'm sorry. Mexico controls fucking
what?
what?
Fuck, who am I thinking of? Oh, Howard Dean. This is a long time ago.
What the fuck?
Was this really that big of a deal? 2004? This is a long time ago.
You know something? You know something? If you
Genuine question, why they tied the border bill to Ukraine funding? Because bills are always like tied together and the people are always trying to get stuff passed. Congress is its whole beast, okay? I just want to tell you this before it's too late. Before it's too late, not a little ominous. Thank you for being yourself regardless of what the status quo is. I love that I was able to at least witness someone of your caliber. Thank you, I think.
You know something?
Wait, sorry, fuck. I didn't realize how truly bad January 6th was, though you recent commentary. I want to ask you how you consume information accurately. I feel like because of biases in media, how do I consume day-to-day articles to stay informed on issues while not getting biased reporting from either side mixed in? I feel like having to read 3 or 4 articles from different sources to get an actual idea of the current story. Realistically, the average American isn't spending a ton of information. Honestly, my dude, I don't know. I can do it because it's my job and because I enjoy doing it, like it's a hobby. If you didn't enjoy doing it as a hobby or job, ideally what I should be able to tell you is find a pundit that you trust and watch them, and hopefully they give you a decent digestible version of the news. But there's like almost nobody that I would recommend in media. Yeah, it's so bad out there. Alternative media is like brain rotting, and Fox News is fucked up so hard too. My God, that Dominion case. Holy shit, unreal.
What has David Pakman got wrong? I think David Pakman's good, and he's like a typical news.
Destiny, the 5K cap was irrelevant because the average daily is below 5K. The halt was on a rolling 7-day average. The single day closing was 8,500, not 5K. I don't remember if you read or this article. I think we read an article, but I think we also read the bill itself. I understand what you're saying, that you were able to halt immigration to 5K a day, but it was based on a rolling average. That is true. I don't remember if the rolling average was 7 days or 14 days. It was based on a rolling average, but it still would have given you the ability to cap asylum seeking, which is anything that could have brought it down would have been good, right? Okay, let me.
You know something? You know something? If you had told us 1 year ago that we were going to come in third in Iowa, we would have given anything for that. And you know something? You know something? Not only are we going to New Hampshire, Tom Harkin, we're going to South Carolina, and Oklahoma, and Arizona, and North Dakota, and New Mexico. We're going to California, and Texas, and New York. We're going to South Dakota, and Oregon, and Washington, and Michigan. And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House. Yeah! We will not give up. We will not give up in New Hampshire. We will not give up in South Carolina. We will not give up in Arizona or New Mexico, Oklahoma, North Dakota, Delaware, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan. We will not quit now or ever. We want our country back for ordinary Americans.
Problems get us in 2004, not 2016, when we had more meme energy. Don't forget hiring more asylum officers and judges to adjudicate and enforce cases, even though that cap the bill was good. Yeah, of course, yeah. It wasn't capped at 5K. Yes, it wasn't capped at 5K. It allowed them to cap it or allowed them to shut it off if it hit that 5K on a rolling average. It didn't cap it at 5K every day. There are certain days to exceed it, yes. But it allowed them to cap it or shut it down if the rolling average exceeded a certain amount, which right now they have no ability to do. As a foreigner, American media seems to make the mess up. News channels in Europe are very chill. I don't know if it comes down to a legal thing, but in the United States, we still very much, I don't know if it's like the for-profit stuff, or if it's the lack of a good state-funded media channel, or if it's just America being America. We're very loud, we're very boisterous. It's just not our attitude. I don't know. Shut it down for how long? I don't remember. I think it was like you could either cap it daily, or it might be shut down for a 2-week period, or it might have been shutting it down for the day, or it might have been capping it at a certain amount past. I'd have to look it up now. But I mean, this bill is dead as fuck, so. To be fair, the GOP passed HR2 bill, and the Senate because the HR2 bill was unhinged. That bill was that bill never had a shot in hell at passing, in passing the House. It was never going to. Or passing the Senate. That bill was DOA. And they knew it. They knew that bill was dead on arrival. Yeah, I don't know much the fairness doctrine or any of this shit played into it. Sad to hear that. I feel like the other half of the issue is that people are so emotionally invested versus consuming information in a factual manner. Like ever since Trump shit happened and Twitter evolved, people try to appeal politics on emotional levels versus a factual one. I mean, like it's always been a factor that people are more emotional than logical. That's always been the case. Some people will pretend that at times people aren't. Some people pretend only one gender is more emotional, whatever. But every country, every nation, every people are all susceptible to things like fear or whatever else. Yeah. Did you see Turkey Tom's video on your recent stuff? I haven't had a chance to watch it though. Or no, not yet. Why does nobody seem to care about intelligence anymore? Buttigieg was a Rhodes Scholar. I don't know if Americans and men have ever valued intelligence. I think that's always been a more, in American media, I think it's more kind of a feminine trait. There's like some base level of intelligence that people expect you to have, but I don't think that super intelligence is seen as like a very big like masculine leadership type of trait. I don't think that that's generally true in Western media and US media.
Looks good.
How does Biden dropping out impact your bets on him for the election? No, it's probably, imagine that was going to act, so they should. Did you see the article about Hillary Clinton to replace Biden? No, I don't think that's happening. I think you agree that your take on Russia versus Ukraine is not as refined as the one on Israel versus Palestine. Do you plan to do a deep dive history of Russia and Ukraine, some of the one you did Israel, or something you're not interested in? I don't have the time or interest at the moment, and I don't know if deep diving into that is even worth it. Ukraine versus Russia is far, far, far less nuanced than Israel versus Palestine. Ukraine Russia is pretty simple. In 1991, Ukraine was a formal country that was recognized as a sovereign state by the UN, the rest of the world. And then in 2014, Russia invaded without adequate provocation and stole land. And then in 2022, they invaded more and they stole more land. It's just bad. There's not much, not much more to say there. Why does Elon dick ride that Ian Miles Chung guy? Do you think maybe blackmail? I doubt there's blackmail. What? They probably get. I don't know if it's like I don't know if it's some like Russian news aggregator that like mails out instructions or marching orders for all these guys to do at the exact same time. But yeah, it's all like the normal chaos dissenting or sowing dissent. Like chaotic rhetoric is what these people generally all further. Elon and Ian are both people that are involved in that. It's like just constantly trying to make the country more antagonized and more chaotic.
Cool.
Personally, people like Shapiro, Peterson, Weinstein, and Sam Harris are valued for intelligence by men, regardless of your personal feelings about them. Yeah, I think people like that they're intelligent, but intelligence in Western media, in American media, is not generally like a primary characteristic, like a very strong masculine leader guy type. It's still like it's not, they don't want them to be stupid, but they just don't. But intelligence is not like a primary defining characteristic as much. And like in a leader type character, I don't think it's just generally not the case. Why do they want chaos? What's the end goal? I'm not sure. I mean, chaos, you profit off of it, right? When you shovel out disinformation and bad news, you make people they watch your shit more, you get more clicks. I mean, it destabilizes America. I don't know why Elon would want that, given that he has such a high investment in this country and has gotten such a high investment from this country. I'm not sure. I don't know.
Yeah. Elon being a chaos sower doesn't make much sense. The only way I can see it being the case is that he's sowing chaos for the Republicans to get in, and then the Republicans will give him tax cuts. That's the only way I'm seeing it. But it doesn't make much sense, because, like, does he not realize that he's, like, been partially dooming his whole country. Like, I don't know. It doesn't come off. The things that he's retweeting, the things that he's sowing chaos about, don't seem to benefit him as a company, as a capitalist. Like, if you sow enough chaos and get a fucking fascist to take over who, like, cuts off all immigration, then it's like, oh, wait, well, you just fucked your company at hiring, like, the best people around the world. Because no one can immigrate here.
What do you say to Republicans who don't agree with Trump, but who are also against a lot of what the Democrats have started doing? I don't want to argue. No reasonable mind can agree that Donald Trump would be good for the United States insofar as what the United States was envisioned as. Like any debate with a Trump has to start with getting them to acknowledge that they want to fundamentally change the way the country functions by fundamentally altering the power of government or the distribution of power within the government. Yeah, usually this conversation revolves around making Trump an emperor or a king, but most Republicans won't admit that outright. But what would you say was the cause for Hillary's downfall back then? On paper, she seemed like one of the most qualified candidates ever. The problem with Hillary is, I think Hillary was definitely it was definitely like a straw breaking the camel's back. There were a lot of ways that she probably could have won, but there were just so many other things that were kind of working against her. Republicans have been making Hillary like the key focal attack point for like a decade. Republicans have just constantly been trashing Hillary, and there were so many weird, stupid conspiracies that Republicans and alt media people were in charge of, like spreading as much as possible. People don't even remember all the crazy conspiracies. You remember there was the Seth Rich guy, that the Clinton kill list. You remember PDD? Is he Iranian? Did somebody tell me this? Like this
You were
shit.
very eloquent on the way you defended Hillary Clinton on who she was when it comes down to politics. Are you still close to? This is not a conspiracy. You got James people. Clinton committed white propaganda and heart attack. Mary Home,
No one wants to make Trump a king. Why do you do such nonsense? Because conservatives want to make Trump a king. They don't trust the judiciary. They don't trust Congress. And they don't trust most of the executive branch. They want Donald Trump to have all the power, and they want him to be above reproach, as evidenced by the previous criminal immunity decision that they supported in the Supreme Court. People want Donald Trump to be able to unilaterally create and execute law in the United States and to be beyond judicial review for said creation and execution of laws. That's how conservatives see Donald Trump. He's a king figure to them, an emperor figure that is above the law. There's this. I don't even remember all the Hillary conspiracies. Do you guys remember Uranium One? This one sticks out because it was one of the ones I ended up researching. This was like when I was just getting involved in politics, so I didn't do too much reading recently. But the Uranium One, this Uranium One thing was when conservatives were claiming that Hillary Clinton unilaterally sold all of our nuclear uranium to Russia so they could build nuclear weapons to kill us. There were so many crazy conspiracy theories. Then you had the whole Benghazi hearing where conservatives were basically saying that it was Hillary Clinton's fault that an embassy got hit, and we didn't have like enough protection for it at a point in time. People were saying the whole email thing we talked about for years and years, the Hillary's emails. There was Comey coming out and making statements to the public about the investigation. That was a scathing review of Hillary's in the State Department's use of emails. Like there was just so much. There was so much wacky shit that any one of these things, if they hadn't happened, maybe Hillary would have won. Maybe not, who knows? But yeah. I read about that in her autobiography, but I never really figured out why they made her public enemy number one. If I had to guess, I'm treading on, you can't tread on ice. Treading on thin ice. I'm skating on thin ice here. Oh yeah, Pizzagate. Holy shit. True. I think that the issue is that the Clintons were a very effective political institution. They like the Clintons were good at, I think, like fostering talent, supporting the party, like doing advertising, helping. Like the Clintons were a good political institution, and the conservatives had to take it down. They had to like destroy that, and so they became the focal point of their attack. Yeah, Pizzagate was saying the podestic emails where people were trying to go through and code these. It's like, oh, this means what was it like this particular thing? Oh fuck, I wish I could remember some of the coding they had. It's like when you ask to go out for drinks on like a Friday night. Friday refers to female, and drinks refers to like double anal, and this refers to child, and they were all sending coded messages through email. It was like, bro, what? Yeah, it was so unhinged. My god.
Fuck me. What was I doing? Oh. An office.
Do you think rest of people being mad about free trade policies from Obama and Clinton played a role as well as into Hillary's defeat? It's possible. Maybe, and Republicans played well into that. But again, like, it's hard because as a Republican, God, you can say so much stupid shit. Only a Republican can get away with running the same candidate that just was president for 4 years with the same slogan of saying "Make America Great Again." Yeah, but like conservatives will promise you contradictory things, and people don't even realize like how stupid like people like the ass are. So for instance, like people will complain about inflation.
Make America Great Again. No, Mike Pence said that, and they immediately dropped it because they realized it sounds too stupid.
I don't like inflation. I don't like things cost more. And then people say I support Made in America. And it's like, you understand these two things are directly contradictory, right? That if you want goods and services that are made in America, that aren't imported from anywhere, you're going to be paying a high price for it, right? This would contribute to inflation, right? The things like tariffs on other countries make their goods more expensive to import are going to cause inflation, right? This is directly, these two things are directly at ends with each other. Yeah.
But who cares?
You think the conservative talking points Republicans of the party that free the slaves actually helps black votes?
I actually don't. Fuck me. I don't understand how this happens in Canada too. People are like, oh, we should be making more stuff in Canada. It's like, it would be more expensive. I don't know. Like, I don't understand how they can wave it off so quickly. It doesn't make any sense to me. And now they're just like, we'll figure it out. Like, what do you fucking mean we'll figure it out? Yeah, we have figured it out. It would be more expensive. That's why we exported them in the first place.
What's it all? No, I don't think so. I don't think anybody's fooled by that.
Like anytime I'm working and like someone's like, oh man, we have like no good trades. No one wants to do these trade jobs. Why does everyone want to do office jobs? It's like because trade jobs don't make like white collar makes you more money, even though you're not making a quote unquote product. The problem is you're managing the making of all the other products, which is more important. Or like tech, or like whatever. Like it doesn't matter how much shit you shovel if I'm the one designing or helping with this design of new buildings or blah blah. Like that helps more than or like new technology to facilitate the bringing stuff out of the ground. That's what helps. It's not like Canada can have all the resources in the world. It doesn't matter how much people we get digging the things out of the ground. If you could invent the thing that digs things out of the ground, or produce the thing that digs the things out of the ground 10 times faster, then that's what's more important. If you can automate, if Canada can be the one that invents a thing that automates all of the resource extraction across our entire country, our GDP goes fucking nuts. But yes, all the manual labor guys who are digging this stuff lose their jobs. But then you can all be working in developing and maintaining the robots that are digging the resources out of the ground. It's like, that's a super basic explanation, but that's like it, you know? Classic island and island moment. How detailed does the map get? I was here. This is Tobamori. Rana exists. I don't know why this is called Bytown. Victory. What's this? Fucking. Back in November 20.
Why not both guessing? I genuinely don't understand. The reason why we import goods and services from other countries is because they're cheaper. That's why we do it, obviously, right? You save money. If you want to advocate for made in America and you want to start tariffing or making those goods and services more expensive to import, then what happens is for whatever particular thing you want to buy, you're going to be paying more money for it. So a shirt that would have cost you $10 because now it's made in America might cost you $12. But you're supporting made in America things. So that's like, you can support made in America if you want. You have the right to do that, obviously. And you might think it's a good policy for a variety of reasons, but it's going to mean that things are going to be more expensive. There's a trade-off there, you know?
Based.
Is that inflation? Bro just said things costing more is inflation. What do you think inflation is?
What do you think? Yeah, what? Hello? Bro just thinks that inflation is just printing money. Guarantee that he thinks that nothing else contributes to inflation.
M1, M2
printing
money, not price point. Oh, my God. I don't know, I'm sort of a crypto libertarian. True.
Wait, what did you say?
Not price point. M1, M2 money, not price point. Oh, my God. I don't know, I'm sort of a crypto libertarian. True. It's not like the CPI or anything like measures, inflation or the year-over-year inflation or everything based on, like average cost of goods and basket or whatever, right? I think it's literally just the money supply, and then they copy paste that into an Excel sheet, and then it spits out inflation numbers.
Yep.
My God.
True. Oh my, I'm pre-watched.
What about tariffs on things we're ramping up production of domestically, like chips or semiconductors for domestic consumption? The problem with tariffs is if you're going to use a tariff, you have to understand what a tariff is for and what the purpose of what you're doing with it is, right? If you're using a tariff for something, like we'll say semiconductors, the reason why you're doing it is because you feel like manufacturing semiconductors at home is essential to national security. That's it. Not because you're doing it for good economic policy. Chances are, if you manufacture them at home, it's going to cost more. It's going to be more expensive, and has a whole bunch of other knock-on effects for when you make things more expensive. But that's it. Don't fool yourself into thinking that tariffs are...
In this one, in the tariffs thing, it's like, yeah, you have you think that it's national security to... Okay, the United States right now is a little fucked. But if you think that Taiwan's going to get invaded by China and taken over, and you're like, oh, fuck, they're the only one who makes semiconductors, well, fuck me. We got to start making them. Then you tariff Taiwan so that companies in your nation don't buy their product and instead... or more, and then you give incentives to make their own semiconductors.
Good econ policy. They're used for other purposes. And somebody tells you...
So, for example, with Canada has some protectionism measures. In general, I don't like protectionism, but it seems to be the case that for like milk in Canada is the price of milk in Canada is always stable, and is relatively cheap to other places. And the reason for that is because we have massive protections on dairy production. And we have quotas and stuff like that, blah, blah, blah. So, like, the milk supply is constant and, like, not changing. And we don't have these wild influctuations in prices like other nations might have, where, they run the risk of having, like, bad crops of milk or too much milk, and then, like, super cheap, but the next year it's super expensive because they lost a lot of money, blah, blah, blah.
Doing for good econ policy, they're lying to you. The conflict in Ukraine may be clear cut, but I don't think...
But what it stops is like milk companies from making money. Actually, it's not like a very profitable business to be a dairy farmer. But that's not the point of dairy. It's kind of like...
a solution for it, or at least I didn't hear it. And how to prevent a similar thing from happening in the future again? The answers for it would stem from history. Clearly, full destruction of Putin cabinet, like it might happen with Hamas, is unrealistic. And even if it happens somehow, who's to say a war storm will rise? I have a solution for those things, and I learned it from my Israeli studies. Okay, what needs to happen is there's two things that need to happen. Okay, one is the United States needs to not have a schizophrenic foreign policy. You need to have an idea about what direction your country needs to head into, and you need to be consistent and clear to the world about that, right? So this is our future with Iran and Russia. Okay, we're gonna be clear. This is what we expect, and then we're gonna be consistent. Even if the administrations change, we're gonna roughly remain on the same path. That's number one. All right. Number two is there needs to be immediate and heavy corrective action when somebody contradicts U.S. will. If you fuck up, you will get fucked up. Full stop. No negotiations, no red lines that we don't respect, no bullshit. It needs to be incredibly aggressive, and it needs to be swift, and it needs to be precise, and it needs to be like clearly tied to the violation of a particular thing, and that should be it. And I feel like if America had that type of international presence, I think that it would instill more world order. I think, even though it seems hawkish, I think it would lead to a more peaceful place. Are we seeing Russian influence where there isn't any? Some of your comments in the post on the subreddit regarding Lex, we're getting a little unhinged. Yeah, I might be overshooting a bit right now. Like, I think a lot of the accounts that I thought on Twitter that were bots, they just act like bots. I think they're probably just like gripers because they do a lot of day outs and shit on Twitter and create a ton of accounts and posts. Or it might be a combination of like people posting on accounts and using them as bots. I think I should focus less on the bot part though and more on the disinformation part, because whether or not they're bots isn't actually the point. The point is whether or not people are engaging with social media in bad faith with the effect of just fostering dissent. That's really more important. It doesn't really matter if they're bots or not, because it could be people really the exact same thing.
Yeah, exactly. Because bot accounts could literally just be someone who has 10 accounts and copy pastes. That's what I discovered. I don't know. I
do wonder.
Unfortunately, when I did that, but I got that one bot.
I'm so curious on a lot of this stuff.
I
thought about making more of these kind of like sarcastic jokes. I don't know if the sarcasm is a bit harder to parse for a bot, or if people just like read a little bit and they like.
And the bot account, it seems like they're not a bot account, but it seems like it's the guy is clearly not black and is clearly white. And they probably it's like probably him and a bunch of other guys that just run like a couple accounts, and they just constantly spam post the same shit.
I should post my tweet immediately. But buying your girlfriend her favorite bouquet of flowers and timing the delivery so they arrive right when she goes out to recess. Flower. Hashtag just boyfriend things, right? I got a lot of responses to this tweet, and it's hard to tell when I look at the responses of, did you not read my tweet completely? Did you not care in your shit posting to be a pedophile? Are you a bot and you just can't parse the irony? Or, yeah, I don't know, it's hard, right? So, like this guy, is this advice on how to find a woman that gets railed by every man in the city? Bro, are you okay? Maybe they didn't understand the tweet. There are several of these. Oh, we've got this one where everybody has like this video that they jerk off on their computer all the time, and then other pictures of me. I see you haven't learned from your past mistakes. I could click through and start going through all their profiles, but I want to schizo myself out. Oh, God, the ESL. Hold on, there's a lot. Was this tried last time? Imagine being a man that goes in Destiny and still pretends to be straight. But again, it could also just be like random people, right?
No one likes it.
I didn't know you had a heart. Girlfriend laughing, and then my wonderful.
I don't care about this.
Might not happen tonight. He may remain here in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, awaiting his next moves, and of course the whole of the nation awaiting his first public comments after making this statement that he is dropping out of his re-election race.
You know, I'm sure a lot of people wondering, you know, what is he going to say? What does he need to say in that address in order to repair some of the damage really that's been done to the party over the last few weeks since that debate, and to bring back people to the Democratic Party? What do you think?
Well, there's been two lines of thinking throughout this past 3.5 weeks since that debate. That Joe Biden's decision not to drop out quickly was damaging the party. But the other line of thinking was that if he was digging in with this internal turmoil, with more Democrats coming forward, and now we've had about 36 or 37 publicly saying he should step aside, with all of that turmoil, that in itself was also damaging the party. So I think his message will need to be one of reassurance, coming out to remind the American public, as he has in this statement, of what he says are his achievements and accomplishments during his 3.5 years in office. He will want to remind the American public of that, but also lay a path forward for his vice president, now becoming the presumptive nominee of the Democrat Party, Kamala Harris. And he will want to show that he is fully behind her and try and get the whole of the nation fully behind her as well, to reassure those Democrats who are worried, who are wavering, to reassure and try and convince and win over those undecided voters out there who've watched this turmoil play out over the last 3 weeks and perhaps had very serious reservations about the Democratic Party being the party of the future. And that message will need to be given loudly and forcefully by the president when he speaks later this week.
Okay, thanks very much for this. And we're just following, as we say, breaking news here. We're watching from social media, Truth Social, Donald Trump making a statement here on Truth Social. Crooked Joe Biden was not fit to run for president, he says, and is certainly not fit to serve and never was. He only attained the position of president by lies, fake news, and not leaving his basement. All those around him, including his doctor and the media, knew that he wasn't capable of being president. A pretty scathing response here to this, ending that statement. We will remedy the damage he has done very quickly, make America great again. So again, just following this news that Joe Biden will abandon his bid for the White House in this election. Elaine Godfrey is a staff writer for The Atlantic and joins us now from Washington. I just want to start with your reaction to the news that Joe Biden won't seek re-election after all.
I mean, it surprised me. I think I wasn't ready for it, even though we had seen reports that maybe it would come today. It still took me by surprise, and it took me by surprise the speed at which he announced his endorsement for his vice president, Kamala Harris. I mean, this is a huge deal. This is really a shakeup in the race, and I think you can tell based on reactions from the Trump campaign, sort of the urgent statements, the sort of immediate, attacks on Harris, attacks on Biden. I think they're a little bit worried.
Yeah, when we think about him coming out with this endorsement pretty quickly, what was, do you think, the thinking behind that move and making that decision to endorse her right away and not allow this to go to sort of a mini primary without having said that?
I think there are two reasons for the speed at which he endorsed Kamala Harris. The first is he wants the party to be in array, right? There's this constant Democrats in disarray narrative that we have here, and I think that this is his way of saying, his team's way of saying, we're going to nip this in the bud, make a decision quickly, give the incoming presumptive nominee or incoming presidential candidate as much time as she can possibly have to campaign and to have people sort of accept this idea of her. So it was an idea, it was intended to keep everybody in check, to sort of, get this done as quickly as possible. The second reason is, of course, I think there's a real fear among Democrats that not endorsing Kamala Harris would be a real slap in the face. She's been his vice president. It sort of feels like the natural course of events. She's also the first African-American woman to be vice president. And I think that not picking her, there's a real risk of turning off some Democratic base voters by doing that. So those are his two points that they gave.
And, also, though, there is the risk there that she is so connected to the Biden administration as his vice president that she carries some of the baggage that the Trump campaign has been sticking on the Biden administration for reasons why they should not vote Democrat. So what do you think is going to be the fallout from that when it comes to how the Trump campaign moves forward now?
The Trump campaign will 100% be tying Kamala Harris to everything that they tied Joe Biden to. They will be talking about the Biden-Harris administration. So the attacks may not change significantly, although they have a much weaker line of argument now. She is not old. Trump is now the oldest nominee for president in history. And so I think that they've really lost a key argument, but you can definitely expect them to talk about, to tie her to inflation, to tie her to, Biden's economy, everything that they have been hitting Biden for. And probably some new stuff too, right? I mean, she has a different record. She comes with different baggage. So they'll be finding that. I mean, fortunately for her, I suppose, there's not very much time for them to do that now. They had many months with Biden. They'll have much less time to sort of figure out the attack on her.
If Harris is named nominee, who could be the vice presidential candidates, and why do you think that those people would be sort of front and center for that job?
So if I'm Kamala Harris, I'm thinking about a way to balance the ticket. So I'm looking for someone, she's from California, I'm looking for someone probably from the Midwest. I mean, that's where the blue wall is. States like Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Democrats need to win these states. So I'm looking at Governor Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan. I'm looking at Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois. I'm looking at Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania. Maybe Mark Kelly, a senator in Arizona. These are all people that I'm thinking about if I'm Kamala Harris, who have governing experience and who really could be president after her. These are all also people who may be running again in 2028. So those are who I would have my eye on for sure.
Elaine Godfrey is a staff writer for The Atlantic. Thanks very much for jumping on air with us as we respond to this breaking news. We really appreciate your time today.
Thanks for having me.
We want to turn now to our chief correspondent, Adrian Arsenault, who is in Paris with this bombshell news. Adrian, quite the news to drop on a...
Wow. Okay. So tried to go live on the channel. There's something up with the permissions, but I know Sam went live, so I'm uploading this directly to you guys because glory, glory, hallelujah, Biden has dropped out of the race. This was on the heels of devastating polling that came out of Michigan earlier today that said he was down significantly. And a reminder, this is some of what we talked about as it related to his Gaza policy, which was communities like Dearborn, Muslim majority communities, as well as just a depression of young people wanting to support him because he was supportive of Israel's genocide in Gaza. And I mean, it was more than that, though. In reality, the number one concern was people were just like, this guy can't do it for another 4 years. I mean, those are the basic politics of the situation. It's people want to select their commander-in-chief, people want to select somebody who they think can lead and represent the country and the empire in a way that comports with their vision of it. And Biden being like a bummer and difficult to listen to, and it being anxiety-inducing and saddening and depressing whenever they heard him. I mean, those are just like the basic politics of it's bad politics. The good politics here is that he endorsed Kamala Harris shortly after, and he released a statement. I think it's the right move. I think Democrats want to show stability now. And even in terms of democratic outcomes, like small d Democratic, right? I know Sam has made this point before. At least people voted for the Biden-Harris ticket. Whoever would be selected in any back room, and perhaps that is what AOC was alluding to in her live stream, that's not democratic at all. This is what the vice presidency is for. It's what it's supposed to be for. And it would have been a different situation if this happened a year ago, but it didn't happen a year ago. So it's not a great option in terms of getting Democratic support, but we're in this situation because Biden chose to run for re-election. So Harris would have access to, the campaign infrastructure, the funds, and the legal challenges that are being threatened by the Republicans right now. I mean, it's laughable. Biden is not legally the Democratic Party nominee until the convention. They have no legal standing. But I'm sure they'll try, and you can never say never with a Supreme Court and a right-wing court system like ours, but there's really no merit legally to any of those claims, and I just can't imagine that that's going to be something that has salience. The other thing is that as Biden was complaining about donors, the cash advantage being gone for Biden was huge. Like, he was saying that this was donor-led to drop him off the ticket, and donors were revolting because they thought he couldn't win and they didn't want to fund a losing campaign. But as of the end of June, FT reported Biden had $281 million on hand and Trump had $336.2 million on hand. And what isn't discussed enough is that Biden and the campaign have been spending way more than Trump in those swing states where Biden was still losing. So they were running out of cash. They weren't able to show donors, like, these are the returns that we're getting in terms of making gains in these states as you're donating to us in polling. And so, yeah, that was a big part of it. So I think this brings energy, as I've been saying on the show for weeks at this point. I think this brings energy to the Democratic Party. I think it excites younger people to come out and vote. I think Kamala Harris being at the top of the ticket if she is the nominee, and I've said weeks ago, I think that Bashir is my pick, like, if I were to guess, and I think you can make the case for him. But it's also Shapiro of Pennsylvania is in consideration, Roy Cooper of North Carolina. They're going to go with, like, a standard white guy, and probably not one of the governors that are in the middle of, like, their term. I just think Whitmer and Pritzker, like, they're too important to Democrats, like, being in power. So I just can't see them going with her going with them. But again, abortion is going to be on the ballot in states like Arizona and Nevada, which are really important swing states for the Democrats, and having a woman at the top of the ticket is great for that. It's also on the ballot in Florida, and, the Democrats aren't going to win Florida, but it can drive turnout for people down ballot. So this is overall really, really good news. I mean, I feel like I can, I'm in the coconut tree, I'm drinking my pina colada at this point, as opposed to having my stomach constantly in knots for over the anxiety of this decision. Also, there were some rumors that Biden didn't want to do this before Netanyahu came, dear God, to speak to Congress, because he didn't want to signal weakness. And that would have been more and more days, because that's happening on Wednesday, I believe. And Biden and Netanyahu are meeting on Tuesday. So I'm thankful that he didn't do that. There's other ways to show that you're not weak to Netanyahu, Biden, like cutting off arms to Israel as they're doing a genocide. That would be pretty nice. So victory lap, really, really happy about this. And I think in our pool, I said Saturday he dropped out. I think Sam said Sunday. Matt maybe said Monday, Bradley maybe said Tuesday. But I think Sam won in the gambling. But, like, he won a prop bet. I won the whole damn futures bet saying that Biden was going to drop out. Should that be humble? I don't know if I have it in me.
On a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, no kidding. Although, I know you've been talking about this for some time. There was some thought that Sunday would be the day that he did this. Other people were saying he's not well. He's still recovering from COVID. He's in isolation, possibly getting better, but stewing at what has been going on. Perhaps he'll wait until he feels a little bit better and can more properly address people. But clearly, in seeing the letter he wrote, the pressure was just too much. We know that, it started as private pressure, and then that private pressure became very public pressure. And once the big donors started to speak out, that's where things really started to change. I was just looking down, Linda, because I was looking at some of the approval ratings for Kamala Harris that have come out recently. The latest one that we saw was a YouGov poll, and it put Kamala Harris at 48% and Trump at 51%. So that you'd think, well, Trump's ahead. That's not interesting. Except 48% is still higher than President Biden has been, going back through a whole bunch of polls. So that's interesting. Democrats will hang on to that. It's the number 2 ticket at this point, number 2 on the ticket that has got a lot of interest online, because if it is Kamala Harris, and it's interesting that he endorsed her, but not in his letter. That came later in a tweet. So what was that about? Was there a conversation after the letter was emerged that said, Mr. President, that's not quite enough to thank Kamala Harris, because why wasn't it in there in the first place? But having now endorsed her in a tweet, the question is who would be number 2? And as you just heard Elaine talk about there, somebody from the Rust Belt, Josh Shapiro's name is everywhere. Gretchen Whitmer, a lot of people are saying, well, what would this ticket look like? 2 women on a ticket. It's fascinating for the United States. How interesting is that? Michigan is a really important state. Gretchen Whitmer is so far replying that her job, she's not taking the bait on this, but she's saying that her job is to help Democrats get elected. So keep an eye on that. Also, the mechanics, Linda, of what's about to happen here are sending people back into the history books. Lyndon Johnson, it was in March of 1968 when he decided that he wouldn't be running again. But that was, compared to what's happening right now, March of 68 was a lot of runway. You're talking about, I was just chatting with Steve in the control room, that you're talking about pulling the goalie with 8 minutes left to go in Game 7. There's not a lot of time here, but there is a process. So we know that Joe Biden
8 minutes left is a lot of time. I don't know if she knows that.
So now what's going to start happening is when they get to the DNC, which is August 19th in Chicago. Interestingly, it's also where the DNC happened in 68. There will be a round of voting.
8 minutes left of the game.
If there is a majority,
unhinged.
That's when the delegates now pick who it is they think should be the nominee. If there's a majority off the top, that's it, that's done. If there isn't a majority off the top, prepare for much more messiness than there will be already. But that's the point at which the 700 superdelegates get to weigh in. It's a very complicated American system, but just know that if it doesn't get sorted on the first round of voting, this is going to be even messier than we anticipated it will be already. So that's the mechanics of this. We're going to have to tap into presidential historians throughout the next few days to figure out exactly what's about to happen here and the implications. But the mechanics of this, who's number 2 for VP, this is really important. And also, how's the world going to react? And I say that from a vantage point here in Paris, where many of the world leaders are about to descend for the Olympic Games and the opening ceremony, which is just on Friday. You know that they're going to be talking about this. Does this make the United States in this moment look weaker than usual? Are there adversaries out there that would take advantage of this moment? The view on that, Linda, is pretty mixed, in part because this was already a lame duck session. Anything really important probably won't get determined until November, and wouldn't have been determined until November anyway. Why enter into a huge negotiation with the United States in the end days of July when there might be somebody else in charge in November? So it's not entirely clear that this is necessarily going to affect the United States reputationally, internationally, or defense or security-wise in the short term. But whoever they do, now that Joe Biden has done this, whoever is picked better win, in the sense that the Democrats have made this call. He has made this call. He clearly has made it clear to everybody he didn't think it was the right call, so he's been persuaded that it's the right call, and he will be counting on it, along with Democrats across the United States, that it works. But be prepared for Republicans to launch hard at this in an advertising sense, but also potentially legislatively challenging anything they can through the courts.
You know, and I want to pick up on something that you said earlier there, Adrian, about the possibility of two women on the ticket there, and going forward, we were hearing from one of our guests earlier about some of the difficulties that the Trump campaign has had when they've had to go up against women going forward. So no doubt there's a lot of talk going on behind the scenes right now on the Republican side as well about next steps and how do we move forward and how do we keep the momentum, because realistically they've had so much momentum over the last little while. I mean, I'm wondering what you think about, you know, sort of what is going on behind the scenes now on that side of the aisle.
On the Republican side, I would say, you know, basically all we have to judge on is what we saw at the RNC. And it was interesting. If you notice, in a very long speech that Donald Trump gave, the longest speech in the history of conventions, the previous record is one he broke himself in 2016. But in an hour and 33 minutes, he said Joe Biden's name once. And when he said it, he said, I wasn't going to say this name, but I have to. I'm in it now, so Biden. Clearly, the message was he had erased him from the equation. But they probably didn't want him to drop out because they were confident that they could beat Joe Biden at the polls. Now that he has dropped out and is kind of erased from the equation on that regard, it's a new story for them. But the ads will be out. If they're not already out, they'll be out before the end of the day, focused on Kamala Harris, tying her with everything that the Republicans have disliked about what's happening in the United States right now. Keep in mind that as vice president, she was given a really difficult mandate. So it's always hard to know what your role as vice president will be. She came into the job as a prosecutor. That's how people knew her. She was a tough talker who could ask questions at committee and really go after people. That fight is what made people admire her. But once you're vice president, your job is to support the policies of the president. So there's not a lot of fighting going on there. But then she got some portfolios that were problematic. She was given the portfolio of the border. Nobody wins with that portfolio in the United States, particularly now. She was given the portfolio of immigration. Nobody wins in that portfolio in the United States right now. So everything that isn't working in those categories, the Republicans will put squarely at the feet of Kamala Harris, and then they will attach her by association with everything else, with inflation, with the pressures people are feeling economically. So this is going to be rough for her. If it is Kamala Harris, and now that Joe Biden has endorsed her, there's a solid chance it will be, in part because of all that money. I mean, the Biden-Harris campaign had a huge amount of money that was earmarked for it. I think it was even more than the Trump campaign. And there had been some question about, well, where does that money go if the president pulls out? Well, it's still the Biden-Harris campaign, so possibly some of it naturally will go to her. But it makes it difficult for someone who's not Kamala Harris to start this process with nothing, really.
Was that, do you think, the straw that broke the camel's back here? The donations, the money stopped flowing? Because, you know, as you mentioned, we saw so much pressure, and there was talk even behind the scenes that maybe Barack Obama was weighing in on him making this decision. Was it solely on the money?
You know, I think in some ways, what the average person thought the moment they saw that debate just took a long time to sink in the White House. And the voices, those blink moment instinct voices that people had, and they would say it off the cuff. You'd see it online. You'd hear it in casual conversation. Oh no, he's done. Just something. I challenge anyone to tell me they haven't heard a conversation like that. But it took a long time for that to settle in. You know, and when he did his first interview after that debate, he was asked the question, "Have you seen the debate?" Sorry, Paris is very loud. Have you seen the debate? And he had to stop and think and said, I think his response was, no, I don't think I have. So what was that about? Were people keeping that away from him? Were they trying to say, hey, you just had a bad day, you're okay? Well, secretly and privately, they were saying that was more than a bad day. There's been this pylon, a few voices here and there, hard to ignore. You know, George Clooney's a very public note. He's not a politician, but he has influence, certainly as a fundraiser and someone who's been prominent. That sort of pulled away at it as well, pulled the wall away a little bit. And then the Nancy Pelosi's, the Chuck Schumers, the Hakeem Jeffries, all of them no longer being private and being public, or at least being coy about the conversation, must have been, then you can't stop the pylon. You can't keep that from him anymore. And I suspect, and I don't know, none of us know, but I suspect getting COVID and being in isolation and not feeling well and sitting in Rehoboth in his home and no doubt stewing and watching the television. And you run out of ways to say why it's a good idea, possibly. It just probably took a while to sink in.
Lots of time to think for him, sure, and he certainly made a decision now. Adrian Arsenault, our chief correspondent, joining us from Paris. Thanks very much for jumping in on this breaking news story. We really appreciate your time. We're going to recap the breaking news. Joe Biden stepping aside as the Democratic nominee for November's election in the face of mounting pressure within his own party. The news came in an online post. We're going to take another look at his one-page statement. Now, Biden says he believes it is in the best interest of his party and the country for him to step down and concentrate on fulfilling his duties as president for the rest of his term. That runs until January 20th next year. He says he will address the nation about his decision in the coming days. In another online post, Biden says he offers his, quote, full support and endorsement for his vice president, Kamala Harris, to succeed him as Democratic nominee. He urges Democrats, it's time to come together and beat Trump. Let's do this. In a third online post, Biden provides a link to a site asking for donations to elect Kamala Harris. Now, it's unclear right now what's going to happen next, what the process will now be to put in place to elect a new leader, a new nominee here. The Democratic convention in Chicago is now just about 4 weeks away. Biden has been under intense pressure since his disastrous performance in a debate with Republican nominee Donald Trump. That happened on June 28th. It's been a wild few weeks since that time. Many questioning whether, at 81 years old, Biden was too old to stand for a second term. Former President Donald Trump and Republican nominee for November's election has been quick to respond to the news about Biden. He posted comments on his own online platform, that's Truth Social. He says, in part, crooked Joe Biden was not fit to run for president and is certainly not fit to serve, and never was. Trump adds, we will suffer greatly because of his presidency, and we will remedy the damage he has done very quickly. Make America great again, in all caps there at the bottom. And for more on President Biden stepping down, we've reached Lindsay Chervinsky. She is executive director of George Washington Presidential Library. Lindsay, let's start with your reaction to this breaking news.
Well, my first reaction is it's really an extraordinary thing to do. Very few presidents are able to come into office with the ego and confidence that is required to make the very difficult decisions that are a regular part of the presidency, and to also set that aside and acknowledge that maybe they are not the right person to lead anymore. So regardless of politics, it is very rare and it is remarkable.
Is there a precedent for this?
There are a couple of precedents that I think are worth noting. Both Harry Truman and Lyndon B. Johnson stepped down and said they would no longer seek the nomination from their party when it became clear that they would not win in the forthcoming election. They did so a little bit earlier in the year, so the lateness is certainly different. But then I also think it's worth noting that the concept of stepping away from power actually started with George Washington, and it was something that he did as commander-in-chief after the Revolutionary War, and then again after 2 terms as president, at a time when that precedent was not established, and it was absolutely revolutionary.
You know, we've heard also an endorsement of Kamala Harris for the job from Joe Biden today. I'm just wondering what you think of him making that endorsement so quickly after announcing that he will not run again.
I think it is probably the rational choice. As I know you said in the previous segment, there's not a whole lot of time both before the convention but also before the election. There are financial considerations because my understanding is that she has been on the paperwork for all of the accounts for the Biden-Harris campaign. I'm, of course, not a lawyer, so that's not legal advice, but that's my understanding, which will make the finances easier. And I think it would also be stunning if he didn't do so, given that she is his vice president. And I should note that his endorsement, both of her and if she were to secure the nomination, would also be historic because we've had one woman nominee of a major party, but we've never had a woman nominee of color. And so that is another historic moment for us to think about.
And if she is selected as the nominee, how important is her vice presidential pick?
I think it's critical. I think that both in terms of, bringing a different geographic position to the platform, to the candidacy, as well as bringing in different skill sets, that's always something I think the American people look for. And certainly I think the American people like the idea of having candidates that are different because there are so many different types of Americans that it's useful to have different perspectives and different types of lived experience represented. I also think given that the Democratic Party potentially could field a bunch of different candidates, if it does coalesce around Kamala Harris, it'd be helpful to have someone else who can sort of make some unity or bridge the different divisions within the party.
And, if you're looking at some of the names, do you have any sense of who might fit the bill, who might be able to bring back those swing voters that have potentially left the party over the last number of weeks where the Democratic Party has been so embattled since that debate? Who do you think might be able to bring the Democrats back to the White House?
Well, I should say that historians are notoriously terrible future predictors. So I'm usually a very poor choice to predict what might happen in the future. But I do think that the idea of bringing in probably a white male perspective, if we're being really brutally honest about the logistics of the election, is probably a likely one. I think a candidate like Andy Beshear would be really interesting because he's a very popular governor of Kentucky. He's a Democrat. He's obviously able to appeal to the more independent-minded voters. And that could be a really big asset for the ticket. I know Mark Kelly was put forth earlier and Josh Shapiro, also strong names and would fit that bill. So I think someone who does have a track record of bringing Republicans over to the Democratic side, at least for an election, or can speak to voters who haven't yet made up their mind will be essential.
Okay, so what will you be looking for over the next couple of weeks in terms of where this goes and what we've learned from history about just procedurally how things might play out?
Well, I think I'm looking to see if the Democratic Party learned from the 1968 election. The 1968 election had a very messy convention, and it caused a lot of bitter feelings among the different factions of the Democratic Party. And I think part of that was they were campaigning against Richard Nixon, but he was not yet the bogeyman that we kind of think of him in retrospect. He was, of course, their opponent, but he didn't appear to be a threat to the future of the Republic. And I think most Democrats feel that about Donald Trump. And so what I'm looking to see is, can they coalesce quickly? Can they put aside their differences in pursuit of a common goal and really learn from that lesson in history and try to avoid that type of mistake again?
Thanks very much. We really appreciate your thoughts on this and for joining us on the program today.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so just to bring everybody up to date, we are following breaking news here. President Joe Biden dropping out of the 2024 race for the White House today, ending his bid for re-election after what has been a number of weeks that have seen the president quite embattled following that debate with Donald Trump, taking a lot of criticism and a lot of calls, even from within his own party, to step down. He now has dropped out of the race, but will remain in the presidency until January 20th. Earlier, we spoke with Chris Valdiria, professor of political science at St. Anselm College in New Hampshire. He says Biden's stepping down came down to increasing pressure from senior Democrats and donors.
Well, first, I think this is just an absolutely extraordinary moment. We have not seen someone who could run for another term as president step aside like this since Lyndon Johnson in 1968. And I think that speaks to the extent of
America,
confidence a lot of
and
Democrats
force them to pay homeowners $18 billion.
A lot has happened.
He's tearing us apart. She'll bring us together. This is Trump. And in every possible way, this is the anti-Trump. So if that's what you're looking for in your next president, there's really only one. Kamala.
Nice. You regularly ask conservatives like Poole, Loomer, Kirk, etc. for debates. Yeah, I did for Poole and I did for a couple other people, but especially after my last arc, now that I've made it clear that I'm going to be like very aggressive in conversations, all of them have gone silent. Like none of them want to talk anymore, which reinforces my earlier opinion that the only reason they wanted me to come on at the beginning of the year was because I would play like the role of the reasonable liberal and I'd push back a little bit, but I'd still try to be like appealable to their audiences and not be like too unhinged. But I think it's all for show. It's like the Russia propaganda model, like how RT will host people and invite people on to speak who don't agree with them because it gives the air of debate. It gives the air of the illusion of, oh, look, like we're bringing on like people from all sides or whatever to legitimize our show so we can say it in the future. Yeah. You should watch Kamala speak and judge her ability to debate Trump. I think now we're back in the environment where debates don't matter as much. It doesn't like you can't. Like in terms of winning a debate against Trump,
I think we have to go through one debate.
The only way it would happen is if Kamala were to literally just like lay into him, like make fun of him. Hillary beat Trump in every debate. It's not even close. Trump's just not a very smart person when it comes to anything having to do with government or politics. But he doesn't need to be because he just speaks in slogans. So the idea that like Kamala would go up and destroy him because she's got more policy knowledge or anything else, it doesn't really matter. Remember, conservatives that support Trump aren't supporting him on policy or intelligence. They're supporting him on literally on meme energy. That's it.
stupid game. Man, Victoria 3 has so much cool stuff, but like I can't do any of it because, so like, before when this game first came out, when you became as Canada, when you confederated, you would immediately become a Dominion, and then you couldn't get rid of that status. But now what happened is that I became a Dominion, but because I kept a nice, because I'm such a smaller economy, and I kept good relations with the UK, because you have to be able to confederate, your autonomy immediately drops to puppet again, because they just switch it over, because you have all these things that contribute to that. And then I can't like dig myself out of the hole without making myself a villain towards the UK, even though historically it's not at all what fucking happened. And I should just be able to tell them like, oh hey, I'm leaving because I have a good economy, and or at least be a Dominion. I should just be a Dominion, and that's it. But instead it's like, no, you're not a Dominion. You're just gonna sit here and not be able to do fucking anything, even though you're supposed to be able to do stuff. So like literally they made it worse with updates. They made gameplay of Canada worse for some fucking stupid fucking reason.
Destiny, counter argument. The purpose of liberal values is protecting everyone's rights equally, so even when fascists win democratically, it's still your moral obligation to fight to protect those rights. Maybe, I don't know. The internet makes things so weird and difficult. I don't know. There's so much like international influence now that's invested in our country, and there's so much power in like the social media platforms to dictate discourse. And when you've got somebody that like openly supports, I guess like basically Russian talking points or like fascist ideology, like Elon Musk that owns and runs Twitter and dictates content on there, right? When he endorses, you know, like Libs of TikTok, who is outwardly doxing, you know, political opponents of the Republican establishment. I mean, like, what do you, geez, that's like it's a whole other monster to tangle with. Maybe not while nothing of your worries have actually happened yet. No, a lot of my worries have actually happened. Donald Trump led an insurrection against the government. I think that's historically been a really horrible thing. The President of the United States has been granted a historically unprecedented criminal immunity. He's beyond judicial review now for criminal actions taken while president. That's something that's never happened before, and it's probably going to allow Trump to escape culpability, possibly in all 4 of his cases. Donald Trump managed to pardon basically every single crony friend that he had while he was in office, except for the Jan 6 protesters, by the way. Yeah. I think a lot of bad stuff has already happened.
Based.
Would you support policies that make anonymity online impossible if it curbed foreign influence? Possibly. I would say something I said before. I think if you are a political influencer, like if you do news or any type of news, entertainment news content online, I think you should have to post, or there should be like an executive committee or agency that monitors like all of your income. Like you have to post public either income receipts for your business or something like that. I think that should be a requirement. 100%. Yeah, I absolutely think it should be.
Bourgeoisie likes that. Doesn't make any sense to me. You'd think they would like appointed, but like right now they're appointed by elected officials, so it's fine. But
Okay. Don't care. Can we access your notes? It's just destiny.gg/notes.
Nice 10 on that. Trade unit. Sure, this will kill me.
I wish you and Asman could collab more. Well, get me unbanned from Twitch. If only I was as moral as Donald Trump and Sneeko.
Standing right now.
Most likely VP pick. Is Whitmer being discussed? Are there any articles about who they're discussing right now? Like, seriously, where?
We saw Hollywood stars coming out and calling for this to happen. We've certainly heard rumors that Barack Obama has been involved. We've heard that major donors have been reserving some of those donations amidst some of the concerns about his mental state, his age, whether or not he would continue on in the role. What do you think led up mainly to his decision today?
Well, I think increasingly the pressure from all of these different quarters convinced him that there was just not the support there to maintain his position as the party's candidate. I think the debate just shook a lot of people and led a lot of Democrats simply conclude that whatever their feelings about President Biden, about his record in office, I think they concluded that he was not in shape to wage a re-election campaign to keep Donald Trump from winning a second term in the White House.
What do you think would have happened if he had gone to the polls at the top of the ticket?
That is a great question. There is a school of thought that says, well, Democrats are so opposed to Trump, they would vote for Biden, they would vote for Kamala Harris, they would vote for a ham sandwich with the same level of intensity. But those aren't the only voters that you need to win a presidential election. You need swing voters. You need voters who don't pay a lot of attention to politics. And a lot of polling, a lot of research, a lot of press coverage has indicated that those are the voters who were very concerned about the president's age, very concerned about his ability to not just win a second term, but to serve for the duration of a second term. So I think had he gone forward, it would have been a very uphill battle to convince voters that Biden, convince those voters in particular, that Biden was able to serve another term. And I think this president has spoken at times eloquently about the threat he believes Donald Trump poses to American democracy. And I suspect that ultimately it was the prospect of not defeating him that led Biden to say, maybe it's time to step aside and let someone else take a try at this.
Much has been said about the damage that has been done to the Democratic Party's prospects in this election over the last number of weeks. So what do you think is the job ahead now, both in terms of the best way to find a new leader, a new candidate, and also to repair the image of the party for voters?
Yeah, I think the first thing the party needs to do is settle on who their nominee is going to be and do that pretty quickly. Increasingly, it seems from the reporting on this that a lot of Democrats realize that Vice President Kamala Harris is probably the simplest and most straightforward alternative to Biden. As Vice President, it's literally her job to step in if Biden's not able to do the job. And I think there may be other folks who are exploring a race. We'll find out what the party wants its process to look like, but I think they'd probably be best served by wrapping this up as quickly as they possibly can and moving on to prosecuting the case against Donald Trump in the general election.
There has been some who have said that, sort of a mini primary is the way to go because whoever comes out as victorious from that would be the most likely person to beat Donald Trump. Do you have a sense of whether or not that would be Kamala Harris, or is there somebody else that you think might be able to step up here?
I think there are a lot of Democrats who think that who would be perfectly plausible presidential nominees. We've seen a lot of Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, in the last few months. A lot of Democrats like Gretchen Whitmer, the governor of Michigan, Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania. There are 40-some Democratic senators who probably see a president looking back every morning when they look in the mirror. But under this truncated time frame, I'm not sure what this mini primary would look like. A lot of the versions of this floating around, sound more like American Idol than a political party, going through a process to choose its nominee. I think this could short circuit a lot of people's presidential ambitions. If Vice President Harris were to win the election, you probably wouldn't have a competitive primary again until 2032. I think, if I'm doing my math in my head correctly. Harris has spent 4 years working in the White House. She is probably best able to present herself as someone who can articulate the case for the Biden administration's record and argue that she can continue that work in another term. I think, especially under this truncated time frame, it's really tough to imagine just what a mini primary or blitz primary, as some folks have been calling it, would actually look like and how that would be, authoritative.
Does Kamala Harris want the job?
I am 100% sure she wants the job. She ran in 2020. She accepted the position as vice president. Historically, I'm just looking farther than Joe Biden. Being vice president is a very good stepping stone to the presidency. And I think, for the Democrats to pass over the first woman vice president, first black woman to serve as vice president, would provoke a major rift with black voters, particularly black women, who have become such an important bedrock constituency of the Democratic Party in recent years.
That was Chris Valdieri. Now, we spoke with him before the news broke that Joe Biden has endorsed Kamala Harris to be at the top of the Democratic ticket. We're continuing to follow this news, and we're going to get some more reaction on this from former Republican presidential candidate and former Congressman Joe Walsh. We've reached him in Washington. Thank you very much for making the time during this breaking news scenario that was, I know, unexpected for many. What's your reaction to this? Were you expecting this today?
I was expecting this today or tomorrow, certainly by early this week. Look, now it's game on. Now it's let's go to it.
I'm literally
what we know is there are more people in this country who oppose Donald Trump than support him. I supported Joe Biden because I opposed Donald Trump. But as long as Joe Biden was in the race wouldn't be about Trump. It would be about Biden and his age. Because of what Joe Biden did today, now that will change.
How do you think that this is going to affect the way that the race goes forward now and the prospects for the Democratic Party?
One word, enthusiasm. Enthusiasm. Look, the ugly truth is, right, most Americans didn't want this matchup. They didn't want Biden or Trump. Most Americans are sick of having to vote for this choice, right? America, the world's oldest, greatest democracy. We've got Biden versus Trump. So just the fact of having someone who isn't super old, someone who can actually communicate. Kamala Harris is what, in her late 50s? She's going to seem like a teenager, a very mature teenager compared to Biden and Trump. So I think her candidacy will get a lot of people excited, a lot of Democrats excited, a lot of people like me excited who are never Trumpers, just weren't excited when it came to Joe Biden.
Will there be anyone to really give her a run for her money to challenge her for this nomination?
No way, no how. No way, no how. For one very important reason and one very practical reason. The important reason is for the Democratic Party, there's no way the Democratic Party would walk around the first black female vice president.
That is a major aspect of the Democratic Party's constituency. Secondly, Joe Biden picked her. When Joe Biden picked Kamala Harris, Joe Biden told the American people, this woman can and is qualified to become president. And then just practically speaking, it's 3.5, 4 months. Remember, it wasn't the Joe Biden re-election campaign. It was the Biden-Harris re-election campaign. So everything can now just seamlessly flow to Kamala Harris. It makes the most sense.
You know, but at the same time, the Trump campaign is now able to stick some of those same criticisms that they had of Joe Biden on Harris.
Which, in particular, which criticisms are you referring to?
Well, I mean, anything that they have said that he has been weak on moving. Like, I'm just saying, you know, it's the same ticket to them as what they're going to bill. So, what do you think is happening behind the scenes there when it comes to the Republican strategy now moving forward?
That's a great point and a great question and an important question. And I can tell you this right now. The most unhappy people in America right now are Donald Trump, his campaign, and his supporters. They were salivating at the opportunity to run against 81-year-old Joe Biden. Joe Biden's a good man, but Joe Biden is incapable of communicating and making the case against Trump. Trump and his team knew that. They know Kamala Harris can make that case. And they also know that Kamala Harris is going to generate a lot of excitement from young people and people of color throughout this country who just were not really excited and maybe were thinking about staying at home in November. The Trump campaign is scared about this. They will not know how to handle this. And the other point I'd make is Donald Trump is a coward. He's a bully. He's always going after people, but he's always had a difficult time attacking strong women. This will not be easy for him.
We certainly saw that in that rally last night in Michigan where he asked the crowd if they would rather he go up against Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. And there was a huge roar when he said Joe Biden. So certainly the crowd on side with what you're saying there as well. But, you know, the last few weeks has been such a difficult uphill climb for the Democrats, for Joe Biden since that debate. And a lot of damage has been done even within the rank and file of the party from traditional Democratic voters, but mainly for those who are maybe on the fence and maybe would potentially vote for Donald Trump in the election. So how much sort of damage control needs to be done now, and how quickly does that need to happen?
Right away, there does need to be some damage control done, but right away, and a lot of this is on Joe Biden. And I can't emphasize this enough. From the very beginning of this campaign, Joe Biden has had one thing, and one thing only to prove, that he's not too old. He couldn't prove that. God bless him, but he proved the exact opposite. So this was on him to do this. Joe Biden has said repeatedly, like I've said repeatedly every time I go on television, Donald Trump is an existential threat to our democracy. It was imperative that Biden realize he's not the person now who can defeat Trump. I like the fact, I think it's super important that Biden endorsed Kamala Harris. That's today. That's going to send a signal to every Democrat to get up and get out there, and we've got 3.5, 4 months to go. Again, these are crazy times in America. I think people are underestimating how much enthusiasm this will bring. Just having a candidate who's not like 80 years old and a candidate who can actually talk and fire people up. I mean, this is a big deal.
You know, we're expecting to hear from Joe Biden within the week. I don't know if we've actually got a timing on that yet for when he is expected to address the nation, but certainly there will be a lot of eyes on that address. What do you think the American public want to hear from him now?
I think they want to hear a full-throated summation of what I just said by Joe Biden, because the focus of this campaign has to be Donald Trump. Donald Trump is an existential threat to our democracy. The one thing we know for certain is Trump's voters are enthusiastic and they'll run through a wall for Trump. But there are more people in America who oppose Trump than support him. Joe Biden has to remind America of that, remind America of what the threat is and what this campaign should be about, and then put his arm around Kamala Harris and encourage and say that he's going to work his tail off to help get his vice president elected. He needs to set that example.
Joe Walsh, always great to talk to you, especially when there is breaking news like this and lots to watch from your country. Really appreciate it.
Never dull, never dull.
Thanks very much. We appreciate your time, Joe.
Thanks.
Okay, let's recap the breaking news that we've been following for you here on CBC News Network. Joe Biden is stepping aside as the Democratic nominee for November's election. This, of course, in the face of mounting pressure within his own party. A very difficult few weeks since that debate that happened where many called into question his cognitive ability, his age, and his ability to lead the United States of America. The news came in an online post. We're going to take another look at that. This is the one-page statement. Biden says he believes it is in the best interest of his party and the country for him to step down and concentrate on fulfilling his duties as president for the rest of his term, which, of course, runs until January 20th next year. So he's going to stay on as president until that time. He says he will address the nation about his decision in the coming days. No word on exactly when that will happen as yet. In another online post, Biden says he offers his, quote, full support and endorsement for his vice president, Kamala Harris, to succeed him as Democratic nominee. He urges Democrats it's time to come together and beat Trump. Let's do this. In a third online post, Biden provides a link to a site asking for donations to elect Kamala Harris. Now, it's unclear right now what process, what's going to happen next, what process will be put in place to elect a new nominee. The Democratic convention in Chicago is now just 4 weeks away. Biden has been under intense pressure, as we say, since that disastrous performance at the debate with Donald Trump on June 28th. Many questioning whether 81 years old, is Biden too old to stand for a second term or not? Former President Donald Trump, the Republican nominee for November's election, quick to respond to this news about Biden, posting comments on his own online platform, that's Truth Social. They say, in part, crooked Joe Biden was not fit to run for president and is certainly not fit to serve, and never was. Trump adds, we'll suffer greatly because of his presidency, and we will remedy the damage he has done very quickly. Make America great again. All in caps there at the bottom of that statement. We're also hearing from the top two Democrats in Congress, Chuck Schumer, Senate Majority Leader, in an online post writing, Joe Biden has not only been a great president and a great legislative leader, but he's a truly amazing human being. His decision, of course, was not easy, but he once again put his country, his party, and our future first. Joe, today shows you are a true patriot and a great American. Meanwhile, Hakeem Jeffries, House Minority Leader, says Joe Biden is one of the most accomplished and consequential leaders in American history. He credits Biden with seeing the U.S. through the pandemic and strengthening the economy. Jeffries says the U.S. is a better place because of Biden's intellect, grace, and dignity. Republican Speaker of the House of Representatives Mike Johnson writes online, "We must be clear about what just happened. The Democrat Party forced the Democrat nominee off the ballot just over 100 days before the election. Having invalidated the votes of more than 14 million Americans who selected Joe Biden to be the Democrat nominee for president, the self-proclaimed Party of Democracy has proven exactly the opposite. The party's prospects are no better now with Vice President Kamala Harris, who co-owns the disastrous policy failures of the Biden administration." CBC's Richard Madden joins us now. Richard, you've been watching as this reaction pours in. What do you make of some of the statements that we've seen so far in reaction to this breaking news?
Well, Republicans, when Donald Trump called for unity, but clearly his party taking aim at Joe Biden stepping away. Obviously, Democrats are praising Biden's legislative achievements, wishing him well. The Clintons, Bill and Hillary Clinton, just posted moments ago, they're throwing their support behind Kamala Harris. So it suggests that the party establishment is leaning towards endorsing her to take the helm and lead the ticket in November. Seeing these reactions pour in is yet just another unprecedented moment in U.S. political history. I mean, just think what we've gone through in the last week. We had an assassination attempt against Donald Trump, and then a week and a bit later, the current president, Joe Biden, exits the race. And now it's throwing in so many questions as to what happens next. Will the party hold that virtual roll call before Democrats meet in Chicago 4 weeks from now? What will be the process? Will this be a coronation of Kamala Harris? Will the delegates end up being up for grabs and other members of the Democratic Party step up and try to lead the party? Will this be a messy leadership race? Who will be on the ticket with Kamala Harris if she does take the helm? These are all the questions swirling around the Democratic universe in the aftermath of this absolutely stunning news. Also want to note here, there were a couple of reports that Joe Biden kept this secret, huddling with his family, and he didn't alert his advisors reportedly until moments he posted those statements on social media. So if it stunned us as journalists and Americans, imagine the reaction by some of his top advisors who reportedly were out of the loop and didn't know that Biden was going to make this announcement.
Wow, that is some stunning news there. If he kept the secret, of course, we know that he has been recovering from COVID. But you mentioned there the convention is August 19th. It's not far away. We've just been through a number of really difficult weeks, as you mentioned there. I'm sure you and your colleagues haven't had much sleep over the last little while with all the comings and goings and all of the activity out there in Washington and following the Republican National Convention as well. Technically, as you say, this could be an open convention, but we've just had a number of weeks of muddy waters and potentially heading into muddy waters in that environment at the convention. So what kind of damage control do you think is happening right now when it comes to sort of making things appear more clear?
Well, I think we've seen the outcome of the damage control by Joe Biden. The pressure was just too much, and he had to step aside. I can tell you, covering the Biden presidency, and you talk to anybody in Biden world, Joe Biden is stubborn. Once he digs in, he's very difficult for him to change his mind or move on. But clearly, the pressure was just overwhelming. And when you have party elders like Barack Obama and Nancy Pelosi reportedly telling Biden privately that you have no path, eventually he had to relent, and he did it through a post, which I'm still surprised that this is how he delivered the news. So as for damage control, well, now the Democrats have an enormous challenge ahead of them. They have to either have a coronation for Kamala Harris, who's been endorsed by Biden, and top party leadership, or does it open up and there's a free-for-all in an open convention in Chicago, which gets messy, ugly, and divisive. So this is what the party now faces with Joe Biden stepping aside. If you listened or if you read some of the statements from Democrats, they were all praising Biden's legacy, his political career, and they praising his presidency. But now what they have to turn their attention to is how they get through these next few consequential weeks. Will it be a smooth transition to Kamala Harris? She does, as I mentioned, have the support by the party establishment that also gives her access to the bank account and the campaign infrastructure, or will there be an open primary and you see the ugliness and divisiveness on live TV on the convention floor? This is the next thing to look at. And then who will be on the ticket if it is Kamala Harris? A lot of names already being floated out there. Roy Cooper, governor of North Carolina, Andy Beshear, governor of Kentucky, Mark Kelly, senator from Arizona. Those are names to watch. Also, there are some Democratic stars, Gavin Newsom of California. I can't see that having two candidates from the ticket from California. I don't see that. Gretchen Whitmer from Michigan. She has said that she is not interested, but who knows, something could change. She's obviously very popular in the Democratic Party. So again, this is just a start of what will be a very long, politically few weeks.
Richard Madden, I know you'll be following this for us in the hours to come. Lots to watch for. Thanks very much.
You bet.
This is CBC's Richard Madden in Washington. Let's turn now once again to our chief correspondent, Adrian Arsenault, who is joining us from Paris. Adrian, fast-moving story, reaction pouring in, seeing people lining up behind Kamala Harris already. What have we heard so far in terms of the reaction to this news?
I think, Linda, there's several types of reaction. There are the people who are thanking President Joe Biden for his service and trying to pump up the legacy of what he's done. And we're seeing that reaction coming from within the United States and from places like here in Europe. Speaking of Europe, the Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk, and I'm just reading it here, spoke about thanking Biden for making difficult decisions over the years that made Poland, America, and the world safer, he said, and democracy and freedom stronger. I know you had the same in mind when you announced your last decision. He just wrote, referring to his decision to step aside. From the likes of Hakeem Jeffries, the leader of the Democrats in the House Minority Leader, he also thanked Joe Biden for his service. Expect to see a lot of this coming in the days to come. People itemizing his accomplishments, his longevity of public service in the United States, not just his term as president, but all that he gave personally and professionally to the job, because this has to be a really hard, sad, difficult day for him. And people on both sides of the aisle over the years have had so much affection for him. So you'll see more of that. In terms of backing Kamala Harris, it's interesting. The Clintons were very fast to back her. Have not yet, as you and I are talking, seen anything from the Obamas. We haven't seen much from too many other people. Gretchen Whitmer, who I know Richard Madden was just talking about there, the governor of Michigan, has indicated, that she doesn't want to run for the top ticket. Hasn't said anything further, though, other than she will fight for Democrats. Josh Shapiro, also a name that has been mentioned frequently, in connection with the top position, thanked President Biden, but also did not talk of his future. From Israel, we're hearing that Benjamin Netanyahu's trip to the United States is supposed to go ahead as planned tomorrow, which is interesting. He'll still meet with President Biden. There's a suggestion that a ceasefire remains a possibility. President Biden will want to make that happen in this moment. And so we'll see what happens there. While the Republicans are saying that Biden should actually resign his post as president, that if he's not fit to run, he's not fit to serve.
And we know that he's going to remain on as president until January 20th. But some of our guests there say that is going to be a number of months with him at the helm as essentially a lame duck. So much of what we have seen has linked Kamala Harris to Joe Biden, and certainly we're seeing statements from people like Speaker Mike Johnson saying that they're basically one and the same, part of the same problem, as they would put it. Now, a lot of talk about what is going to happen next and what would happen at a convention. Technically, could be an open convention, but this endorsement, of course, creates some muddy waters for how this goes forward. What do you know about what this could look like, Adrian?
Sure. So many questions there. These are all really good questions. Let's take it through one thing at a time. The DNC chair, Danny Harrison, and again, forgive me, I'm reading because it's just coming out, has just issued a statement saying he promises a transparent and orderly process to elect a new nominee after Biden drops his 2024 bid. Transparent and orderly. Well, let's see. The DNC is August 19th to the 22nd. What will happen there now is that the delegates on the floor, Joe Biden had won 99% of those delegates. This will be put to a vote. If a new candidate wins a majority of those delegates, the voting is done, and that's the nominee. If a candidate does not win all those votes, then the superdelegates, the 700 superdelegates, get to weigh in. It gets confusing. It will signal all sorts of messiness that will be very destructive for the Democratic Party, that they won't want to see that. They won't want to see their pick, the presumptive pick, win on the first round because they need to get going. And to your point about Kamala Harris and the suggestions that she's just the same as the Biden administration, interesting, yes and no. The polling that has come out most recently from YouGov in particular puts her at 48 and Trump at 51. Okay, that's still below Trump, but that's 1 point above where Biden was at his peak from a number of different polls in the rough same time frame. So that's interesting. And that's especially interesting because as vice president, it's not a job where you can really demonstrate your unique abilities and perspectives. So you serve at the pleasure of the president. And further to that, her portfolios were really difficult. She was handed the border file. No one wins in the United States on the border file, particularly not now. She was handed immigration. You cannot win on immigration in the United States right now. And this woman who was brought into the ticket because she's a prosecutor and she asked tough questions, and people who had fallen for her did so because they saw her taking Donald Trump and others to task, and they liked that fight in her. Where does that go when you're vice president? Where do you put that fight? Where do you make your own mark? Because it's Joe Biden's presidency, and you're his vice. So now what will happen, which is a long way of answering your question, now what will happen is an immediate rebranding of Kamala Harris, an immediate attempt to address what people had seen as flaws in her communication strategy previously. Very technocratic, certainly a prosecutor, was resistant sometimes to talk personally or tell a story. They know that the people on the other side, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, these are storytellers. These are people, J.D. Vance talking about his Mima in growing up in Ohio, and Donald Trump, who is a natural storyteller and talking about what happened to him on the weekend. Kamala Harris needs a story, and she needs to be able to communicate it. And you know that the White House right now is working on how does she reintroduce herself to the American people in a way that they can connect with her in a very short amount of time.
Certainly going to be very interesting to see who lines up behind her in terms of those big names, as we saw some of those big names come out asking for Joe Biden to step down as well. It'll be a very interesting few days ahead, and looking also to Biden's address later this week, which he has promised to make. I don't think we know when that's supposed to happen at this point in time. But any thoughts, Adrian, just on what you think he needs to say?
Boy, that's a good question. I think firstly, look at that letter that he wrote. And we were talking earlier, Linda, about how interesting it was that he thanked Kamala Harris in his letter, but he endorsed her in a tweet. Like, why wasn't that in the letter? And I don't know, and a presidential historian will be able to tell us, but I think that letter was written as a matter of a historical document to go into the archives, to register this unusual moment in history, and to serve as a public service. So that was Joe Biden, the president. Joe Biden, the campaigner, is the man who sent out the tweet for Kamala Harris. So he is trying to play it by the book right down the line, right until the end. I think he will have to talk about the things that he did. He's already been tweeting today about how inflation has been lowered and the jobs he has created. He will push that hard. And he will have to, for a man who for the last 2 months, feels like 2 months, maybe it's only one, has been having to defend his intelligence, his capability, his record, and it's been a lot of me, I. He will probably be encouraged to talk about you, the American people, the Democratic Party, we as a team, Kamala Harris as an extraordinary leader, the future. He will have to emphasize that Donald Trump is now the oldest candidate to ever run for president, or the oldest one. So he will probably emphasize the youth and the potential and the future, as well as what he has accomplished, and remind people of his acts of public service. But my guess is that he will also emphasize the strength of the United States. A little bit of a shot across the bow towards any of his enemies who might have designs on the United States, perceiving it to be as a weak country in this moment where the president is talking about not running again, not stepping down as Mike Johnson and Donald Trump suggest he needs to do. But he will probably have to portray the strength of the United States of America, the hope for its future, his gratitude for being able to serve, and how he feels he has left the country in a better shape than when he found it.
Adrian, it's great to get your thoughts on this. Thanks very much for being with us. And I know we're going to see you tonight on a special edition of The National from Paris, so viewers can tune into that.
Indeed. Thanks, Linda.
We've now reached Linda Feldman. She is the White House correspondent at the Christian Science Monitor. As we've been doing since the news broke, getting reaction to the news, Joe Biden is dropping out of the race. What are your thoughts? What went through your mind when you heard this?
So my first thought was, finally, I've been predicting for a long time that he would have to do this. To me, it's been over for quite a while. And when, as people like Nancy Pelosi and Barack Obama and other very prominent Democrats were trying to nudge him very gently toward the exit, out of deep respect for all that he's accomplished, I just thought, when is he going to do this? And he had to drop out before the Democratic National Committee had formally nominated him. So he is not the Democratic nominee. And anybody who's suggesting there's a legal issue around this is wrong. So the timing is interesting, and I think it gives the Democrats actually plenty of time to regroup and coalesce around Kamala Harris.
Yeah, as you say, a lot now of the focus is going to be on Harris and moving forward. Do you think that she is going to emerge as the nominee, the next presidential candidate here?
Yes, I think it's unequivocally yes. The Democrats, the time is of the essence. Donald Trump is the Republican nominee, and the contrast is now very, very sharp. We no longer have two very elderly candidates running for presidency for the next 4 years. Joe Biden is leaving the stage. He will finish his term. All of the the calls for him to resign the presidency are basically trolling. And I think the immediate headlines suggested Democrats in chaos, but I think there's a lot of conversations happening right now, and I think that the party delegates know that they need to have a new nominee right away, and that there can't be infighting. So it's telling, for example, that Gretchen Whitmer, the governor of Michigan, who has long clearly wanted to run for president, that she has already said she will not run in this cycle if Joe Biden drops out. Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, hasn't said that. He has put out a message thanking Joe Biden for his service. Tellingly, did not say that he will not run this time. But if he tries to run against Kamala Harris, the backlash will be huge. And I think he's smart enough to know that that's a bad idea. I really think it's Kamala Harris's nomination, and the only question is who will she select as her running mate.
How important is that choice?
It's very important, and it's a huge opportunity. I mean, the names that are being floated are, I think at the top of the list has to be Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is one of the 3 states that the Democrats have to win in November to hold on to the presidency. Furthermore, Josh Shapiro is very popular. He's a Democrat, and he's Jewish, which some people suggest might be a problem. But he's also he has huge emotional intelligence. If you saw him speaking after the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, Josh Shapiro was speaking outside the hospital, and he reached right to Trump supporters. He knows how to speak to the middle of the country. He knows how to speak to the sensible center, to the people who didn't like the choice of Donald Trump and Joe Biden. And suddenly there's a new choice. And even people who aren't sure about Kamala Harris, I think, will be reassured by Josh Shapiro. I'm not saying he's going to be the one. Other people are mentioning Andy Beshear, the governor of Kentucky, Democrat in a Republican state, Roy Cooper, governor of North Carolina. But honestly, if it were up to me, I would ask Josh Shapiro to do this. And they've known each other for 20 years, he and Kamala Harris.
Okay, and I want to ask you about what might be going on in the Trump camp right now. And certainly we're seeing, and I'm monitoring some of the reaction as it's coming in right now from the MAGA PAC folks issuing a statement simply titled, Kamala Harris was in on it. So obviously, and perhaps not surprisingly, we're seeing the Trump campaign and supporters really latching on to that and saying, they are one and the same, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris. If you didn't like Joe Biden, you're not going to like Kamala Harris. Is that going to be enough?
I don't think so. So that's the obvious thing to do right now, is to lash her to Joe Biden's side. Joe Biden was a sinking ship. He had a terrible debate performance. He has had numerous interviews since then where he did not look completely sharp, and it's been clear for quite a while that he had to drop out. So the Trump people wanted to run against Joe Biden. They were prepared for that. And suddenly they've got somebody who's a generation younger who is the likely nominee. And they have been preparing to run against Kamala Harris when I think it was clear that Joe Biden would drop out. But she is, all of a sudden, I think, the new face of the Democratic Party. She's black. She's South Asian. She's the daughter of immigrants. She's female. So this is, we're getting out of the white male pattern of American politics. And yes, we've had a female nominee before. But, Kamala Harris is a new ballgame. And I think the Trump people, he's not going to lose any of his supporters to Kamala Harris, but it's those people in the middle, the swing voters in those 3 critical states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, who are going to decide this election.
And, as you say, we're following the reaction as it's coming in and seeing now an endorsement from the Congressional Black Caucus saying it fully supports Kamala Harris as the Democratic nominee for president. And we're hearing from guests that we've been speaking with throughout the show talking about the enthusiasm here. And certainly even in the early stages following this, there does seem to be a number of responses to this that indicate that there is that enthusiasm. How important are these endorsements as they come in now?
Well, they're essential, but they're only a start. So the endorsements of these groups, these caucuses, say the Black Caucus, the Hispanic Caucus, what have you, they matter, but voters don't decide who they'll support based on endorsements like that. So Kamala Harris really has to sell herself. She has to reintroduce herself to the American public. She ran a terrible campaign for president in the 2020 cycle, and for her it ended in 2019. She didn't make it to the first primary. She struggled in her early days as vice president. There was the awkward laughter. There was her, word salad answers to questions, and the Biden team in the White House really kind of pushed her off to the side. They saw that she was hurting the image of this White House. So she did eventually kind of emerge from the bunker, and I think she kind of lost her nerve a little bit. But now she is the hope of the Democratic Party. It's going to be Kamala Harris, and the spotlight is on. I think she herself has known this was going to happen for a while, since Biden's terrible debate. And I think, there's no way to prepare for a moment like this to be suddenly thrust into the spotlight. But I think she can handle this. She's a pro. I would assume that she's learned from her mistakes and that her team is rallying around her. And more importantly, the Joe Biden team, which is, people who've been with him literally for decades, will now embrace Kamala Harris and do everything they can to bring her across the finish line.
And another statement that we have been waiting on since this news broke and we start to see the reaction coming in. We're waiting to hear from Barack Obama. And we now have a statement from Barack Obama. It's a very lengthy statement. I won't read the whole thing for you, but it says Joe Biden has been one of America's most consequential presidents, as well as a dear friend and partner to me, of course, as vice president. Today, we're also reminded again that he's a patriot of the highest order. And I'm just scrolling through this here now and kind of reading this as we are on the air. But he says, and for now, Michelle and I want to express our love and gratitude to Joe and Jill for leading us so ably and courageously during these perilous times and for the commitment to the ideals and freedom and equality that the country was founded on. I don't see, I'm looking through the statement right now for the first time with everybody else here, but I don't see an endorsement of any particular replacement in this statement. So that is something that we're watching for as well. There was some thought that maybe Barack Obama was behind the scenes nudging Joe Biden to make a decision here. What do you think of this statement? I know we haven't read the whole thing, but what do you think of his reaction and whether or not he may have had a hand in this decision?
So we know that Barack Obama has privately and quietly been trying to talk Joe Biden into dropping out. Their relationship is complicated. And, he urged Joe Biden not to run in 2016 in favor of Hillary Clinton, who, of course, lost to Donald Trump. So Joe Biden and Barack Obama there's a little bit of tension there. I haven't read Barack Obama's statement. My guess is that, like Joe Biden himself, Obama is is devoting his first public statement about Joe Biden dropping out of the race to Joe Biden. It's like an obituary, honoring Joe Biden's service, praising him for what he sees as Joe Biden's accomplishments in 3.5 years as president. And I am 100% certain that Barack Obama will endorse Kamala Harris. And he's known her a long time. She was not just a senator from California, she was the attorney general for the state of California for 2 terms, so 8 years. They knew each other then when he was president. She was California attorney general, so they know each other. And obviously, Barack Obama, the nation's first black president, is there's no world in which he doesn't endorse the first black female president of the United States.
Linda Feldman with the Christian Science Monitor, really appreciate you taking the time for us during what I can imagine is a very busy time where you are as well. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
And the CBC's Chris Reyes is in New York, has been following this breaking news as it continues to pour in and joins me now. Chris, great to have you with us. The Republicans just finished their convention. They've coalesced around Trump. Where are the Democrats when it comes to party unity at this point?
Well, I'll tell you right now, Linda, we have nothing to compare it to, but we can tell you what it was like at the RNC, because what we saw there was a full week of sort of this cheerleading around this new Republican Party. And I only say new because I think we were watching a lot of transformations happen in real time during that week. I'm fresh off the plane from that convention. I was on the floor when Donald Trump gave his speech. And, I think for anybody who's covered Trump rallies, I'm a bit of a newbie when it comes to that. I think there were a lot of similarities to your average Trump rallies inside that convention. But I think what was different is that there was this concerted effort to really expand Republican support, to make it a big tent Republican Party, as they were calling it at the convention. And so what you saw on that stage last week was young people, women, people of color, union leaders taking the stage and either endorsing Trump or showing that they're open to switching parties or supporting some of Trump's policies. And so I think that's what the DNC is going to have to think about when they start to as they start to scramble not only for a new candidate but really prepare for their own convention in August. It's what we saw at the RNC was an effort to really take a big bite out of the Democratic electorate, right? The young people of color, as I mentioned, and union leaders. And I think that there's been a lot of analysis out there that agrees that they were able to do that at least for the week. Whether it lasts, we don't know. I think, Linda, at this point we have more questions than answers. But I think that was my first question is, what kind of convention will the Democrats have to organize now that they have this added burden of having to scramble to anoint a new candidate, and then in addition to that, have to create some kind of contrast to the convention that the Republicans just ran, a convention that, by all accounts was a very successful one, at least when it comes to unifying their party. I mean, we saw on that stage fierce Donald Trump rivals take the podium and strongly endorse Trump, and that included Nikki Haley, the last person in that bitter race for the nomination. We saw Florida Governor Ron DeSantis do the same thing. So there was this sense of, almost like a kissing of the ring of Donald Trump, and then you saw his entire family sitting in that VIP box. And so it was very obvious that there was this transformation of the Republican Party into Trump's party. And you saw that even outside of the convention because, everywhere you look, it was really more than seeing kind of the Republican Party's name. You were seeing Trump's name. You were seeing Trump's face. You were seeing, Trump's signature MAGA hat, the Make America Great Again, that slogan that he made famous. So as the Democrats, scramble to get this convention going in August, that's what they're going to have to think about. That is what they're playing against.
Yeah, and I want to pick up on your experience there at the convention a little bit more and just kind of pick at that. I don't want to put you on the spot, but, there was so much talk about whether or not Biden was fit to be president again at that time. I'm sure that there was talk on the floor there amongst the various people in attendance about that specifically. And maybe there was some talk about Kamala Harris. Did you get a sense from anybody at the Republican National Convention about, what they think of her?
So there was a little less talk about Harris and a lot of talk about Biden's frailty. In fact, it wasn't just some talk. It was almost a running theme throughout the convention. I mean, often in these big screens at the convention, they played a montage of Biden sort of in these moments where he either was slow to climb the stairs of Air Force One or he was tripping over something. And not only that, they put that montage up against one of Donald Trump dancing at his rallies. Again, in sort of this Trump style where it was almost like cartoon-like or a caricature. And often they played those two videos side by side. Where they did talk about Harris is this almost concern that should Biden decide at some point to step down, that they were going to get a Harris presidency. And, they hit on her record. And again, nobody in that crowd was tolerating fact-checking. I should just mention that to start. But they were hitting her hard on her record, securing the border. Securing the border was a #1 priority at that convention. And what they were saying is that Harris would basically be the worst president to do that. Again, that is not to fact-check her record, but that was certainly the narrative that they were spreading at that, to that crowd. And I can tell you that crowd was believing every word they said. Every person who took that stage, and of course, Trump being at the very top of that lineup.
Great to get your perspective on this, fresh out of that convention, especially. Thanks very much, Chris Reyes in New York. Okay, let's recap the breaking news that we've been talking to now for the last couple of hours. Joe Biden stepping aside as the Democratic nominee for
the events that happened after.
Okay, I don't care. They're eating. Did I have anything to say? The boinking on her.
All right. I don't know if we have anyone in Twitch, but I just want to make sure the chat's working. Not Twitter. Oh, okay. Okay, sweet. Okay.
Well, need 100 million on the low scale. On my worst night, on the best.
Okay.
And Rosen and Donald Trump is like, hey, I got an idea. Can you just send letters to these 7 states and tell them that we found really good evidence of voter fraud and we're still investigating it? So you guys kind of need to toss your election for now, and maybe we'll come back to it. We'll revisit in a few weeks. And obviously, Donahue and Rosen are like, no, this is fucking retarded. We're not going to do this. And Donahue and Rosen are, they're chilling, they're on their bed, kicking their feet up, drawing pictures and hanging out and doing whatever attorney generals and deputy attorney generals do. And this guy, Clark, starts like wandering into their office, like chatting with them, like, hey guys, what's up? Do you guys think that we should do, maybe we should do something about this Trump stuff, or, maybe we should actually tell the states that there's some fucked up shit. And they're like, wait, how the fuck do you even know this? Why the fuck are you even? And then Trump starts mentioning Clark's name. And now they're asking, they're like, why is Trump mentioning your name? Why the fuck does Trump even know who the fuck you are? Like, what the fuck? And he's like, well, me and Trump, we go way back by like 3 days. So we've been having conversations. And at some point, Clark, because Trump is asking his deputy and his attorney general over and over again, he's like, can you please write these bullshit letters? One day, Clark comes up to Donahue and Rosen, and Clark says, hey, can you guys promote me, add somebody in under me so my rank is more impressive, and then can you sign this letter? And Rosen and Donahue look at it, and the letter is what Trump wants them to say, right? It's the lie of like, oh yeah, we found big voter fraud. Can you guys toss your election out? And both of them are like, we are never signing anything like this. And then Clark is like, okay, that's fine, but maybe I'll be the attorney general next. And then
so that part I recall, where he basically says this is their subordinate, basically saying, if you don't do this, I'm going to be your replacement.
Yes.
Yeah.
And all of this culminates in one of the funniest. You've got the J6 committee report of it, which is insanely epic and hilarious. No, it's an epic confrontation. But then you've got Hirschman's deposition, where he's recounting this. And all of this culminates in this crazy event where basically Donald Trump is going to fire the attorney general, and he's going to install Clark as the attorney general, who has no background in he never done a criminal case in his life, okay? So that Clark will send out this letter to all of the states, the swing states, get them to flip their votes. And so so Donahue. It's like 7 different people, but Donahue, Rose, and a bunch of other people all go to the Oval Office. They start contacting everybody in the DOJ, okay? And then they go to Trump, and they all have this conversation, like, just so you know, like, half of your State Department or half of your DOJ is about to resign, okay? If you're seriously going to replace us. Clark is giving the most impassioned speech in his world, arguing why he should be the Attorney General. Hirschman is here, like, shouting him down as a fucking retard. Hirschman's like, what are you planning on doing when you become Attorney General? And Clark's like, well, I'm going to write this letter and do that. And then Hirschman is like, he's like, oh, so you've never heard of like, what is it, like Rule 63? You understand you're going to commit a felony day one, right? Like, maybe you should go back to the DOJ, and when we have like a question about oil spills, we'll call you. Like, Hirschman is saying all of this in his deposition. And it's just insane fucking play of like crazy shit. This one thing in and of itself is just insanely unhinged and crazy, right? This is just one of like 15 different unbelievable things. Did you know that there's a leaked phone call of Donald Trump calling the election fraud investigator in Georgia? He's calling her in a 6-minute call. And he's like, hey, just calling to say that I know you're a great person and you're doing great work, and I know you're going to find the voter fraud that we're looking for. Good luck, right? Why is he making that? Why does he even have her number?
There's one, I want to make sure I get the state right, but I think it's Michigan. And this broke like within the past 6 months, but you had Trump, and then you had the Ronna McDaniel, Mitt Romney's niece, and she was the head of the Republican National Convention at the time and until recently. They were also calling election certifiers as well, or like people who are on the boards of these election commissions, asking them to basically walk back their votes to certify Biden's victory in that particular state. And I'm pretty sure it was Michigan. So he did it apparently in multiple states. I forgot about the Georgia one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, the shit's crazy. It really is. And any of these individual things, like Steve Bannon, one of Trump's advisors, said that, you got to flood the zone with shit. And they've done it so well because, to your point, any of these things, if they were given just adequate media attention, would potentially kill a political career of any politician, and should. Right? And even in today's media environment, you could just scratch out the names and the circumstances and just put Biden in. And even in 2024, even though the media's gotten used to Donald Trump, this same story with the same set of facts would destroy any Democrat.
These are the things. Yeah. Oh my God, bro. I read the 160-page, most of these are slides. Have you actually gone over all of the Dominion presentation?
Not the whole thing. There was the court filings, which prior to the
Bro, the Dominion shit. Hold on. I'm going to send you this. You can read through some of this in your free time. It is, because I asked the chat, I was like, is there like a log of, I just want to see some of these leaked.
You're talking about the leaked texts and stuff like that? Yeah, they were released in court filings, I think piecemeal. I don't even think it was in just one filing until later on.
Yes, but
yeah.
there's a whole thing. Fuck. Sorry, keep going. I'm going to find this.
No, yeah, I mean, they were absolutely damning. And that's another thing, too.
No, wait. Hold on. I'm so sorry. Just because you're underselling everything. Pisco's been underselling everything. I've been underselling everything, okay? We've all been underselling everything, okay? They're not damning, okay? These are beyond dead to rights, okay? If you ever get bored, all right, you should go through, I don't know who the attorneys that they hired for this, bro, this is, have you ever heard of, like, for instance, like, have you heard of the Brain Room?
The Brain Room? No.
Fox News, they have an entire fact-checking department that works really hard. Every single exec at Fox News and every single host at Fox News knew that they were spreading bullshit. They knew that they were spreading lies. They were admitting all of it in the background, but they were also admitting that we're losing our viewers to Newsmax. We have to have them on. We've got to bring these people on. Meanwhile, like all of them are saying shit like, what was it? There was one in here where it was like Sidney Powell. I think yesterday she was on like ketamine, mushrooms, and LSD. There's no way. Like this bitch is fucking crazy. Like it is insane. How much is they knew? They knew.
And not only it would be bad enough if it were just from the Tucker Carlsons and Laura Ingrams or whatever, but you even had, I'm pretty sure Brett Baer, who is supposed to be like one of their Chris Wallace straight news journalists, like even he was in on it too. Like, hey, maybe we should call this thing into question in order to get viewer share back. I mean, it's poisoned the entire network. And the other thing too, just to kind of capitalize on this, when the Dominion text dropped, and obviously it was a bombshell, it went off. One of the points that I was making, you want to talk about the double standards and the asymmetry. Obviously, media networks get shit wrong. There's no question. Obviously, there are probably times where they have knowingly spread misinformation. And the thing is, though, what sets Fox apart here is we have no evidence of, like, CNN. Like, people talk about, like, well, CNN, what it did to the Covington Catholic kids.
No, careful. There's one thing that every conservative, there are any left in my chat that I haven't banned yet, is going to bring up, and it's the, was it Donna Brazil? They handed debate questions off for a Democrat primary.
That was in secret, Stephen. It's the opposite of what you're talking about. We're talking about public lies to the people. That was a secret backdoor.
But I'm just saying that, like, in terms of like them picking and choosing a candidate and being biased or whatever, that's the one that always go to.
I'm sorry. To be clear, I'm actually not making that case, because I have no doubt that these journalists and these, you wouldn't call Laura Ingraham and Tucker Carlson journalists, but like these pundits obviously have their biases. That's fine, right? I don't mind that Tucker Carlson is a pro-Trump bias, except for just on the merits of it. He's entitled to that.
For sure.
But we have never seen something so pervasive and systemic and dishonest as the Dominion voting machines. People say, well, CNN, with the Covington Catholics, the kids, and the misrepresentation of that whole thing. There was nothing like this. Like, they had to pay nearly $1 billion. It was like $787 million in a defamation suit. And Piso's the attorney here. I'm not. But my understanding is it's really, really hard to prove this sort of defamation case in an American.
The biggest of all time against a major news network.
Right.
It's millions.
Right.
And there were messages going around, just as a quick one, from Jay Wallace, and these are all people. This is the president, executive editor of Fox News Media, right? Emails going around when they're talking, okay? Jay Wallace sending a message to Suzanne Scott, who's another executive VP or something, right? Thank you.
She was their CEO.
I watched Lou closely for 2 weeks during the conventions. The North Koreans do a more nuanced show. Like, there are so many crazy emails, and they're just talking about all of this.
Yeah.
All of this.
And there's nothing like it that we have any evidence of from MSNBC, CNN.
The Twitter files had nothing like this, by the way.
Right.
And Matt Taibbi, okay, the hack fuck loser, even he said in his tweets.
Calling you out, Matt.
Even he said in his tweets that I saw no evidence of the government intruding to try to censor the laptop story. Zero evidence of any government intrusion on that, by the way. But conservatives will still repeat that lie over and over and over again, right?
Right.
And keep in mind also, hold on. I saw some conservatives type this, okay? Keep this in mind, because they're lying, they're sneaky. Conservatives will tell you, oh, that's why I don't listen to Fox News, because I know they do fake news. No, they don't listen to Fox News because they wanted them to do more fake news. That was why they left Fox
They were
News. And that's
insufficiently
why
fake.
Fox News was lying about this, is because they were losing their audience to Newsmax and OAN. And they say it over and over again. We're losing viewers to Newsmax. They're taking it. But they even say, because they know that these are lies and bullshit, okay, between Peterson and Schreier, okay, I turned it off. I don't know how we work here. Honestly, we're going to look back at this week and know that this is when we lost a significant part of our audience who won't come back. As soon as Facebook starts telling people to go to Newsmax. You know, though, between us, this is a problem for the channel, yes, but if we keep doing what we do, FBN will get a bunch of the disenfranchised folks too. They're talking about people leaving because they won't broadcast fake news, by the way. 100%. I was talking about exactly that with my husband last night. It's actually an opening for us. Yes, we just can't play for it openly like Newsmax and OAN. Because Fox News was a mainstream media corporation that did have a fact checker part of their corporation, and they knew all of it was lies. They knew all of it was bullshit, but they still told it to you. Every part of this was bullshit.
You know what else they did?
What else did they do?
Called the Arizona election the earliest of any network.
True.
And the right never forgave them for that.
No,
Even
that's
though
why that's why they made these plays. They explicitly referenced that in these filings. I believe.
Brett Baer, I think it was. Brett Baer was the one, or somebody like that was like, maybe we should walk this back or like retract it to satisfy the viewers. I do remember that.
Yep.
From
This is from testimony from Murdoch. It is fair to say that you seriously doubted any claim of massive election fraud. Oh, yes. Are you and you seriously doubted it from the very beginning? Yes, I mean, we thought everything was on the up and up. I think that was shown when we announced Arizona. And they talk about that, yeah, after the Arizona announcement, Donald Trump put them in their sights. Because remember, if you say no to the king, he will fucking destroy you. And you saw this happen to conservative after conservative, to the rhinos that are no longer considered part of MAGA America, to anybody in media that wouldn't play Trump's tune, to the note that he will turn against you and he will try to destroy you. Yeah. Like even here from Rupert Murdoch, okay? From Rupert Murdoch, all right?
Australian scum.
November 6th, okay, 2020, all right? Half of what Donald said was good. The other half, bullshit and damaging. Big media, big money, and big tech all against him and his vote. In spite of this, a mighty achievement, but conspiracy with pollsters? No, the latter is simply incompetent. Perhaps many run by Dems, but so what? Giving big money is not a conspiracy. Turns out it's mainly a waste. With several states now disappointingly favoring Biden, it's hard to claim there's foul everywhere, right? Every exec knew this. Every exec knew that all these claims were bullshit. All the Sydney stuff was fucking crazy. The Kraken was bullshit. All of this is bullshit. All of this is bullshit. Fuck. And they knew it was bullshit, and they knew that you fucking retards didn't care. They knew you didn't care, and that you guys would slurp it up. Oh my God, it's so crazy.
It really is. It is, man. It's nuts.
It's so
it's nuts. Pisco, how do you feel,
Yeah.
buddy?
Well, I feel great. I feel great because this was the right thing to do for the country. Because Joe Biden, as excellent as I think his presidency has been, and I think it's been excellent, he was not able to break that kind of feeling of him being way too old for the job, and has been showing signs that maybe he's not competent for the next 4 years. And so he was able to take this incredibly difficult step of recognizing that in himself with a little help. Let's be clear. It was definitely, the pressure was a big amount of it, but it was the right amount of pressure and the right decision, and an honorable decision that I think everyone needs to thank him for. Because now we do have the opportunity to win this election way more than we did before. And there's going to be an insane amount of hypium, and an insane amount of dollars I'm planning to donate to the new ticket, whatever it is.
You're going to
so I'm
single-handedly
hopeful. I'm hopeful
single-handedly
now.
fund it.
Yeah, super hopeful. I think Steven and I are already planning a party for everyone to come to get hype. That's going to happen. You're all invited. And so, yeah, I'm ecstatic about the news.
Yeah, Andrew Weissman, he was I think he was a DOJ official. I can't remember. I want to say he was like a deputy AG or something like that. He compared President Biden's decision to President Washington, both in turning down power when he was general of the Continental Army, and then again after his second term.
What a contrast, huh?
God, can you imagine Donald Trump saying no to any? Just to be clear, and I would bet almost my life on this, not quite, but almost. If Donald Trump somehow didn't win the nomination on the Republican ticket, he absolutely would have ran as an independent. He didn't give a fuck.
Yeah, are you
absolutely, he
serious?
would have ran as an independent.
Yeah, of course. Like, if anything, just to punish the Republicans, even if he knew he stood no chance of winning, just to screw the Republicans over.
Is
Now,
there?
all you
Wait,
Zoomers,
as a quick
you
question.
Zoomers- yeah, I want to talk to the Zoomers. Give me a second.
Okay, go for it.
The Zoomers, you have a responsibility right now. You have a responsibility to talk to all your other Zoomer friends and to turn out the youth vote for, if it's Harris, or whoever else it is. You have that responsibility. The Zoomers.
On God.
Anyway, sorry.
On God for evil.
On God, period, as the kids say. I have no idea, but yeah.
As a quick criminal question, is there any criminal liability at all for defamation ever, or no?
Swap frog $7.
Not really, no.
Why?
Why?
It gets used
I was just curious if it ever rises to like a criminal level, if you defame somebody like so fucking hard. But okay.
Maybe if there's like a court order for you to stop and you violate the order.
Yeah,
but it would
yeah,
be
sure,
like,
yeah.
So, Pisco, also, while you're here, curious
Yeah.
about the threats coming from the Heritage Foundation, even Mike Johnson.
All garbage.
earlier
They'll
today.
all fail. They're not going to be successful. It's all bullshit. And guess what? If I need to go to court and write a fucking amicus brief, I'll do it because we're not letting them they're not going to get close to this. And it's not going to work. Trust me.
That what are they? Are they going to file to try to keep Kamala off the
Some
ballot?
bullshit. Yeah. I mean, like, you can already start to hear it from this corrupt Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. Start talking about disenfranchisement, this or that, as though he gives a fuck when the person he supports was trying to disenfranchise the entire country on their electoral vote. So
let's
this
go.
is all
See, look at
bullshit,
that. Okay,
and
now
the
we're
challenges
up.
are
We're
weak as
up
fuck.
big-
They're
we're
not
up
going to
big
work.
league.
And you can rest assured that good lawyers, strong lawyers, lawyers that support democracy, unlike these fuckers that try to coup the government, are going to stand between them
All I have to do is piss off
and
my
disenfranchising
ally.
you this November.
Yeah, you're not standing between them. You're standing across from them in front of the 6-3 Supreme
True.
Court. Remember that.
I will never forget it. But
Yeah.
Mark Elias has said that he's pretty confident that these things will fail, which makes me feel a little better because he's like one of the top election lawyers in the country. But I don't know, man. I'm so cynical. I'm with Steven on this. Like, I feel like, couldn't they theoretically? I'm just trying to imagine, right? Because really, a lot of this involves just running out the clock. So couldn't they file suit somewhere, judge shop, get it in front of like a Canon or a Casmeric or something like that, and just engage in legal fuckery?
No, you would
all
never
frivolous.
grant. It would all be like irreparable harm. There's no way they would grant. Well, no, I guess they would argue irreparable harm. That's why they have to be removed from the ballot. It would be unfathomable, I would think. But I said the same about criminal immunity.
It would
So
all be frivolous, and I'll put money on it.
discrimination
They
am I-
won't work.
What kind of discrimination am I okay with? Not that kind.
Maybe there'll be a problem with Ohio legislatively, but I think
All right,
the
that's my
Democrats
answer.
win that challenge too. So no, I don't think it'll work.
okay.
That makes me feel a lot better.
Yeah, don't worry about that. That's all to scare you. That's all to fearmonger. There is no official Democratic nominee yet. All of this is private internal politics. There's nothing. Imagine if Joe Biden were to die, right?
Sure.
If he died, what would be the case that like, oh, the Democrats now can't run someone? That's complete lunacy. No, that's not how it works. And even, by the way, even if Biden had to be on the ticket, you could still vote the Biden ticket, knowing that it would be Harris.
Mhm.
So this is all.
Wait.
garbage,
Can I ask
all
you a quick
fearmonger.
question? Hold on. To confirm a nominee from the Senate, is that 51 votes?
Depends.
What? No, I'm sorry. To confirm a Supreme Court, or I say 51 because
Supreme Court, yeah, the Supreme
It's just
Court,
a
you
simple
only need
majority, right?
51. Yeah.
Okay. Wait. Do we agree? Sotomayor should absolutely retire,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
Like now, right?
Yeah.
Is she going to? Has anybody spoke about that?
I don't know.
Are we looking at a 7-2 Supreme Court or probably like I don't know why. I don't know. Yeah. I will.
Is the fear? Why shit? Did they just?
Just to be clear, I will hate women forever. Okay, RBG already tested me. But if Sotomayor dies as well, and for no reason, like if Trump did win, it's like a 7-2 court, bro.
I just want to say, Justice Sotomayor is a phenomenal justice.
Mhm.
Her opinions are awesome. I still think she should step down just because of the nature of the threat and what the court has been doing.
She's 70 years old and she's like a diabetic who needs a constant medic surrounding her at all times. Of course.
Or otherwise, we
Yeah.
need to hire like fucking House has to follow this lady around with like at least like 3 different people who are blood type matches that can donate organs whenever needed. Okay, to keep her alive.
Because here's the thing, we all agree, like let's say Trump doesn't win and let's say Vice President Harris wins, but I mean right now Republicans are favored to take the Senate. It's not guaranteed, but it's a brutal map. We have to defend like 8 incumbent competitive seats and they only need to flip 2 and to take the majority. and Jim Justice, the Republican candidate, he's going to win West Virginia, right? Because Manchin's leaving. So the odds are that they will at least take the Senate, even if we take the White House. We all agree. Let's just be very clear about this, that if there is a Supreme Court vacancy 2 weeks into Vice President Harris's second term, not 2 weeks from the end, but 2 weeks into the beginning, that a Republican Senate will not confirm.
Oh yeah, that's what Pisco is saying. He doesn't think they'd confirm.
I
a single.
agree. They won't.
I don't think you should risk it. I feel like she should step down. Yeah.
Yes.
Do you agree? Is there any good argument against the idea of, I don't know if we talked about this before, but just like every president should just get one Supreme Court pick or two or whatever, and then you just rotate them out? Is there any good argument against that?
What if you have more than one vacancies, like a bunch of other stuff?
Well, sure, but I mean, like you could slot it for then like the next president to like make it even or whatever. But I don't like the lottery. The Supreme Court lottery feels really stupid to me.
Yeah, it's silly. Trump got 3.
That's insane. Maybe 4. Like he's looking at potentially 4 if he did win this election, right? That's just insane.
But in one term, he got 3.
Yeah.
Think
Well,
about
I think
how our
it's
life
I
would be
think
different.
Let's be clear. I think he's guaranteed 2 more, no matter what, because I believe Thomas and Alito will drop out.
If he wins, yeah.
Yeah,
100%.
if he wins, yeah.
Bet on that, folks.
So
Bet
then he'll get to say he appointed a MAGA majority, right?
Yeah.
And don't you think, Stephen, just to be 100% clear, Donald Trump is way too old to be president. I mean, he's the oldest official nominee for a party. Do you agree with that?
I mean, yeah. Have you seen videos of him talking prior? Even in the last election cycle in 2016, he was much sharper. He was much brighter. He didn't have as many weird name
And the polls
swaps
show it, guys.
over and
I
over
mean,
again.
listen.
What Nikki Haley and Pelosi and all these things. Yeah, for sure.
100%. But it's not just the gaps. But again, this is really important because people used to talk about the previous Democratic presumptive nominee and the polls against him. Polls have consistently shown anywhere from 50 to 65% of the American people have serious doubts that Donald Trump is not meant to be fit to be president.
It's a good point. We really don't know. Like the black box of a Donald Trump presidency where like we can't see into who's running the show. Like he says that Project 2025 isn't what's going on, but who knows who's running things really? I mean, there are moments where he doesn't know where the fuck
I mean,
he is.
didn't they already admit that he wanted to do some military action and like either Millie or somebody else like was not doing? Yeah, so like he doesn't even have control of his thing. Also, have we seen him play golf recently? Is his handicap really the same as it was 10, 15, 20 years ago? Does he even have the same level of physical health? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Hey, on that note, did you ever hear Biden's banger line on that note? He's like, what's Trump been doing? Just riding around on his golf cart, filling out his golf score before he hits the ball. I just thought it was a funny line. But yeah, I mean, I do think that obviously the vice president, the vice president should be making this case. It'll be interesting to see how people who previously bitched about Biden react to this. Like, I cannot wait if and when Stephen ever
just to be
gets
clear,
back on Piers Morgan.
Nothing will happen. You understand that conservatives don't actually care about that. Like they don't actually give a fuck about the senility. Yeah, so they'll just like, oh no, if you look at Trump now, he's still sharp, and that'll be it.
78's the new 60 anyway.
But it's telling that Trump picked such a young vice president because it's clear that the American people are very concerned about his age, and that's something that like you should carry forward to everyone you know is like bring this concern of age. And
of
senility.
course. Yeah, that's going to be 100. How many people did you hear saying over and over again, wow, is it really these two candidates? These are the two that we got? Oh, well, now you have a different
now
one.
they're not.
Now there's,
It will be interesting to see if people
are you going to change your vote? Nope.
Who are more centrist on
Not
this
that you
like
can
recant
vote,
now
right?
that they can't appeal to Biden.
That might be the dumbest thing I've ever heard you say. That is funny though.
No,
that you think that people are going to recant. That you think people are going to walk back.
I'm not
the
saying that they
centrist people.
will. I'm not saying that they will. I think it will be funny content. I think it will be good content.
Okay. That's slightly more acceptable. Okay.
Yes. Or for people in real time to ask a follow-up question like, hey, so now that that's no longer on the table, now that you don't have to worry about Biden's senility, do you favor
Harris
Vice
is
President
59 though. I mean, so she's a little old.
Yeah.
You know.
God.
Yeah. I do want to call out any centrist who was like, I'm not going to name any names, of course.
Name them.
But
Name
any
them.
centrist who was like, Biden, I can't do that. Now you have an opportunity to stick by your guns and condemn Donald Trump and to join the other ticket and to forcefully say, I support the Democratic candidate. I think that would be a great idea. And I think everyone who was kind of on the fence, or maybe even they said, I prefer Trump just because of how old Biden is. Maybe now is the time to stick with your guns and your politics, what you say are your politics, and endorse the Democratic nominee.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
True. I hit that question at the end of I did an interview with Tom Bill Yu, the impact theory
Bill
guy.
Liu,
Yeah, I asked him that at the very end. I wanted to get this question out. And I asked him before, I think it was the second to last question I asked. I was like, hey, just to be clear, if Biden drops out, and I think I asked, if Biden drops out and Kamala Harris comes back, will you seriously reconsider? And he did say, I got him to say, yes, I would seriously relook at the candidates or reconsider. So yeah, we'll see.
Play it back.
Guaranteed
Play back
liberty?
those tapes. Get the clips. Get all of them. And honestly, it should be embarrassing for anyone who calls himself a centrist or who is just already concerned about the senility of Joe Biden now to stand behind Trump or even be equivocal about it. Demand answers from them and push back hard.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Real hard. Even if that means you gotta
What the fuck happened to my-
make fun of.
Burn some bridges. Oh, no, not that.
While you're both here, because this was a question I had for Stephen earlier, and then we got sidetracked. But again, now that you've been diving deeper into the like these just Supreme Court cases and judicial cases in general, one of the things that Pisco and I constantly talk about, and I'm curious if your opinions on this have changed. I believe that in our current conception, the Supreme Court of the United States is effectively the most powerful branch, not equal, but is the top dog of the three. What do you think? Am I wrong?
It's hard to say like what there are so many checks and balances between them all. It's just hard to say. I don't know if I would say any branch is like, technically, I believe conceptually, I think Congress is supposed to be kind of the most powerful, but
it is. It is supposed to be.
But
right?
everything's power has its cons to it, right? Like the legislature absolutely, undeniably has the most power, but it also requires the most inertia to overcome, in order to get that power executed, right? The Supreme Court theoretically can wield a lot of power, but it's kind of constrained theoretically
right. Well,
by the Constitution.
Let's
and
be
laws of
clear.
Congress,
In terms of what the founders intended, you actually find the word co-equal doesn't exist in the Constitution, right?
Mhm.
And Jamie Raskin and other constitutional scholars have really been leading the way on this, and really since Donald Trump became president, saying that the notion of three co-equal branches, it's kind of a canard, right? The branches are separate and they're all important, but Congress was always intended to be the most powerful branch. It's the one that can amend the Constitution. It's in theory got the final hand on top, like you said.
And you have to remember that for Marbury v. Madison, the Supreme Court was supposed to be the final say on resolving disputes for cases that would either come up federally or to resolve disputes between states or to resolve disputes relating to treaties, I think. That's what the Supreme Court was supposed to do. And it was only
judicial review.
Yes. The Supreme Court technically wait, what?
I disagree with that reading that the Supreme Court usurped itself and.
Well, I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it usurped itself. I'm just saying that I don't. It wasn't originally written, at least by text, that the Supreme Court had the power to declare a law from the legislature unconstitutional.
That's
right?
true.
That it comported. Because I think there were some. I don't remember the quotes, but some of the people that were originally when they were drafting the Constitution didn't think that Congress would ever do that. Well, Congress wouldn't pass a law that's unconstitutional. They can't. Or that. So yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Here's my response to that real quick. I mean, you could imagine them coming up with something that said it is emphatically the providence and duty of the legislature to say what the law is instead of the judicial branch, right?
Mm-hmm.
I understand that it's not explicitly written, but if you read the Federalist Papers, there's a reference to judicial review in one of them. I'm not remembering right now which one it is, but also there were other state Supreme Courts at the time that did have that authority, and the thought process is, and again, I don't have the analysis on hand, that the inspiration for the federal judiciary were those other state Supreme Courts. And so I do think that as envisioned by the framers in the Federalist Papers, that judicial review is considered.
Okay, that could be the case. Considering that the Marbury case was that 1807 or something? How early was that? It was pretty early.
It was an early case under
1803.
Marshall.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a famous opinion, and it's one of the most. If you look at the fact patterns, one of the craziest opinions. Anyone who worries about judicial ethics, just so you guys know, this was all about a commission that wasn't sent to Marbury under the Adams administration. By the Secretary of State was supposed to give away the commissions to these justices of the peace. And do you want to know who the Secretary of State was at the time of the Adams administration who failed to send the commission to Marbury? A little fellow by the name of Justice Marshall. And so why isn't Justice Marshall recusing himself in this case when he's a fact witness of what happened? Who knows? There's a lot of that. And
but the early courts and the Supreme Court and everything was wild. It was way different. Yeah, it was a wild. Yeah.
Yeah. just say it was a different time back then, and some people think it was a setup case that
Well,
they
and
set it up.
Even it seems like the court has changed like quite a lot over the history of the United States, not just ancient history either. Like I said, I was like setting aside an evening to read through that the Brown v. Board of Education case because I was curious like what all the arguments were. That's like an 11-page opinion. It's like a 20-minute read, and I'm like, oh, okay, interesting.
Did you not like it? You're against Brown v. Board?
Yeah, because Congress didn't make a law.
Uh-oh.
Okay, Congress didn't make a law, right? Isn't that what Roberts said? That we have to, or was it Alito that said that? No, it was Roberts that wrote that opinion. Congress didn't make a law enforcing equal protections from the 14th Amendment, and I thought that's what Section 5 said. That's the argument that we used to get rid of Section 3,
Enacting
saying that
legislation.
that was like I believe that was the central argument that they used to say that the states can't enforce this. Yeah, that was what Roberts said. So I think equal protection should be thrown out the window unless Congress makes laws for it. Yeah.
By the way, all 9 Supreme Court justices are guilty for that shambolic opinion, Anderson. So I am disappointed that the liberals didn't dissent there. But
Yeah.
you know, that's just another reason why Sotomayor should. Never mind. Just kidding.
True.
Oh, how are you feeling, Steven? Doesn't it feel like a huge relief? Tell me I'm lying.
No, not at all. And it shouldn't. You should have nervous energy. I think if you're looking at this honestly, it should be nervous energy. Like there's a lot of opportunity, like a lot of cool stuff it'll be the same thing I said like yesterday and over the past week. A lot of really cool stuff now has the potential to happen that couldn't before, but a lot of disastrous stuff has the potential to happen that couldn't before as well. Just who knows, yeah.
Then can you tell me your emotional reaction the moment you heard?
I mean, it's a relief that you don't have to worry about any of the Biden attacks anymore. And then it's a wondering of like what the next. I mean, it's exciting for me. I'm a content creator, and I know that I'm going to get a lot of viewers today, and it's going to be a lot to talk about.
Isn't it crazy that no one even remembers that someone shot at Donald Trump?
Oh, I was just arguing earlier with Paul, and
no one remembers it.
Yeah.
Like, it's
also,
like no one even.
Donald Trump passed a bullet. Okay, don't let people say Donald Trump took a bullet for this country, because if he took it, then how did the guy behind him get shot and killed? Okay, he passed that bullet on a dude behind him. I don't know how people are saying Donald Trump took a bullet when his ear got grazed and there's another dude behind him that got fucking killed. It's unhinged. But
does it matter to you? Does this?
It does matter to me. Yeah, because it's weird when people say God protected Donald Trump that day, and it's like, bro, what about the dude behind him that got killed?
You are leaving out a critical part of the claim that Donald Trump took a bullet, because he actually said this at a rally. I think yesterday. I saw a brief clip. He said he took a bullet for democracy.
Wait, for what?
That's a direct quote.
Oh. Apparently, God can only shield one person
say a word,
at a time.
You're in enough trouble already.
I don't care. I will take a trouble. I don't give a fuck. Okay, I will.
You do care.
I'll take it all to embolden the liberals around me to be brave. Okay, you see these Laura Loomer tweets. You see these unhinged fucking statements that conservatives are making. Yeah, tell me where's all the conviction for the people calling those people? Fuck that bullshit. I have
when they go low, we go.
Stop.
Medium.
Shut up.
We go medium.
No, shut the fuck up.
Wait, we can't go medium? You literally, this was your
Here's
idea.
the point. Listen, okay? They choose the battlefield, we'll win on the battlefield. Whatever they choose, we'll fight with the weapons that they declare, and we will defeat them, okay? That's the
You're unhinged.
That's
You're
the rule.
crazy.
That's the rule, okay?
Usually I'm the bad cop. It feels good for once to be the good cop.
I mean, you agree with the substance of what he's getting at here, which is that there needs to be the forced expectation of symmetrical standards.
If you watch the actual video, the guy in the background steps on a blade of grass that belonged to the country, okay? He leased that. He leased that blade of grass. Also, I'm so sorry too. I wish I would have watched this video. God, there's so much more I would have shit on Trump. I thought that there were shots that the next second Donald Trump got down, and then a second or two later, Donald Trump got up and raised his fist. I didn't realize he was on the ground for like a fucking minute, waiting for the all clear from 15 different people, and then spending 10 seconds finding his fucking shoes, and then getting up and raising his fist. The way that story is presented, I thought that the sequence of events was much shorter than him waiting for the all clear, finding his shoes.
Does this matter to you?
Yes, it does. It does matter. Yes, I think it absolutely matters. Well,
Why?
Because people present this, and the average conservative in their mind, I don't care what you tell me, and I know this is true, the average conservative in their mind thinks that Donald Trump got shot, ducked quickly, and then rose up and fight with his fist in like 2 seconds. That's why they all say that, like, he took a bullet and he stood up and he continued to be brave. Every conservative in this country thinks that. Absolutely.
Why do you think it's important to fight that myth? I mean, like, it's just whatever.
Well, it's not in the grand scheme of all the things to fight is not important. It's just another lie. Like, did Donald Trump have the largest audience in his inauguration? It's just another fucking lie. It's just good to keep track of these things, I think, because when you lie and lie and lie and lie, you have this fertile breeding ground for big lies later on when people spread them over time. And conservatives are the masters at that. Yeah. And he spent more time searching for his fucking shoes with his height inserts than he did, with his fist in the air screaming fight. Okay.
So you think that he has height inserts like DeSantis?
I think he does. Why was he so concerned about getting his shoes?
Maybe because he didn't want to step on any broken glass. Or
Oh, yeah? The Secret Service couldn't fucking carry him? He had like 10 agents around him.
He's a big guy. I don't know if you...
No, he's not. Ronnie Jackson, his physician, didn't he say that Donald Trump weighs like 190-something pounds?
Oh, there you go. He's like 6'3", right? 190? That's a healthy weight. He's good.
No, I mean, it's bullshit. Like, he's overweight, right? But they were just like fudging the information about him, fudging his height and weight. They were called out for it.
Now you're attacking his physical appearance, even though Steven has specifically said you're not to attack people's physical appearance.
I didn't attack his.
Hold on, wait, excuse me. I'm 5'8". I wouldn't attack him if he's only 6'1". Okay, if he's like a manlet, if he's a 6'1" manlet, that's great. I support him. Okay, I'm just saying if he's not 6'3" and he's lying about it, that's something that's worth considering. I think considering how much shit they gave DeSantis over that. Didn't DeSantis literally go on PBD's show and they literally asked him about his height?
What the hell's PBD?
Paul, but the Iranian, inserted Iranian foreign influencer that spreads,
there is.
Russian disinformation in the United States. That guy, yeah.
Yeah, he's super dumb. I saw him get owned by this conservative guy who hates Trump. I forget his name. Steve something. You know what I'm talking about, Josiah?
Schmidt. Steve Schmidt.
Yeah, he
from Lincoln Project. Yeah, that was brutal. Yeah.
Brutal
he's also frequently on Piers Morgan's show too. They just had him
Piers
on.
Morgan, no spine whatsoever.
I totally disagree. What? I feel like he's got a huge spine. He just uses it to stand up for Trump.
Listen, he has criticized Donald Trump in the past.
True.
He said some things about January 6th, okay? But he also I just saw like he dropped an op-ed in the New York Post about why my phone call with Donald Trump last night makes me believe he is destined to return to the White House.
Who said that?
So, Piers Morgan.
He wants him to return. That's the thing that these centrists, quote unquote, never admit. I mean, just come out. Just come out and say that you support this fascist. Everything will make sense, right? The second that Piers says, puts on the MAGA hat, would any of us be surprised? Of course not.
Yeah, I'd be surprised that he was honest, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I guess that. I guess there's that. All right, in terms of next steps, do you want to see an open convention process, even if it's kind of a foregone conclusion, Stephen, where there's at least one other candidate? Or do you want it to be more anointing?
So this was my issue before. I think I said this. I think you agreed. The scary thing about like all the leaks and the disunity behind the scenes is that like if you're not on the same page, it's hard to move together with a common purpose. And the fighting and everything behind the scenes, I don't think was healthy for the Democratic Party. It wasn't good. Now that they've picked Kamala, hopefully they can all get on the same page and move forward. But having an open convention, doesn't it just invite more of that disunity?
Maybe. Doesn't it feel like we've broken the clouds? Like we were below a storm and there was this hurricane. Everyone was down. Everyone was sad. And this very dark time. And all of a sudden we burst through a cloud and now we're 30,000 feet in the air, and now we can see the sun. Doesn't it feel like that?
No, not at all. But I understand why you feel it. Yeah, no, not at all.
I feel like it's 3.5 months from an election, and we're still down in the polls and
don't you have the hope now that la ganas? You know what ganas is?
No.
You're Hispanic, right, Stephen? Ganas.
Oh yeah.
The will.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Don't
I knew
you have
that.
the
Yeah.
will now? Yeah, you knew that.
I love your optimism. I wonder what IRI is thinking.
I'm not saying it's a done deal. There's a fight ahead. A metaphoric fight.
Yeah. What do you mean by fight? Turn down the fucking temperature, Pisco.
This is going to be tough.
You know what I feel like? Here's what I feel like. I feel like you were in the hospital and it's a little bit rough. The doctors are giving you about 6 months left on hospice. And you're like, but there'll be like 4 or 5 good months, okay? And then probably a rough month and you die, okay? And then the doctors came in and they said, listen, okay? We know that we said it was foregone. You're gone. However, there is a treatment, a combination of things that we can do. We can go for a full cure. It has a 15% chance of success, though. So there's like a flurry of excitement. It's like, oh shit, okay, I thought it was a done deal, and I thought, oh, whatever, okay, all right, there's a thing, but it's like, whew, you know. And I'm not trying to map on precisely saying, oh, there's only 50% chance Kamala wins. I'm just saying like that's like the type of feeling that I have, where it's like something. Obviously, there's a lot of new potentials open up, but who knows?
You understand right now that Jimmy Carter's alive because of you, right?
I'm so sorry. I didn't know I would score 970 that day. Okay, I didn't know.
What I want you to do is go on to I Got Rhythm, 900 and above,
and release it.
And don't release it yet.
America is crashing.
900 and above.
Not crashing, just like
and
6 million
we're
people
in a good place.
900 is so easy. Okay, I'll do it next time.
One thing we do insist on collectively as your pals, you cannot fucking travel for the next 3.5 months.
I know.
It's your ass in that apartment in Miami.
Except for the
yeah,
party.
you can DoorDash your shit, but there is no need for you to leave that apartment for any reason in 3.5 months. Every time. I thought it was a joke. I thought it was a meme. But it's like a 1-to-1 ratio every time.
Bro, I couldn't believe it. I'm sitting in fucking New York and I check out my fucking phone that day and I'm like, I'm just reading and I'm like, assassinate. There's no shot, right? This is not real, right? Oh my God. Yeah, Jesus.
I had a migraine and I woke up. Okay, no one's going to believe me, but I'm telling you 100% the truth. Because I had just got off a discussion with someone about the immunity case. None of you are going to believe me, but I promise you it's true. I had a migraine, so I took a nap. And I dreamt about an assassination attempt on Joe Biden. I wake up, I look at my phone, because I have to get ready for a dinner that I'm going to, and I see Vosh's stream title, Assassination Attempt. And I was like, oh, he's just referencing, I guess, the immunity of it? I couldn't fucking believe it, but it was the scariest thing that's ever happened to me.
Jesus.
Damn.
Yeah.
You're
My books are balanced.
What do you want to kind of bitch?
Oh, I just saw you guys were talking about the election, and I was like, oh, I'll hop in. This seems like a fun discussion.
You're not part of this team, homie. You're not on the team.
I'm sorry.
He's on the team.
I'm just fucking.
He's on it.
I'll be voting for Trump now.
Oh.
Now that now that the
true.
Democrats have disenfranchised me.
Yeah, I am voting for Donald Trump now. Yeah.
Yep, that's right. Now that I've been disenfranchised by the Democrats, it's really they're the party of anti-democracy, and so now I'm going to vote for Trump in order to save our institutions.
This is
hey,
just
on
like
that score,
January
real
6th.
quick, Pisco, in all seriousness, because you've been complaining about this a lot. Can you, for the benefit of chat or anybody who's like going to have to fight this, metaphorically speaking, why?
Well, thank you
this
for
not-
clarifying metaphorically, because
Yes,
that
yes, right.
that
Watch out,
rhetoric was
every-
very hot, but then you said metaphorically. Thank God. Go
Really
ahead.
putting a bullseye on this ballot
Jesus
access.
Christ.
Metaphorical bullseye.
Metaphorical
Can you-
bullseye. Okay.
Can you give a quick,
quick.
lawyerly explanation as to why this is not in any way anti-democratic?
Yeah, we did this a little bit before. I'll just do one real quick. No man rules alone. Donald Trump, sorry, I messed it up. Joe Biden is not entitled to the infrastructure of his party. He has no legal right to, or even philosophical right to, use the resources of the Democrats and have Democrats support him. Maintaining the confidence of your party is a absolute vital thing to do in almost every democracy, certainly in every parliamentary democracy. There are methods to get rid of a leader who does not have the confidence of his party. In this specific case, there were a bunch of contests that occurred. Yeah, millions of people voted in a private primary process that uses the kind of the systems of the state, and it's conducted sometimes by state officials, but these are private contests, and there are rules attendant to those private contests, which are what happens if a candidate decides to drop out. It was entirely Joe Biden's decision to drop out or not. That there was pressure and people using their First Amendment rights to voice their lack of confidence in the president and his ability to beat Donald Trump is totally par for the course. It's part of the rules. It's what happens, and there's nothing wrong with it. And to suggest that we should be bound by those previous primaries, supposing and on the condition that Joe Biden decide to drop out, is ridiculous, flatly ridiculous. Joe Biden has no entitlement to the funding or the support, and the fact that was starting to leave and that pressure his decision doesn't make his decision to drop out any more illegitimate or anti-democratic. The real election is in November, and maybe even before that, right? If you're doing the early voting and that kind of thing. And so that's the real election. This is all private, and it was all done above board, 100%.
Yeah, and I think one thing as well worth pointing out is that Biden had a running mate, Kamala Harris. He also, like Pisco said, he voluntarily chose to drop out. And so now
Intellectuals
picking
don't
his
support that?
backup candidate, which is basically what a vice presidential nominee is, doesn't seem
Intellectuals don't support
particularly anti-democratic. It seems like these
secularism.
institutions are set up to handle a scenario like this, so it's nothing worth worrying about too much. But I don't know. I don't think there's a lot of voters out there who are like, I think it's a very online position. The idea of like, well, because you took Biden away from me, I'm just not going to vote. I'm going to sit this one out.
Well, I don't
Or I'm
even
gonna
know
vote
how
for Trump.
true.
There's not a
I don't even know how
single
true the opinions are. Bro. Okay,
It's an
sorry.
online opinion
Welcome to my
only.
conspiracy brain. I'm so sorry. I don't trust anything I see on X anymore. Okay, I don't trust that platform. I think it's Russian control. I don't trust it. I don't trust X. I don't. I think it's crazy. We have no more insight.
Yeah.
Elon Musk openly and adamantly supports it. He's more partisan than Jack Dorsey or anybody involved with Twitter ever has been in history. We have no more transparency into it. There's no more reports about their communication. Like it's
If Zuckerberg prior to the 2020 election had been as vocal and outspokenly pro-Biden as Elon Musk is,
Yeah.
I don't know what to do, folks. I don't know.
Or
what
Jeff
would have been done.
Bezos or Jack Dorsey or any other person, any other CEO. The Republicans all claimed, right? They were like, oh, these guys are all supporting the Dems. No leaks about it. Twitter files contain nothing about it. No evidence for any of this. Meanwhile, Elon Musk, every single other fucking tweet is shitting on Biden and supporting Trump. Meanwhile, Elon Musk, is it confirmed or am I making this up? Because I saw headlines saying that Elon Musk is now putting like $45 million into...
I believe it.
Trump referenced it at his speech. So yeah, I think so.
Like,
I think it's explicit now. He said that Musk is giving him $45 million a month too.
It's because of like high school reasons, because he wants to be popular with the cool kids. That's literally, I think he has the mentality of a child.
Yeah.
He really wants to have the likes and the tweets from people that he considers to be cool. That's it. And fuck Hulk Hogan and fuck Joe Rogan. You guys are all anti-democratic shills. You're sucking at the altar of Donald Trump, and it's gross.
Yeah, well, I mean, there was some reporting out that said that Musk was actually personally pretty upset that when Biden had his it was like an American EV showcase that he didn't invite Elon Musk, and apparently this actually really upset Elon Musk, which is what caused
hold
Elon
on.
Musk to be.
Remember, wasn't one of Trump's major reasons for getting involved in politics was it 2011 or 2012 that Obama slighted him?
Obama roasted him, at the White House Correspondents'
and
Center,
he
made
was
fun of him to his face.
fucking ass mad. He sat there stewing so much, and I don't believe they ever had another one when Trump was in the White House, right? They basically axed all of them, right?
No, they had one, and then they stopped after that. Or no, excuse me, I'm sorry. He never showed up.
Oh, okay.
They would still have the
Because
correspondence.
they are the
if he just
thinnest
showed up.
skinned
Yep.
motherfuckers
Well,
that ever
they are.
existed.
Wait, my favorite thin-skinned Trump thing is when he got rid of Michelle Obama's school lunch initiative on Michelle Obama's birthday when he was president. That's the most petty thing that Trump did as president. He waited until her birthday to get rid of her healthy school lunch initiative.
Or anytime he
these
celebrates a
Trump
holiday, he'll always say he'll always say Happy 4th of July, even to the losers and the haters, and he goes on the 7-paragraph screed.
About unity, though.
Yeah.
They are the thinnest skinned motherfuckers that have ever existed. The moment you criticize them at all, they block you. I'm talking about the Dave Rubins, the Redacteds. Every single time that you call them out on their bullshit, they whine and cry and hold on to it for the rest of their lives. I'm talking about Peterson, who can't get over the SJWs. That movement is dead and gone and buried, and he's still butthurt about
In
that.
the wake of the decision that Joe Biden just announced, President Joe Biden, that he will not be running for re-election any longer. We discussed that in a different segment. It's quite the decision, historic. And he has had an extremely successful presidency. And even with that, he's deciding to place the country above himself, believing this is the best path to defeating Trump. And for that, he should get much credit. And something fun is happening now that he's endorsed Kamala Harris, which is, you're going to see. But first, good attacks of hers against Trump back when she was running for the Democratic nomination for president in 2020. Are being recirculated, so I have a fantastic resurfaced ad of hers that gives a sense of what a Kamala Harris versus Trump matchup would look like in terms of messaging on the Democratic side. And then the other thing, and I'll show you a video that's just brutal that was reposted, is attacking Trump over his age and his cognitive situation. No longer can an attack be levied at the Democratic side, so it makes the attack against Trump about his brain turning to mush that much more effective. But it's also funny because people are immediately posting. For example, before getting to this Kamala Harris video, David Pagman said, "Is the oldest presidential nominee in American history, Donald Trump, really what this country needs right now?" Which is, it's funny, okay? Because you can just see the shift post this announcement from Biden. But before going into the brain-related things, here's an ad that Kamala Harris's campaign put out during the 2020 election, again, when she was running for that Democratic nomination for president. And it does get me pretty pumped. I do want to say that I understand she's not the official nominee yet. I'm just, from my understanding of the Democratic Party, I'm just pretty certain now that Biden's endorsed her and called for unity, the people, I'm sure some voters will say, no, we want an open convention. I'm already hearing that. We want to pick somebody else. But I don't think any of the prominent people who presumably could challenge Kamala Harris for the nomination are going to want that for the party or the country. And I'm sure the Gavin Newsoms, the Gretchen Whitmers, the Josh Shapiros, etc. will probably unite around Kamala Harris pretty quickly. That's just my speculation. So that's why we're going down this road so immediately. But this is a fantastic ad.
Sick of this? Well, think about this. He's a world leader in temper tantrums. She never loses her cool. She prosecuted sex predators. He is one. Grab him by the... She shut down for-profit colleges that swindled Americans. He was a for-profit college.
At Trump University, we teach success.
Literally. He's owned by the big banks. She's the attorney general who beat the biggest banks in America and forced them to pay homeowners $18 billion. He's tearing us apart. She'll bring us together. This is Trump. And in every possible way, this is the anti-Trump. So if that's what you're looking for in your next president, there's really only one. Kamala.
There it is. Don't tell me that doesn't get you pretty ready to go out there and explain to people that contrast. And that was made before Trump became a convicted felon, a civilly liable rapist, an insurrectionist, etc. By the way, you had Adam on X posting this, prosecutor versus convicted felon. Kamala Harris having that prosecutorial background really adds to that contrast. John Idarola said, it's just too good. Donald Trump's accelerating brain rot is about to look even worse. And I'm just saying Trump should be going to the restroom where he shouldn't, okay, in his pants, over this matchup, if indeed it plays out to be this. Again, it's all happening now. So I don't know how certain logistically it is. It feels certain. If that changes, we'll do more discussion about what contentious, open primary or convention would look like. But right now it seems party leaders would unite around Kamala Harris. So that's why I'm going under that assumption. And Trump should be terrified of going up against her in general and on a debate stage. And that I'm really looking forward to. And we're already seeing in the reactions from a lot of right-wing media, and I say again, I'll give you so many examples over the coming days as we get more of this, but it does seem there's some nervousness there. Because I understand that the right-wing media echo chamber is going to do with it what it did with Biden and do that to Kamala Harris, as they've already sort of been doing to her, and just push out all sorts of stuff. We're already hearing some vile rhetoric about her that is very unjustified from these outlets. But still, I think one of the major things for a lot of Americans going against Biden was not his record. Because when you talk about his record with people, people love that stuff. He's done a great job. And a lot of Americans really don't like Trump. I should say, understandably so. That's what I was going for. But a lot of people did have this lack of motivation because of age-related concerns. And we've made the case, despite that, using facts. But now that big concern evaporates. And I know other concerns are going to be pushed out by right-wing media. But I think the strength of Biden's record hopefully will carry over to the advocacy of Kamala Harris and those advocating on behalf of democracy and common sense governance. Millions of people every single week watch this show who are not subscribed. Please, if you're one of those people, go ahead and click that subscribe button. It's easy. It's free. I appreciate it so much. Back to the video. So with that being said, let's take a quick break from that discussion to watch this Midas Touch video that just brutally, more insensitively than I'm used to making these jokes, but we gotta go here, okay? I'm being forced into it. Jaden over there is forcing me into it. So I'm gonna have to play this for you, and it's talking about the brain of Trump, which all of a sudden is seeming to become much more of a discussion.
And my stupid people, when I wanted to refute it, they said, "Sir, don't dignify it with a rebuttal."
Have you been noticing peculiar behavior recently in someone you know?
Carried out by Ray,
Someone who mixes fiction and reality?
the late great Hannibal Lecter. He's a wonderful man.
Perhaps someone of advanced age you have known for years.
Did you just see Maduro, Venezuela? It's unbelievable, Venezuela.
Of course, we all have our goofs. But consistently odd behavior can be a sign of frontotemporal dementia, a degenerative disease of the frontal and temporal lobes of the brain that dramatically impairs cognitive function. And there are some key signs to look out for, like slurring words,
The failing New York Times by anonymous, really anonymous.
struggling to find the correct words is another sign.
The Mueller report, I wish, covered the oranges of the investigation.
You may also notice someone veering into incoherent ideas, detached from reality.
You know what I'd do if there was a shark or you get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time. I'm not getting near the shark.
Or an inability to complete simple sentences.
Saudi Arabia and Russia will repeat.
Other notable symptoms include impaired motor function, such as a wavering limb, and decreased balance, often accompanied by a signature lean or arched stance. If someone you know is demonstrating several or all of these symptoms, they are seriously unwell. As a matter of safety, they must be relieved of critical responsibilities and disqualified from any position of authority. Remember, frontotemporal dementia is a degenerative disease.
Right, so you get it. We're going to be hearing more of that in the coming days and weeks. And I'm not here to BS ya. Okay, I get that there's something,
Unemployment is fucking.
what's the word? Notable, I'll just say, okay? I'm willing to take note of how some people will have newfound interest in the age of the two candidates. Totally. But also, I think we deserve to go out there and say some of the things about Trump with some evidence that we've heard right-wing media put not just emphasis on, like justified emphasis, making sure the president's competent and being concerned post-debate, all that, not just emphasis, unbelievable, inconceivable, disproportionate emphasis on Biden's cognitive efficacy, while ignoring issues with Trump and ignoring every other important policy subject ever. Not talking at all about the successful policy record, the governance of Biden, only talking about that to try to hurt him politically, right? So if they want to play that game, we're down now. Okay, let's go have that conversation. And of course, because we're dedicated to honesty, we've been having that conversation for some time as well, in a justified way. But now the age, this person's too old, this, that, and the other thing applies to Trump above his competition. And I did notice in Trump's discussion, he indicated, we plan to run against Biden, but then here we go, but it's fine if someone else is the nominee because we can beat them too, which is what he has to say. But the amount of work that has gone into, the amount of lies that have been woven into the fabric of Americans' perception of Biden to hinder his reelection bid, that took time. And right-wing media doesn't have the time to thoughtfully weave that into the minds of a lot of Americans. Because to be clear, we're not talking about MAGA folks, people who plug their brain into Fox News as so many Americans do, unfortunately. That's not who I'm referencing. They're going to vote for Trump or they're not going to vote for Kamala Harris. Okay. But what happens, and we don't talk enough about this, is that you sort of have a ripple effect where, sure, Fox News directly misinformed, and I refer to Fox News as a representation of a bunch of right-wing media and different people, but they misinform certain Americans. But then there's this ripple effect where then just in discussions, in the casual conversation about politics, ideas are perpetuated to larger groups of people than just those who loyally watch right-wing media. And that's how you get some of these narratives like crime is spiking when it's plummeting. Like some of the false perceptions that people have had about Biden. Like Biden crushed energy production when we're seeing record energy production under him. And that would take time that these outlets don't have. And that's really exciting. They planned this whole machine around Biden, and now it's going to be someone else, likely Kamala Harris. And I also don't know how to say this exactly perfectly, but we'll just say some of the vile places we've already seen them go, and that they'll definitely go towards even more now that Kamala Harris is the presumptive nominee. I think that actually turns off a lot of Americans. When they do this whole, she's a DEI, she would be a DEI president. What? One of the most qualified people we've had, district attorney, attorney general, senator, vice president. Can you be more qualified to be president? Huh? No, DEI. And then, I don't even want to repeat what we heard this right-wing commentator say recently about her, but very vile relating to her race. And that type of stuff, I think, actually turns off a lot of Americans and might motivate them to give Kamala Harris a shot. Because if that's your best attack, get ready. You're going to lose. God. All right? That's my message to MAGA. Either think of more thoughtful attacks, maybe you don't have them, or get prepared to lose. Let me know what you thought of that in the comments. If you want to get extra content.
Criticisms. Same with Trump and the rest of them. They can't get over it.
Remember, this country almost descended into civil war when Starbucks put happy holidays on their fucking cups, okay? This was like 10 years ago. And conservatives lost their minds. Happy holiday. Yeah, they couldn't handle it.
Harassing Target so much that Target got rid of LGBTQ merchandise. All these employees.
Yeah, don't paint your bridge this color. Down with. Remember when they were against kneeling at the national anthem? Can you fucking imagine being upset that some people were taking the knee at the national anthem? At the same time, your supporters are all flying the flag upside down against the Democratic election. I can't think of a more incoherent position in terms of American symbology than that.
Yeah, the hypocrisy. I mean, it really is. It's stunning.
Destiny, who should be the vice presidential pick?
He's gone.
Oh, he's gone. Rest in peace.
Yeah, he's never.
Who do you guys think Destiny wants to be vice presidential pick?
Whatever the most upvoted thing, or whatever the highest chances are in Vegas, that's who he'll go with.
You know
he
what
has
I think?
no spine. He won't go out of. He won't pick some weird candidate. He only does the conventional candidate. But don't tell him I said that.
Thank God you're not saying it in front of 17,000 people who are going to clip it and send it back.
They're not going to clip it.
You know, there's
and
hold on.
ship
There's a young woman, progressive.
Flip it and
She could unite the party that I think Destiny would love.
Alexandria?
Anna Kasparian.
God. Yeah, that's what
I
we
can't
need.
imagine what TYT's coverage is going to be like. I don't even know if I want to.
Well, they're going to be upset because the Democrats are all just going to vote for Kamala and nobody's going to run against her. But I mean, I don't really understand.
What'd you tell me that Jenks said about Biden again today? What'd you tell me you said?
What do you
He
mean?
said that he was gracious. He was like,
No.
yeah.
No, wait a
Yeah,
minute.
he did.
That he's not a good or that he was not the best president.
Yeah, I think Jenks said something along the lines of like all this coverage about Biden's the best president of our lifetimes and all this stuff, like all that's complete nonsense.
Wait,
And it's
that's
like,
unironically true, though, folks. I mean, just think if you were.
I mean, that is unironically true.
If you're a millennial, right? I think Clinton was a bad president. That's just my opinion. Then you have Bush. I think Bush was a bad president. Then you have Obama. I think Biden was a better president than Obama. And then you have Trump. Need I say more? How is he not, at least for millennials, the best president we've ever had in our lifetime?
Yeah, I mean, Cenk was born in 1970, and I just thought, like, well, man, if you think about all the presidents since 1970, like, I mean, genuinely speaking, like, I cannot think of a better president than Biden in that period of time.
Would it be LBJ, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, George H.W. Bush, Clinton?
LBJ, I think didn't he leave office in the 60s? Yeah, he left office in 69, so it would have been Nixon all the way up to
Carter,
Biden,
Reagan,
I guess today.
yeah.
So
If you like
I mean,
conservatives, I guess Reagan, you could argue.
that's true.
Yeah,
Cenk
but-
was a Republican back then, so maybe he would say.
Oh, true. He
Reagan was
yeah.
the best.
But
No,
like now
that's
he
cool.
wouldn't say that.
now you-
So
now you
who would Cenk say was a better president in his lifetime than Joe Biden?
I honestly don't know. I don't know. 'Cause
And
Clinton
then be
destroyed
willing
the
to
welfare
defend their
state.
record and be willing to defend their record. That's the other thing. Like, I mean, of all the stupid takes to have, like, I understand. I mean, at least with domestic policy, like, listen, I understand that they have legitimate, grievances with how the Biden administration has managed, aspects of foreign policy. But even, again, I use Mehdi Hassan as an example. You will find no one who is as consistently outspokenly critical of the president on foreign policy than Mehdi Hassan. And even Mehdi Hassan goes out of his way to say when it comes to domestic policy, Biden has no equal in modern American history. So,
Dude, I will say the thing that made my outburst against crazy conservatives worth it was watching Mehdi Hassan take out my arguments against Piers. I liked watching that.
It was all.
Yeah. I
It
liked
was.
seeing that. Hell yes. And then watching them both do like the British interviewer thing to each other and then both getting upset that they were both doing the British interviewer thing to each other was really funny to me.
Well, so what's funny was I tweeted that maybe Mehdi should invite Piers onto his show because he's got this thing called Zateo and he has his own like show on Substack or whatever. So that way he can bypass the Piers Morgan excuse, which is that I'm the interviewer, I'm asking questions, I don't have to answer questions. And then Mehdi retweeted it and said, "Hey Piers, what about it? Do you want to come on my show or whatever?" And I've been like pretty obsessively like looking up to see a follow-up. I wonder if Piers Morgan will do it. I wonder if he will accept.
No shot, dude.
You don't think
this is what like people like Elon Musk do, or whatever is Adrian Dittmer, or what was his name? I don't know. The fucking other guy.
Not
I don't want
Elon
to talk about
Musk.
politics. I don't want because they don't want.
Who's Adrian
to have
Dittmer?
It's an account it's a guy that tries to desperately sound like Elon Musk and whether he is or isn't.
Oh, is that the
actually
guy
Elon
you
Musk.
talked to?
They don't want
Yeah.
the questions, and Steven has unlocked the last chakra of the questions, where you don't move on until the question is answered, and you put them on the defensive. You put your questions that you want answered on the spot. And if he had a chance with Elon Musk in that call to ask his set of questions about whether they thought the election was stolen, they're scared of those questions because they're scared to answer it because they can't upset daddy. By the way, I'm also calling out Dave Portnoy, that dumb motherfucker, for calling out Biden's response window to the assassination attempt. He's another one of these idiots who doesn't know shit about politics, won't answer a single question. I guarantee it. Everyone in this space is afraid, deathly afraid, to have an honest interrogation of their views because they know they can't answer questions honestly. Because if they do, they'll upset daddy.
Yep. It's called whatever the next stage of audience capture is, what audience abduction, audience Stockholm syndrome. It's like the more severe version of that. Again, like it's all in that Dominion Fox suit. We're like, guys, Newsmax is taking our audience. They're gonna leave us. We gotta put on Sydney. We need to get the Kraken out. Like, yeah, it's on him, and they know it's false the entire time. Yeah, it's the.
And this is all to all the stoolies. Go tell Portnoy right now if he wants to prove that he's not just a Donald Trump sycophant, come on and answer some questions. See what you actually think about politics and what Donald Trump did to this democracy. He'll never do it.
Well, I think one factor to keep in mind is that they also might just be really, really stupid and not like.
Oh yeah, Portnoy is also a very dumb guy. I do like Miss Peaches though. Miss Peaches, great account. Some of the pizza reviews kind of funny.
I mean, his pizza reviews are great, but he's probably not a great political commentator of our time.
He has some good takes on pizza. I think he overrates a few places. I think he underrates a few others, but yeah.
That's fair. Destiny, who should be the running mate?
I guess like the people are talking about Shapiro or
sorry.
What? Or
because he was the leading Vegas odds, and I predicted that's who you would first say.
Or Whitmer or whatever, right? Like these are the two that I see, but people have said Whitmer said she's not interested, so yeah, I don't know. But probably somebody to shore up, yeah, like a swing state and some weaker party.
While you were gone, Pisco was roasting you for picking
No.
the more he says he's going to pick the most conventional option or the one that the odds favor. That's a mark against you. How dare?
No, I'm just.
It's a mark against you, Steven, for picking.
Look at these snitches.
You said it to 17,000 people.
They weren't going to clip it.
I was going to clip it.
Wait, what? The claim is that I would pick whoever the odds favor?
Yeah.
Why is that an insult? Am I supposed to take that?
I think he was gently roasting you.
So that's an admission. That's what we call an admission.
Max our company. I don't care how long
that's the best thing to do, right? I mean, what's wrong with that?
I don't think that Portnoy is wrong. I think it's either
Portnoy?
John. Yeah, we were talking about Portnoy before, but someone asked me about the best pizza in New York.
Well, because you were just talking about me and not you.
I know.
Can I reveal a thing real quick? I went to a restaurant that Portnoy said had the best pizza in Miami Beach. I'm gonna say it was mid as fuck. It was not really.
It was mid. I think I know which one you're talking about too.
Really?
I think it was mid. Yeah, I think I went to that exact same one.
Oh, where's Dan at? Dan went with us. Wasn't that good? It was okay. Wasn't bad, but best ever.
But Lucali's and John's on Bleecker is good shit in New York. Those of you who know, if you know, you know. I don't think Lucali's is overrated. It's really good. Anyway, we can go back to you, Steven. You shill.
No. Go ahead. You wanted to say something that was really important to you. Go ahead.
What I was gonna say is, I think that you're gonna go with Shapiro. I think Shapiro is actually a good choice.
I don't know anything about any of that. These are the names mentioned.
I also think Mark Kelly would be a good choice.
Yeah, I've heard him floated too. Yeah.
But that's like a valuable Senate seat, which is one of the reasons why I falter. But I think the presidency is just so much more valuable than anything else that I would be willing to sacrifice the Senate any day. I would sacrifice I would sacrifice like 100% chance at winning the Senate for a bump in 15% for the presidency. Easy. Do you deny that, Josiah? Do you agree or disagree?
No, I'd probably pick that too, just because you like if the positions reverse and Democrats wanted to do anything, they would need a president sign it into law because you'll never have a veto-proof supermajority, probably like ever.
I'm gonna take the radicalism.
I'm just saying, why not have both? Like, I've seen based on the preliminary things I've seen no reason to assume that Mark Kelly is such a good option that, like, there's no reason to put us in that position. You know what I'm saying?
I think that's probably going to go in the calculus, and that's why I think that, like, again, who really does a VP pick matter that much? I don't know. You think it matters? Maybe.
I mean, on the margin, it could, and in such a close election environment,
right.
I'm sure.
So then get Shapiro in there. Why not? Try to shore up the Midwest because that's the cleanest path to 270. We want Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. Just pick him or Whitmer, whoever you think. I don't know if they'll pick Whitmer though because they're scared of sexism. Maybe.
Oh my God, it's the dumbest
what do you
thing
think?
ever.
I mean, I'm not saying that's what I think. I'm just saying that's maybe what the brilliant insiders are thinking when they're coming.
I mean, I don't know. People have this weird, like, I feel like a lot of people, I just really don't. I think if you're the kind of person who's like, oh yeah, I don't think America can handle a couple women being on the ticket. It's like, dude, that's like such an old school way of thinking. I understand, like, obviously There probably could be some margin of people who are turned off by two women being on the ticket, but you have to balance that with what is in reality a portion of independents and a lot of people who might be more inspired by two women being on the ticket. And I think as well, we're in such a polarized time that I really do believe that, like, when I say that the Democrats could nominate almost anyone and probably still maintain at least our current level of polling, that probably is true. And so, yeah, I think a Whitmer Kamala ticket could be pretty good. You know, I think unfortunately, because it's such a short time horizon, Kamala can't really pick someone who she could necessarily work with super well. She kind of has to pick almost like a more strategic choice. Because you know, like you don't want like your president and vice president to like end up hating each other or something, but there's not really time to build a personal relationship there. So
yeah, I see that, but I think that Stevens deep down wants transportation mayor Pete Buttigieg.
I love Pete, but I don't think people like that style of candidate for like leadership president or whatever. I like Pete in the last primary.
You want to debate, bro? You want to debate, bro?
No, I want somebody who's incredibly intelligent and makes decisions with like logic and reason and empirical fact gathering and speaks like it and sounds like it. That's why I like Pete.
Yeah.
But you know, I understand you don't like him because he's gay. Yeah. It's fine. I get it. The Hispanic background and everything. It's all good. Don't worry. It's okay. We haven't spoken about it privately. I get it.
He's still said that to me too.
I know. Yeah.
That's true.
He speaks a lot about it behind the scenes. It's pretty gross.
I think that Harris Buttigieg ticket would be based. Be super cool. I have no problem with it.
Yeah, I'm really curious. Really curious what like Kamala's platform will end up being, because when she ran in the primary, she didn't run as a relatively progressive person. Like I think she was out in favor of Medicare for all and the Green New Deal and
very progressive, right?
Yeah. Now, of course, like online progressives will say she's just a right wing person who likes to lock up black kids, you know, and stuff like that. But when she actually ran, I think she did actually have a relatively progressive voting record, and she did have like quite progressive positions. Like when she ran for president in 2020, it wasn't exactly the easiest thing to be in favor of the Green New Deal and Medicare for all. So
am I making this up, or did she have the most progressive voting record?
I think people compared it to Bernie Sanders, and I think she and Bernie voted together like 95% of the time or something like that. So she was extremely like if Bernie is like absolute most progressive, then she was like almost exactly as progressive as Bernie Sanders. But to be fair, I mean, those could have been positions of convenience, so I don't take those criticisms super lightly. It's just that, like, for instance, even on Israel-Palestine, I think there was a lot of reporting out that said that she was actually pushing the Biden administration to be even harder on Netanyahu than they were. And so, you know, we'll see, I guess, ultimately what her posture is as a presidential candidate. But, I mean, of course, she's much better than Donald Trump. I mean, no matter what, basically. So.
Well, that's a question, too. To the extent that... baggage over Gaza has weighed Biden down at all, do you think that will transfer to Harris? Like, will Harris be seen as culpable?
I don't know how much Americans care about foreign policy. When it's dominating the news cycle, we do, but I don't know if that'll carry through to like the actual presidential election. I'm not sure. Who knows?
Sure. Well, but to Econoboy's point, I'm just thinking about the margins, right? Like, it's going to be such a tight election. You want to do everything in your power to like min-max support. I wonder I wonder to the extent that there's been pushback at all on Biden, if that would transfer to Harris.
I mean, it was
and then the question
Joe.
is, would it be? Then the question is, would it matter? Like, there's going to be blowback. I just don't think it'll be outcome determinative.
It was Genocide Joe, you know, not like I don't think Kamala was really ever getting a lot of heat because of the Israel-Palestine issue. I mean, to be fair, she might, because she's now the presidential candidate, and I'm sure that's a question she'll have to answer. But I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what people like Rashida Tlaib, because it feels like a lot of the criticism of the Biden administration has been on Biden specifically. So it'll be interesting to see what like a Rashida Tlaib type will do now that Kamala's the candidate.
She's not.
I'm just not sure.
She's not the candidate yet, but the presumption.
Well, I mean, come on, let's be real. You know, she's got locked up.
I think the fact that so many different constituencies are coming out to support her right now, even if you were to have another candidate, well, one, I think it's going to disincentivize any other candidate to come out. Because number one, coming out now as the number one pick will undermine your consideration for the VP pick, which everyone will be gunning for. Yeah. And so the same kind of forces that were at play that were kind of pressuring people not to step up in the actual primary, I think will also be at play for Harris.
Yeah. Well, and then you've also got the fact that like if there are serious candidates, do they want to throw their hat in the ring right now, or would they rather wait for a more stable time like 2028?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, right now, if you're running against Kamala, you're running against the endorsement of Biden, the Obamas, the Clintons, and probably
Did
every
Obama come
major
out and
Democratic donor.
Did Obama endorse?
I believe so. I could be wrong. I thought I saw that, but I mean, even if he didn't, just
Fake
running against the
news.
endorsements of true fake news, even running against the endorsement of Biden and the Clintons and what is probably virtually every major Democratic donor and the Congressional Black Caucus. I mean, I don't know that you'd have such a narrow window for victory. I think if you actually came out and decided to run against Kamala in the convention.
Is this tweet?
Pisco, you know more than.
Wait, I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
go
real
on.
quick. I'm sorry because I hate this guy because he's another Russian agent. What a disgusting tweet.
no.
Orca?
Konstantin Kisin. You couldn't write a better finale to the last 8 years than a demented president resigning and handing over the candidacy to someone who was picked because she had a vagina of color.
Disgusting.
Hateful.
Like,
God.
Kamala's experience, like in government as a prosecutor, like compared to,
Trump?
yeah, or yeah, like
the government.
Yeah, like Trump is literally. I will die on
Trump
this
is
hill.
literally a self-made man, Destiny.
Do you know why Donald Trump right now is leading the ticket? Why he was elected in 2016?
Because he earned it.
It's because he had a fucking TV show. That's the only reason. Without The Apprentice, Donald Trump is never president. Like literally.
Which he earned.
Shut up.
Thank you. You have no argument against it.
Constantine, he would never like. There is no one in the Democratic Party, I'm convinced. Maybe Joe Manchin, and he's not a Democrat anymore. He's an independent. Maybe Dean Phillips, and that'd probably be pushing it. There's nobody that these centrists would accept. Nobody.
No.
There's not a single person that they would full-throatedly endorse.
No, there is one person they would endorse, and that's if the Democrats chose RFK.
Right. But he's not a Democrat, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, there's no, you could get, I'm trying to think of like maybe Josh Gottheimer or somebody like that. I'm trying to think of somebody as centrist as possible in the Democratic Party. Like, who's a centrist Democratic senator at this point?
They're all just liars and grifters. I don't
No,
buy
no.
any of this. It's all garbage. RFK, by the way, is a Trump supporter too. He's the same shit. I totally 100% believe that RFK would trade like his entire candidacy to be Secretary of State or any other position in the Trump administration. They're all grifters.
Yeah, I mean, well, probably, yeah. I mean, I think it'll be, I don't know, it will be interesting to see how the polling shakes out with Kamala being the actual head of the ticket, because I think all the polling is it's hard to disaggregate all the polling available to us because Harris is like inexplicably tied in all this polling to Biden. And so when she actually gets out on her own, it'll be interesting to see not only how she does relative to Trump, but also how she does relative to Kennedy. Like, it'll be interesting to see if the dynamics of him as a third party candidate change significantly now that Biden isn't the top of the ticket. Like, will she be able to pull more Kennedy voters from Kennedy and make him more of a spoiler for Trump than for Kamala? I don't know.
I think she will be able
interesting.
to. And one thing I want to respond to that Constantine guy. What did he have to say about J.D. Vance? J.D. Vance is a junior senator from Ohio. What experience does he have?
He probably
wrote a
didn't
book
say
about
shit
Mima.
or celebrated
They
it.
don't say shit.
No.
Whenever you're talking about like the lack of political experience or favoritism or nepotism, holy shit, holy
Yeah, it's not even
garbanzo beans.
close. Look at the fact that
No one disagrees with it, so I'll just pass.
Say it.
I'm screaming into the wind. No, I mean, like, we talk about like bad rhetoric and how unfair it is that people malign Trump and call him Hitler and shit. I mean, JD Vance literally felt like he was Hitler, literally, and he's his VP, right? Or Donald Trump, literally wrote a check, max contribution, I think, right, $5,000 check to Kamala Harris in 2011 for her fucking campaign to reelect her as the Attorney General. I mean, you had Donald Trump showing up in pictures with the Clintons at their fucking wedding. You've got there's just so much stupid shit. But they have no rules. They have no rules. That's why I will reiterate it again. When a conservative comes up to you and he tries to scold you because you're not being fair or you're not being held account to some rule or you're not living up to some standard, you never ever ever take conservatives seriously on all of this. You never take a conservative seriously on any of this ever. Okay.
I mean, I think in some regards, though, the flailing to try and come up with like any attack that might stick. Oh, she's DEI. She never earned her position. Oh, she's Cobb Mala, this and that. I think that what that shows is that, or like, oh, the Democrats are actually anti-democracy because of this. it's truly showing the attempt to just try and throw shit at the wall and just hope that anything can stick, because Kamala most likely is just not as polarizing a candidate as Joe Biden, and it is like structurally going to be more difficult to tear her down.
They say that, but like Joe Biden, aside from the senility stuff, I guess after this last debate, was also like not divisive at all, right? Notice that they hung on to that one picture of him in that one speech for the entirety of his fucking presidency. The one with the red light behind him, the zoomed in one. And it was like, even if you listen to that speech, he's like, it's not all Republicans, guys, okay? Just the MAGA, the ones that don't support the election results are the threat to democracy, which they are. But like, it doesn't really matter what you are. They'll invent or make up anything to attack you. It's unhinged.
I got one other thing to say. One other thing to say. New York Times, get your shit together, New York Times. We did what your editorial board asked for. Get it together. Get on the team. We know what's going on.
I hear you.
Stop your shit.
Do you follow the New York Times pitch bot on Twitter? Pisco?
Yeah, I do. I do.
That guy's fucking funny. And I haven't checked his page, but I imagine he's got some funny ones too, of like why Kamala Harris should also drop out for the sake of democracy. Steven, did you ever watch The West Wing?
I've seen clips of it, but no, never even a full episode.
Okay, well, it is in its first 3 or 4 seasons. I do think it's one of the best TV shows in American history. It's really, really good.
Wow.
Aaron Sorkin, the guy who created The West Wing, and some other like really good, like I think it was The Newsroom or America's Newsroom or something like that on HBO. It's really good. He's got a really good mind for TV. He wrote an op-ed for the New York Times. Pisco, have you seen this one?
Oh, did he say we should nominate Mitt Romney?
Mitt Romney.
Sorkin. Get it together, Sorkin.
Yeah. So Steven, he's like, listen, people have been asking me how I would script the West Wing finale to this election, because the West Wing is so idyllic and it's got a good faith Republican Party and an impeccable president. It's political fantasy.
Yeah.
And he said what the Democratic Party should do is persuade President Biden to withdraw, and then, for the sake of unity, nominate Mitt Romney, a Republican, as the Democratic nominee, as a gesture of unity,
British Columbia,
to unite the American people. Like, even this guy, who is presumably like a dyed-in-the-wool liberal, thinks that like they're so horny to appeal to Republicans that what Democrats should do is not elect a better Democrat or a more electable Democrat. It's just to elect a different type of Republican. So in a way, as far as I'm concerned, this further reinforces what we've been bitching about here and what you've been bitching about here. Like, even like, it's not just them. There are people on our side of the aisle who feel like we have to bend over. Like, we don't just meet in the middle. We have to go all the way up to them and give them 90% of what they want.
And keep in mind, publicly, you never, ever, ever hear these conversations from conservatives. Well, hold on. Are we going to lose the center? Are we going to lose liberals on this one? And in the behind-the-scenes stuff, right, for the Dominion Fox News stuff, it's what lies can we tell so that we don't lose our conservative base to like even more further right publications. There's never a consideration of like, well, are the moderates not going to trust us anymore? Like, they don't even consider it. Yeah, they only bang the war drums on their side and attack the other. There's never a consideration for people in the middle there.
Right. Did anybody prior to J.D. Vance being selected as Donald Trump's nominee, think about this, were there, maybe I missed them, maybe they were out there, were there calls by major conservative figures or Republicans that Donald Trump should nominate, I don't know, fucking Chuck Schumer, somebody like that, like a Democrat, to try to appeal to the other? No, of course not.
Well, there were a lot of calls on Twitter that were very upset, to be fair, that J.D. Vance's wife was brown. They did complain about that.
True.
I don't know how mainstream that got in the Republican Party. There's a lot of talk on Twitter over that. They really didn't like the fact she was Indian, but
Right, but
when Steven says a lot of talk on Twitter, he just means Nick Fuentes. See that's it.
No, there were a few really big tweets and a lot of discourse over it. Now, but I don't know. It wasn't like lawmakers. It wasn't like mainstay Republican parties. Also, I don't know again what I even trust on fucking Twitter, but yeah.
Well,
look,
actually,
the right realizes they reveal they hate Indian women. We nominate an Indian woman. It's perfect. It's poetic.
True.
That's how it should be.
Wait, didn't Hutch join?
Yeah, Hutch joined, but then he said he realized that Destiny was banned on Twitch.
Crazy, huh?
Wait.
Yeah.
So Twitch is
for hate speech.
unbanning Donald Trump but Steven is still banned.
And Sneeko.
So-
But I do want to say, finally, Twitch respected me a little bit, and I do appreciate it, that when Nathan was making threats against my life, he was the first person to get banned from Twitch for making threats against my life. Not the actual guys.
Wait, your son was banned
Yes.
from Twitch?
Not the other guys that were saying, when I see Destiny, it's going to be on site. Okay, or that Destiny's family should have been killed to prevent slave owners from ever like making children. None of those guys
You're lying.
got he got permabanned or indefinitely suspended. But yeah,
you didn't see this.
Thank God, thank God, thank you. Twitch is finally protecting me.
He got banned for threatening you?
I think so. Yeah.
Nathan like
What did he
cocks
say?
a gun and says he's gonna kill Destiny, and then leaves the room.
Why
and
does
then
he have
gets
a gun?
banned.
Isn't he like 12?
Yeah, it
he's
was a real
13. Okay, it wasn't a real gun.
Was that a gun?
It wasn't a
Oh.
real gun.
No, it was real. Don't let
Yeah,
Destiny
sure.
lie to you,
You
Pisco.
gotta be careful.
No, that's pretty hilarious though. The whole Borelli family banned
Okay.
from Twitch now.
The other hot question: President Biden was supposed to have a second debate with Trump in September. Will
no.
Trump debate?
No.
No, I don't think
Trump
he
is
will.
going to say that it was anti-democratic and he doesn't support it, and he's not going to give air to it. He's not going to give any oxygen. Yeah. And all the Republicans,
such a
every
bad
single
look.
Republican that screamed about how important it was to have debates and how we need to have these democracies, all of them are going to say, oh, actually, I agree with Trump. We shouldn't have any debates. That's true because they have no values and they have no principles.
Dude, that would look so. I mean, I guess it would look bad to a certain audience, but yeah, you're right. Probably
To
the
who?
Republican
Who?
base
To
isn't
what
gonna
audience?
care.
Not to any Republican. No Republican. Every single
Right,
Republican.
not the
Remember,
Republican
when
base.
Donald Trump says things, okay? You remember Erythroprose dilemma or whatever? I don't remember the name. Is something good because it does God command things because they're good, or are they good because God commands it? Well, for Trump, him being a God, we decided that things are good when Trump says they're good. There is no goodness before Trump says it. But once he says it, everybody gets the orders beamed into their fucking brain, and then it's lockstep. Oh, he said this thing. Well, now we all of a sudden support this thing. Do we like Russia today or do we not like Russia today? Do we have a strong foreign policy today or are we isolationist today? Whatever the fuck Trump says, it's 100% like lockstep with every conservative immediately after. Yeah.
Kamala debates RFK Jr. on a stage, destroys them, and that's the debate. Easy.
Yeah. Harris,
Why not?
she's like improved her speaking pattern too in terms of like not sounding, I don't know, mumbling or incoherent.
Do not come.
There was a time where she was kind of giving word salad, but now I feel like she's direct, she's on point, she gets it. She trained.
Pisco.
Yeah, I mean,
She's ready.
She's been
when
in the
when
spotlight
you get
for a
some
little
free
bit.
time, Pisco, you should know that you're the man you respect above all others for political commentary, Professor Alan Lichtman.
The
just put a-
keys.
The
Just
keys.
put
Wait,
a-
I'm sorry, real quick, because I don't have to listen. Let me read this real quick. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Donald Trump 1 minute ago, 16 minutes ago. 16 minutes ago. Does anybody really believe that Crooked Joe had COVID? No, he wanted to get out ever since June 27th, the night of the debate, where he was completely obliterated. That was the big moment in Joe Biden's demise. That was the point in time when Joe was revealed for what he is, an incompetent man who should have never been president. Joe Biden is not fit to serve. He's destroying our country. 1 minute ago, my debate with Crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of the United States, was slated to be broadcast on fake news ABC, the home of George Slopadopoulos, sometime in December.
What a fucker.
Now that Joe has, not surprisingly, has quit the race, I think the debate with whomever the radical left Democrats choose should be held on Fox News rather than very biased ABC. Thank you,
Why not?
DJT.
Do it. Fuck it. I don't care.
Yeah. Fox has hosted debates before. I mean, it's not like they are disastrous.
Yeah, but I think
Except-
if they do it, I don't know what those rules will look like, or if Donald wants them to do it. I don't know what the communication behind the scenes will even
We'll
look
just
like.
make them good rules. Whatever. Just agree to the rules. that
Yeah,
the
but will
rules are.
Donald Trump agree to good rules?
I don't know about
I mean, what rules could he ask for that like
She doesn't
would
get
be
a
that bad?
microphone. I get to mute her microphone.
Yeah, like, no
When she says
microphone.
things I
She's
don't
not allowed to be
like.
on stage. She has to sit in the audience.
You can't talk about my record or things I've said in the past.
Let's.
Yeah.
But at least shows that he seems to be willing to do something.
Yeah, but to Steven's point, he can publicly say this shit. He can indicate, hey, listen, I am willing to debate whoever. It just has to be on home turf. And then the vice president could just call his bluff and be like, yeah, sure, Donald, whatever. And then he would change it tomorrow, and Republicans
bad,
would forget
then.
all about it. You know?
Fuck it.
Whatever.
Make him look even worse.
Good development today, boys. Really good. This was episode 5 of Live and Learn, just minus
Yep.
Hutch. But yeah, thank you all for being here. We're gonna end the stream right now, and yeah, have a great rest of your weekend.
Shut up.
Yeah.
There you go. Rest in peace, Pisco. Well, Destiny, wait, what do you think about this though? Because you were
wait, one last thing. The keys, the 13 keys. What's the key for leaving the race?
That's
Or
the
almost getting
incumbency.
shot?
That's
Oh,
the
incumbency key.
Lichtman has made it clear that in order to satisfy the keys, Biden should resign the presidency, such that Kamala is the incumbent and
she gets the
retains the
incumbency keys.
incumbency key.
That's the formalism he's going with. All right, whatever. I don't like that analysis, but bye.
Pisco hates Alan Lichtman. That's his
All right,
least
I'm
favorite
out.
person.
Boy, Steven, good to chat with you guys. You have a good night. Bye. Bye.
I guess I'll leave too. I don't want to talk to just Destiny now
Wow.
that Josiah and Pisco are gone. But all right, see you later. Have a fun rest of your stream, my dude.
Wait, can I ask you a question?
Yep, sure. What's up?
Here's something that I'm curious about. Okay, first of all, tell me if you feel like this is a fair or accurate summary. The big issue at the border right now is the fact that the way that our laws are written, anybody can basically just walk up and ask for asylum, and they're basically guaranteed to get in the U.S. and then get a ticket for a court date. That it's a huge issue right now. Do you agree that that's a fair summary or no?
Yeah, on our Policy 3 Wonks podcast, we did an episode on the border, and that does seem to be the issue where it seems like there's essentially I honestly I guess it's just a realization that this is the case, that you could go through the lengthy sort of legal immigration process, or you could just try to sneak in to the border. But then there's a realization that it's you could just claim asylum.
Yeah.
And because the asylum process is so backed up and takes so long, you even if you get kicked out of the country, you still get several years of working in America.
Can you tell me why? Why did this just
Yeah.
become a thing? Why weren't people abusing this 10 years ago? Or what? Did something significantly change about asylum seeking, or why? Or did people just realize this, or what?
This would be conjecture, but if I looked into it, I would assume that it would be because when Trump took office, he took such an incredibly hard stance on illegal immigration that because illegal immigrants aren't stupid or anything. They have there's clear strategies for immigrating to the United States in an undocumented sense that spread around to people who want to enter into the country. And my assumption would be that when Trump took office, there was an understanding that, well, hey, you can't really just sneak into the country as easily as you used to. However, there is a legal process for claiming asylum that you can take advantage of in that circumstance. And that's where the Remain in Mexico policies start to come in, where it's hey, if you want to seek asylum, you have to stay in Mexico, this kind of thing. And so my assumption would be that's where it kind of started to, be popularized, and maybe COVID has something to do with it as well. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of reform that probably needs to happen to the asylum seeking process. Alex Narasto, in a conversation I had with him a long time ago, one thing that he pointed to was that the people perceive problems where there is chaos. And so even if the problem at the border is because of people taking advantage of a legal process, that because it causes chaos to have so many people coming into the country, they're going to perceive that as a very chaotic and poor process. And so if all we did was just liberalize work permits and allow people to come in a more orderly process instead of having them all stack up into one, asylum seeking or refugee process, that would probably lead to a lot less polarization on the border, because people just wouldn't see a chaotic process. They would just kind of, maybe there'd be some notion of immigrants taking work visas, but that's a much less apparent problem than a bunch of people stacking up in an asylum process. So.
Yeah, the problem is that I feel like liberals don't have that strong of a position on immigration because it just seems unsolvable. It seems like nobody wants to come together to do anything. And then conservatives don't have a coherent position on it either. So it's I don't know if there's nobody seems to know. I don't think anybody even knows what they want immigration to the United States to look like. Conservatives seem to say they want nobody except for high-skilled workers, which is equally retarded as saying you only want low-skilled workers. That's all workers are valuable. And then all they say is liberals want open borders, but I don't know any poll that shows that liberals want open borders. That's a fictitious position. Immigration is a very annoying thing to. Yeah, nobody has there's no serious conversations on it. Yeah.
I mean, I think I don't know. I guess it's similar to Israel-Palestine, where you have said, well, what it's going to take with Israel-Palestine is leaders who come together and are willing to concede things. And I think that and in some regards take political hits for doing so. And I think that with the undocumented immigrant issue, I think what it's going to take is just some coalescence of political circumstance such that we create a seriously expedited path to residency for all of these undocumented immigrants, and then probably reform the asylum process, but also reform our broader immigration process so that if you're basically just an immigrant who wants to come and work here, that's not like an impossible process. Because again, like when conservatives talk about this problem, it's like, well, why are people choosing to go through the asylum process? Well, they're doing that because it's just the easiest way to come here and work for the most part, right? It's not like immigrants have super easy access to welfare benefits or anything like that. I mean, you can look at, how much welfare immigrants take in and how much they pay into the systems. It's not really bankrupting us in any sense.
Well, not even bankrupting. I believe the largest piece I've read on this, I think I have this link to my doc, shows that counterintuitively, illegal immigrants are either neutral to positive impacting on fiscal on budgets. And the reason being is because, like you said, oftentimes they have either fake social security numbers or none. So they're just like, they're paying taxes sometimes into systems, and then they don't actually get anything back for it because they can't access any of those like welfare benefits or anything else. So they just end up,
Or the fact that, like, if we understand that the welfare state is mostly a system to help non-workers, which is definitively the case. Our two biggest pieces of welfare spending that we do, like half the federal budget or some crazy percentage, 40% of it is just Medicare and Social Security. Even if you were to allow in,
I don't know if I would say half. Isn't it like 2/3? You're talking about, that's essentially all entitlement spending, right? Or is there entitlement spending that's not just Social Security and Medicare?
The last I checked, don't we spend like about $2 to $3 trillion a year on both of those programs? And I think the whole federal budget is maybe $5 or $6 trillion.
Really?
So I'm not sure what
is our discretionary. I thought that non-discretionary was like 2/3 of the budget about, and then discretionary was like about 1/3 approximately.
Well, nonetheless, it's just a huge percentage, obviously, of our spending is just helping elderly people basically stay out of poverty. And when you consider that, if you were to allow in all these immigrants, they necessarily wouldn't drain the system because they're all workers. They're working, right? They're not a bunch of old disabled people who are immediately going to go on to benefits. They're prime age workers. Right? It's one of the reasons why people say, oh, immigrants are more likely to commit crime. Well, they're more likely to commit crime because they're younger. Right? These are young working people. And so those people pay into systems more so than they take out of them, because welfare is not a system to give poor people money. It's a system to give non-workers money. And so you let in a bunch of workers, you're going to be able to fund your systems a lot better. So the fiscal arguments have obviously always been pretty crazy. Like some conservatives will say, oh, well, what about all the kids that go to public school? It's like, yeah, but those kids are fiscal multipliers, right? Because you invest in their education and then they become workers, right? Like it's not like kids just go from school to being immediately disabled and unable to work, right? This is a huge misunderstanding of the welfare state. But honestly, it's probably not a misunderstanding.
Public schools also allow your parents to have more money because they don't have to pay for private school, or to just have the freedom to be able to send their kids having to homeschool. They can go to work.
It's just an excuse to keep brown people out of the country, right? It's just, I think a lot of it just comes down to, frankly, just like racism. I think that a lot of conservatives who are super duper against immigrants, they just really don't like basically like non-white immigrants coming into the country for the most part, right?
Yeah, it's just weird and dumb, and it's based on a lot of weird protectionist ideas that like immigrants will come in, and even when our unemployment is at like 2.9%, they're still somehow like stealing all the jobs, and Americans can't work, and it's just like it's just dumb, unhinged. Yeah,
it's totally ridiculous. But anyway, yeah, I mean, overall, immigration is obviously a relatively big problem. But I mean, what people have to keep in mind is that the only reason that America is a world superpower is because of a liberal immigration policy, right? I mean, imagine if, to the white nationalists out there, like imagine if America was imagine if the only stock of people in America was only ever like the Anglo-Saxons that like came over from the UK. And we didn't have the huge waves of German, Irish, Polish, Italian, Mexican, Indian, Chinese immigration across, we would be a country that would have like 25 million people.
Yeah, except for all these dipshits would just say that, oh no, I've always considered those people white. Those were always valued. Those were always
people, and we'd be just as irrelevant as a country as like fucking Belgium or something, right?
Yeah.
Like we wouldn't be a serious country without immigration. And so it's obviously just it's just a ton of fear mongering. But I guess it is funny that somebody named Nick Fuentes is super against.
Yeah, all of them. Yeah, they're very,
immigration.
very racially diverse. Yeah, yeah.
Very diverse group of white nationalists.
They are indeed. Yeah.
But what are you gonna do? But anyway, all right. Anything else, Destiny? It was fun talking.
Fuck that.
In the midst of everything that's going on, we await post-assassination attempt and post-RNC polling as to the shape of the presidential race. One of the very interesting bits of news I have for you today is that now, during the RNC, Trump's chance of winning is the lowest it has been in months, according to the 538 2024 election forecast, which includes non-polling factors. What are the economic indicators? What are the political indicators? They now are putting out a model, which is just one model. These are not votes. It's 3.5 months out, but it is a data point we can look at. The model today has this race at a 54% chance of Biden securing re-election and a 46% chance of Trump securing a second non-consecutive term. This is the worst positioning for Trump in about 2+ months. Why is this going on? Well, if you read through the model, the polling is part of this. The polling is part of this, but economic growth indicators are part of it. Political indicators are part of it. Looking specifically at swing states is part of it. Now, this is not dispositive in any way. There is a real possibility that Biden will get crushed in November. There's a real possibility that Trump will get crushed. This is an N of 1. We have never had an election like this, in which we have a rematch of the prior election where the nominee for one party is a former president, survived an assassination attempt, was found to be a civilly liable rapist, and convicted on 34 felony counts. And in addition to that, the incumbent president has 72% of the country believing that he is not fit to serve, in part based on a debate performance gone wrong. It's an N of 1. And so this is why we find ourselves saying, what is the right model to consider here? Is it strictly looking at polling? Or is it a qualitative model like that of Alan Lichtman's Keys to the White House? We interviewed him last week. He had one perspective. Or is it a sort of one-off analysis that doesn't take any particular model, but says, here is the way we can take into account all of the factors we can conceive of? I do not know the answer. And increasingly, what was anger for many in my audience about the fact that I'm not loudly saying this is Biden's to lose, or Biden's out of this, or Biden should be replaced, or whatever, that ambivalence and lack of clarity in the emails that we're receiving is now increasingly represented. So I am now at the point where I want to see where is the polling and where are the models, roughly halfway between the RNC and the DNC, at which point maybe we'll get sort of a better sense of that. The other thing I want to mention, and I don't think that right now is the time to do this, so we'll probably do it next week or the week after. The Replace Biden movement, in a sense, has died down from a media standpoint. Between the assassination attempt and the RNC, the corporate media discussion of the Replace Biden movement from within the Democratic Party has died down. But if you actually pay attention more closely to what many elected Democrats are saying, there is reportedly absolute and total panic and a renewed or continued desire to replace Joe Biden from one faction, while another faction that includes Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and others, another faction says, no, Biden's the guy. We've got to stick with Biden. At this point, it would be a disaster. Every opinion represented here, both in terms of our audience and in terms of elected Democrats. So we will review once again the circumstances with the discussion around the replacement of Biden probably next week once we get beyond the RNC. And at that point, hopefully we'll have some new polling as well. We have a fantastic bonus show for you today. I don't know how many of you know, but in the aftermath of the failed assassination attempt against Donald Trump, MSNBC's Morning Joe was preempted. And the hosts of Morning Joe are threatening to quit if it happens again. Why was it done? That's question number one. We'll discuss it and much more. President Biden is also set to announce support for major changes to the Supreme Court, which we will be discussing as well on the bonus show. And lastly, I'm not hiding the story. Senator Bob Menendez, a Democrat, has been found guilty in a criminal bribery scheme. Unlike those who say President Biden was involved in a criminal bribery scheme, there is evidence that Senator Menendez was involved in a criminal bribery scheme, evidence enough to bring an indictment, and now evidence enough to bring a guilt.
See any good post on the repost. Biden dropped me out of this. Wait, Biden dropped me out is the evidence that Democrats have been lying to their constituents. Oh, what? The only problem is that Democrats' constituents are so idiots. Garbage of it, hating black people. Wait, the Egon Shalokian guy? Oh no. What? I don't. Many Canadian Trump supporters are still in the closet. That's because coming out as a Trump supporter is way scarier than coming out as gay in Canada. So true. You're so, oh my god. Oh, it's so brave. Oh, you're so brave. Film. All the people coming out and saying that she needs to resign from the office of the presidency. Cope. Who's running the country right now? Bill Joe Biden. But notice how none of it's substance based. It's all just like what do you why do you even care if Joe Biden resigns or not? The reason is because you want to sow chaos. Oh, Jack Posobiec calling it a coup. Nice meme, dude. Again, no real substance. They're scared. .9 million peasants. Get better jobs, guys. Yes, sir. I gotta take a break from this game. My mind is, I can feel my mind slowly deteriorating. I don't know if I want to play Elden Ring though. God, I'm so triggered about fighting. Oh god, I'm so triggered about it. Oh, there's anything else I want to play. Okay, I'll try for a bit because I might not stream that much as well. Let's just do a couple runs. We'll see how triggered I get. Okay. How convenient. One difference. Off stream, I went and gathered a bunch of. Went and got all the ash of the ash of whatever the fuck war blessing. That's all I did. Okay. Time for me to get Unreal out of the video. What was up? Oh, I think I think I left it on. Holy Christ. Bro, is everything gonna take 6 years? Jeez. Where's my mixer? Oh, there he is. Oh no. Oh, I really fucked that one up. That was a good amount of damage there. Run away. Around. Me? How the fuck are you supposed to dodge that? Fuck. No. Oh god. Ah. Oh, darn it. Darn it, darn it, darn it. Look at that. I fucking... Ah! But I know, I have the newfound confidence. I have the newfound confidence. I'm not even mad about dying there, because now I know. Now I know that he's got nothing on me. Oh shit, I rolled the wrong way. Well, I immediately forgot how to roll, but it's okay. It's so great. Fuck! I ran out of stamina. Oh, I ran out of stamina, so I couldn't dodge the roll. Oh, that was really bad. That was really stupid. I started using my left trigger thing too quickly, so I ran out of stamina. And when he returned aggro on me, naturally, it had a free. Fuck. No. Ooh. Fuck. The hell is that aggro switch? Oh man! What the hell was that fucking aggro switching? I just got relentlessly fucked by him. Man. That was incredibly annoying. It's like, oh, like you see him run around, and then he swapped back to me, and then he swapped back to him, and then he swapped back to... Fuck me. I can't believe if I've actually got him to 1 HP on the first one, and I literally can't do that ever again for like the next fucking hour and a half, I'll be... Man, fuck off with this. Oh, again. I can't believe he hit me with the full combo and the light beam afterwards. That is incredibly cringe. Fuck me. I'm actually gonna be triggered as fuck because I'm not gonna be able to get back to that 1 fucking HP that I got him to on the first try. Fuck me. Oh my god, bruh. Look at the fucking most autistic combo. What the fuck? Again, with the aggro switching. Man, it's insane. What? Hello? I hate how much damage that does. Oh, okay, that's just me bad. Just keep running. Terrible. See, like, that should have happened. Or... Fuck! Oh, wait. Ah! I'm actually gonna get so triggered now. I'm gonna get so triggered that he was literally 1 fucking hit away. Fuck! Now I'm not getting any of the same shit that I did before. Fuck me. The tracking is like totally different. Everything is just weird. And I hate when he does that one as his second move. Try to roll again. Oh, I got stuck against the wall. No. Now this shit I don't know how to dodge at all. How? How did I dodge it the first time? I had him. I had him. Fucking why? Why am I pressing the wrong buttons, man? I'm back. I'm back to being a dipshit loser who can't think straight. Fuck me. Drink potion. Go here. Spam Y. Enter. Spam Y and down. Wait for him to spam me. Oh, he doesn't. Cool, he gives me a free attack. Awesome. Gonna do anything? Yeah, here it comes. Whoop. Sick. Very good. Completely my fault. Completely my fault. I don't know what I thought he was gonna try to do, but I'm literally never gonna get back to him being 1 HP again. Fuck me for fucking that up. I'm fucking never getting back there. I've thrown myself off a cliff. I was right fucking there. Literally 1 HP. Fuck me sideways, bro. I had it all in the palm of my hand, and I threw it away, and I had confidence that, like, oh man, it's bread and butter now. I learned everything. Nope, I'm still the same fucking retard I was yesterday. I just got lucky. There's no shot. A double? A double. God, it's such a fucking pain in the dick. Because he does not deserve it at all. Ooh, I should have got hit for that. Getting hit for that is so cancer. Do a barrel roll on me. Yep. Ooh, double barrel was not right. Not expecting double barrel. Oh, I really fucked that one up. No, I just watched my mimic get fucked up. Oh. Fuck, I had no more potions. I don't know. Yeah. Completely undeserved on both of those. Thank you. No! I did it again where I ran out of stamina like a fucking moron! Oh my god, I gotta stop! I gotta stop! I gotta stop with this. Oh, I have enough stamina. I have to roll 6 times, bro. Fuck me. I did it again. Where I fucking ran out of stupid stamina because I'm a stupid fucking idiot. Who just is fucking egotistical and fucking greedy as fuck. Who thinks I could just wail on this fucking lunatic. As if he's not gonna look at me and go, did you run out of mana? Did you run out of stamina? Time to die! Ah, fuck me with this undeserved hit! Ah, I hate when he does that one. Oh, fuck. That one's so undeserved. Hello? Huh. Wow! I just completely forgot to dodge everything. That's his, like, most fucked up move. Now he's just gonna destroy my... Oh! Actually, switch targets because memes. Me? Ah! My bad. I didn't realize the aggro switch switched on me. And I rolled too many times. I can take a few of those hits. It's just about dodging the last few. But this was a horrible, horrible run. It's fucking awful. Man, I really had him. And now I'm going to be here till 10 o'clock at night. Do something. Really just unpredictable shit. Fell for it again. His stomp is really easy to dodge. I'm just an idiot, so. Like. Fuck. Bro, hello? Am I dead? Running this. What? Let's go! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Except for you won't, apparently. Can't level up because I'm just such a baddie. Yeah, that other guy would be here too. If I finished his quest. Instead, I'm because somebody here, somebody here is a little bit different. Now what? Am I done? Is that it? I don't think I understand. Am I done? Is that it? I'm confused. I'm gonna check one more thing and then we're gonna Google if I'm done or not. This is the only thing I don't like about Dark Souls games is sometimes you do something and you actually don't know if you're done yet. Which is the problem I had with why I didn't get. Fuck me, that would have been so nice if I had that goddamn weapon. Fine, I'll just beat him again. If that Ansberg, whatever the fuck guy, Ansbro guy, whatever the fuck. If you complete his quest line, and then summon him in the on fight, may or may not make things better. He'll get a sick weapon. But I didn't realize I didn't complete his quest because every time I talked to him, he's like, "Oh, what are they gonna do with Lord Moog's body?" And I was like, "I don't fucking." Okay. Oh. Am I done? I actually don't know. I touched this last memory here, and I straight up don't know if I'm done. I think I am. I don't know why I wouldn't be done. Did I beat Shadow of the Erd Tree? What do I do after beating Short Radon? After having beaten Moog a long time ago, the DLC came out along. You know the boss in the DLCs. I got access to New Game Plus. The option in the roundtable race. In fact, it's being placed. Anne's back. Anne's bash? Anne's back? Okay. Well, I guess I'm what a way. Here we discover the final weapon. Wait, oh. I can't. I have no. What? It's two different weapons. Oh. Okay. Lightspeed slash and Thomas Corn's sword. Imbue the two great swords with the light of Mikola, then deliver a slashing attack accompanied by a column of light. Impel allows for you to full up attack. And then this one I'm sure is just the dash across the bow thing. Imbue the two great swords with the light of Mikola, then deliver a slashing attack accompanied by a column of light. I think it's just gonna be I'm gonna go with this one. I'm almost certain it's gonna be the better. Oh, whoa. Okay, that's super. So both of them are two of them. It's just a different Ash of War for each. Interesting. I can't use this because I don't have the strength or intel. Okay. What a meme. I mean, now I can go through the rest of the game. But theoretically, what I'm going to do is... Did I want to do it? No, I did a faith build, but that was a faith build. I'd probably do this. Probably go back to this. Stone sword. Yeah, so the only, like, I would only make a dex build with the other weapon, which I can't get right now because I... So, it would be this. I would definitely go back to Majeki. Majeki. Well, I could also do this. Would be this, and the armor would arguably stay the same. Maybe I'd change hat. This stuff would go to this. This. I already know the Reduvia. I just want to use DLC stuff, and there's only 2 DLC weapons that I'd ever consider using. New weapons, Elden Ring DLC, which is the scythe that I can't get because I didn't. Box quests. Sort of light and darkness is cool, but I don't know. This is too straightforward. Two Miladies would also be like okay, but again, I don't think I need that. And also, Miladies are dex weapons. They're really cool though. Correctly. It's like the same. What's funny is that these people are beating him with 2 Miladies. Anyways, they're just using this because it's piercing. And if you have 2 of them. Because of that move right there, it's double pierce, you do an insane amount of damage. I think the lady will blood loss at some sword. That's the only reason I don't really give a fuck about it. Other than that, what else? Your sword looks cool. I can't say I give that much of a fuck about it. That thing's insane. Weird how different, like, these are massive. It is interesting that they redesigned long and slender versus big and bulky. I mean, obviously they kind of had. It is great. Emulate guns. This weapon's sick. Euphoria is cool. Yeah, you. Whoa. That actually works. Okay. This thing's always anvil hammer. Godfrey. Double axe of Godfrey. Augers. Like speed. That's hilarious. Then I don't think I can. I don't know. That actually might be secretly broken against against Mr. Mr. Verdon. This thing's cool. It's mostly kicking. I don't know the big difference between that. It's a kicking base versus. Oh, the shove at the end is the big difference. These are okay. Well, I don't know. They're I don't actually think they're. This bow looks insane. Too bad bows suck. Yeah. I don't know how much. How to. 100% gonna respec it in. Unironically, like. Just sucks that it's actually just negated from Rodon. Rodon says, "Fuck you, man." Well, I think if I do this too, I'm like.
Is it thy wish? Now.
Okay. Wait, hold on. What do I always do this? Every time I do this, every time I do that, I don't. Okay, I need at least 13 strength. Now, if I wanted to use other things, what would I need to do? If I wanted to use this, I need at least 38 strength. Probably just rebirth. If I wanted to use that one, I need 32 strength. Intelligence. Like, what is stopping me from doing? Besides that, it's cool. Hell, how many can I even upgrade? Marvel tier. I have 6 in total. I can do a lot of respecking. Do I want to respec into the other one?
Art thou now assured?
Wait, no.
Be not I would.
816 faith. So hold on. So for roll out Wood Blade and thing, I need at least 13 strength, dex of 16, int of 60 for thingy, and a faith 16 is what I need at least for my build that I want to do. If I want to try this out, I would then need 32, 15, sorry, 24 dex, 15, 0. What I would need if I wanted to try the Great Sword of Verdun. It would also subsequently let me, and would actually you don't need that much strength for anything else that I care to. This, it'll actually let me use X. this. Let me use anything else that I need to be. And then if I want to shield, I need 30. Shield that I care about. After.
Art thou now?
Okay, so we know at least I need 60 intelligence. We know for sure that's not changing ever. I need at least 60 intelligence. I'd rather my vigor, mind, and endurance not change either, so let's set those to 60. 60. Because again, these are like unchanging stats, realistically. Okay, so that now leaves me with my faith, arcane, and thing. I need at least 16 faith to be able to use the sword. Let's do that. And then now, I at least need 24, and then let's see if I can bring this. If I bring this to 32, what does that do? I bring this to 80, not where I want. Why can I get 70? That's a pretty good stat line. I ain't gonna lie to you. Now, here's the issue. Those other swords are probably not gonna be that great. I'm being totally honest. And also, it takes away a bit of the scaling from it. Instead of, if I instead did 13 strength to get the bare minimum of the sword, and then I put the rest into faith, then I'd be in, I'd think, better hand sword. Scaling on the fire would go. Now, I could also bring this down to 70. Have this. No, if I just had this at 16. Then oh, I have to I'm gonna need 22 faith to use the sacred relics. Now, I can't just use those faith things to get it up. But theoretically, I need that. I don't want to rebirth myself so many. I'm just wondering if it's worth it. if I go with 32, or like, am I really going to use the great swords anyways? I'm just kind of rebirthing to test it and see if I would dump it all into faith anyway. Is what that is. It ends up scaling mostly with dex and not the dex intelligence scaling only. So it wouldn't really be beneficial for me to have that anyway. I just realized too, I shouldn't max out the. Oh no! And it ends up scaling C across the whole. Cast Renala's Twin Moon. I need an intelligence of 2. So at a minimum, I want my intelligence to be here, but I can actually drop it to 75 and still be okay. But what am I doing? Bring this up to 21. Okay. Can I go farm and level up again to make it to 22? Like, okay. If I'm... No, I need... Yeah, because this reduces the soft cap. I'm probably scaling better. Actually, unironically, I might be scaling better this way. I just realized. Because I soft caps. But the last soft cap for intelligence is at 80. So I would do this and then maybe go farm and level up my faith. I think this is arguably the best of both worlds, and then I just go farm and I level up anything else that I need to get to like level. I think this is the best of all worlds. So I'm just trying to think. If I can reduce this down to the strength that I need, which is just 13. I can go down to 13. Okay. But what does that really do for me? All I'm going to do is end up upgrading my faith to 35. I can maybe go dexterity 75, 30. But then I'm just upgrading my strength. I think, yeah, I think 32 here and 16. Then I go and I upgrade my faith. Because the scaling on my fire is actually going to be hinting, but my scaling on my sword might be. I think it might be beneficial to. What's the difference? Hold on. The difference between. Okay, literally no difference on defensive powers. Pretty big difference on left and right armament. So a difference of 0, 4. Difference of 4 and 13. Versus, if I add it all to faith, get it to 21. Oh my god. Wait, the scaling is crazy. Yes. No. If I do it with faith, if I upgrade my faith, I go to 903, 32, 32, 206, 32, 32. If I bring this to just 72, hold on. I need to fuck here. Sorceries in Elden Ring. The highest level. 672. Get a list of all of them, please. Okay, here's all. Okay, so 72 for Renala's twin moon, Relana's twin moon. $60 for Comet Azul. $55 for me. Ronnie's Dark Moon. Okay. Ronnie's Dark Moon is 68. Renala's Full Moon 70. So 72 I think is the maximum. Okay, so I just need it to be 72. I only need my intelligence to be 72. So if I do this, then I do faith of as long as I have a which isn't really much anymore. Oh, and my left arm. I think that's the best. Then I just level up once. Yeah, this I think is the best of all worlds. Now I go farm. So now I can use this. I use this because I think that's fine. Looks like this now. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that was the right. Yeah, I don't like the attacking style of greatswords. Like, this is an insanely cool thing. I can never get behind the lonk, you know, versus okay, insane. And then normal attacks, and then like what the bruh. No, can't compete. Can't compete. So I'm on light roll. My armor here. This slightly increases my FP. I don't know that I care, but it's also cute. I also like it. So adorable. That's good. And then yeah, let me just do some. I didn't even equip. And like arguably too. Let me just get my. So true. Now I have. Now this is back up. Not exactly back up to where I need it to be. That only upgrades my right. Okay, most used spell. Now, if I'm not going to use... One rock plates. Spelling. Oh. Achievement. Maximum achievement. Rock sling is good. Let me just see. I don't know if there's a spell like. Unfortunately, I think that sucks. Unfortunately, now is Rocksling any better as like a spammable? I think it kind of is. Just that ability to knock back. Now, here's the big difference though is, do I give a fuck about spamming that, or is it just easier to get knocked back with it? Just fucking full blast. Right, and that's because really, am I switching to spam a bunch of different things? Probably not. A Duelo's Moonblade does the knockbacks that I needed to do. Stars of Ruin do good damage. Renola's Twin Moon will do insane damage. Demonstrate that. So yeah. Okay, fucking Jesus Christ. Oh, I can also. Well, not that much. Oh wait, I can actually go duplicate the. I don't know where those. I'm mind wiped from my accomplishment. Oh, hello. Okay. See. It's out on my. Thank you for coming to my Elden Ring. No, I did it. I beat boss. Look, I'm victory. Look. I'm victory. Yippee. Okay. Oh my. My whole body. It aches. See if there's any while I was beating Radon. I'll see if there's any unhinged shit. Oh. This one's good. I like this one. These kind of people. Oh God. I can't say what I would want to do to them, you know? Anyways, I'm gonna leave it at this. Oh, even Snakes and Cheat City. Anyways, no, you can't see it. Fuck. This funny meme. These kind of people are annoying. People who like nothing happens, or they get like ghosted by some random chick, or their friend decides not to hang out with them because they have a family convention or something, and then they do this to their account. I'm going for the night. It was good, you know. Joe Biden dropped out, and I took down Rodon. I mean, are they connected? I'm not sure. But oh, also, I want to try to do. It's so tough. I'm not even like I'm so brain blasted because I can't even bring myself to like apply for new jobs. But I'm like, oh, I can do this. I think. I want to make content. And I'm gonna make a channel for each kind of content that I make because I'm a very diverse person. I do a lot of different things. And I realized instead of just trying to like, you know, only stream one of the things, whatever. Like I've always known this, but I'm gonna embrace my strength of like being able to do so many different things, having a library that's like schizo as fuck, that's like a million different games. I'm going to embrace that and do more things with it. So I'm going to try to make different channels for different things. So ideas that came off the top of my head is like Matt walks, Matt gyms. It'd just be Matt plus the activity that I do. Matt walks, Matt gyms. Matt hikes might be, you know, Matt hike thing. Matt games, you know, all these different things. And it'll let me have my freedom, do what I want without feeling like I have to release a perfect product, because I'm just putting whatever I want on any different channels, and if any of them hit, then it's fine, or if any of them don't, it's fine. I just feel like I've hampered myself because I'm like, oh, I don't want to post this on this channel because I do a lot of gaming, so why would this hit? Like, why would this? I feel like it just hurts me more than it helps me post this thing that's completely unrelated that I've done. So I want to try to do that. The only issue is just the logistics of it seem not good. I might be able to what I can get into is I maybe can get into a rhythm of during the week when I like record all the I had this idea before with other stuff. During the week is when I'm recording all of my either streaming or like in different forms. So if I'm gaming, I'm streaming. If I go to the gym, I'm just taking a video before and after, or just after. And I'll take a little video of that, like a little vlog video, whatever, of me at the gym. And maybe I record more at the gym in the future. I don't know that I'm comfortable recording at the gym, but you know, some kind of gym content. I film that, and then I go on a walk. That's an option too, but maybe the walk stuff is like weekend stuff. But anyways, the point is that during the week I do things. I play the gym and I play video games. Those two things will be streamed and recorded with respect to each other. Then on the weekend, I either start getting up in the morning and going for a walk first, and then I can add some extra content there. I think that would be best, is that I wake up early in the morning, because that's when I think I'll see the coolest things. That's when animals are usually active. In the mornings and then again in the afternoon. I get up in the morning to be with the birds, and then also there'll be less people. Yeah. Well, no, I know there will be at the beaches and to walk to. Early in the morning, maybe get up, go for a walk, then come home and edit for a little bit. I don't know how much. I would assume that I want to. Now, the only issue is just editing software. It's Adobe nowadays is on subscription base, and that subscription is $30 a month. That's pretty rough. I wish it was still single purchase. It's not. I don't know if there's other editing software that are out there that's well, it's like scamming yourself, basically. Yeah, I think that would be like the best because on weekends I usually just wake up and I just. So if I wake up and instead just edit a couple, I think that's helpful. Of course, that'll only get easier. Initial hurdle. I don't think I'm completely inept at it. I've done it before in small regards when I was like younger, making more random videos. But I just got to get back into the rhythm. And try to keep it as basic as possible for my own sanity, and then go up from there. Like it's okay that things are what I mean by that is like not that I don't want to have like good quality, just that for my own mental attunity, I need to get out of the idea that whatever I upload needs to be perfect, or be like the most. So I'm not gonna try to make some crazy edit. Just be basic cutting and whatever I can do. And then I was also thinking about for like Matt Talks or whatever. Part of me was thinking too with the Matt Walks might move into Matt Talks. So I go on a walk, I find somewhere, I set up a recording thing, and then I record a video to talk about the weeks. That would help also on weekends to do like have a walk that way. Matt walks me into my talking area. Set up a camera and I have a little chat about events of the week, this kind of thing. But I think that would be beneficial. Now the only issues with any of these things is gaming content. Now that's got its own hurdles. Gym content again. SEO. Matt walks again. Walk around. Matt talks. I can't. I'll have to try to figure some stuff out, but I don't know what a specific format off the top of my head that comes through very easily. Like if there's a dry week, should I go out and look for him? It'll be interesting. I could talk about myself or like things that are on my mind, but that can get repetitive since a lot of times I'm. So that might be good. Maybe I'll just try to. Maybe I'll try to do a script or light script throughout the week. I just kind of check my mind. Lastly, get good sleep. Anyways, I'm gonna like again. So Radon, this Radon fight is perfect. Yeah. Yeah, no, I 100% should. The only question is, I just don't know from stream. I ripped the video from off the top of my head, I don't. Anyways, I'll try to figure it out. Here.